The Silence. When Creation Remembered Itself. Part 1. The Dying World. Written by George Nicholas. Chapter 1. The Soul Out of Body. Hyderabad did not fall with thunder. It did not fall with armies at its borders, nor with fire descending from the heavens, nor with the sky tearing open to reveal the hidden machinery of creation. It fell first into silence. Before the silence came, there was a man running from death. His name was John Harper. The sun had lowered itself behind the city like a wounded king, leaving the evening sky bruised with red, gold, and fading violet. The roads of Hyderabad still carried the heat of the day, and the city lights had begun to awaken one by one, as if the earth itself were opening 1,000 tired eyes. John drove as if the road were the last mercy left to him. Behind him, a black SUV tore through the night. It followed him with the patience of a predator and the cruelty of men who had already buried their conscience. Inside it sat guards from a private security force, but they were not protectors. They were the hands of a hidden laboratory, the servants of a crime that lived underground, beneath buildings, beneath paperwork, beneath money, beneath the blind confidence of ordinary life. John had seen what no living man was meant to see. He had escaped from a place where science had forgotten the soul, a place where human beings were not called people, but subjects, a place where pain was measured, recorded, repeated, and justified in the name of discovery. He had run through corridors lit by cold white bulbs, past doors behind which voices begged without names. He had heard the machines. He had heard the screams. He had heard men speak of death, as if it were only data. Now he carried that truth inside him like a burning scripture, and, because he carried it, they wanted him erased. The SUV drew closer. John's hands tightened around the steering wheel. His breath came hard. The city around him blurred into rivers of light. Shops, billboards, towers, signals, flyovers. All became streaks in the side windows, fragments of a world still pretending to be normal while something monstrous hunted through its roads. A bullet cracked through the night. Then another. The sound broke the evening open. John bent low as the rear glass shattered. Wind rushed into the car. The world became noise, speed, prayer, fear. The guards fired again, and the bullets passed him like evil thoughts made metal. He did not want to die. Not there. Not before speaking. Not before someone knew. He pressed the accelerator harder. The car surged forward, crossing the road like a desperate soul crossing judgment. Ahead, the traffic signal burned red. John saw it. He also saw the SUV behind him. Some choices are not choices. They are the last door left in a burning house. He drove through the red light. A truck came from the side. For one suspended moment, time did not move. The truck's headlights filled his vision like two white suns. The world held its breath. The road, the city, the sky, the terror, the truth inside him, everything gathered into one merciless instant. Then impact. The crash sounded like iron breaking the bones of the night. John's car lifted from the road, twisted, shattered, and rolled like a crushed toy thrown by an invisible giant. His body was flung from the wreckage and struck the asphalt nearly 20 feet away. Then the city heard nothing but the fading spin of metal. Blood spread beneath him, dark and bright beneath the streetlights. The SUV stopped. The guards stepped out, their faces pale, not with innocence, but with the shock of men who had wanted silence and received it too completely. One of them made a call. Far away, somewhere behind power, behind money, behind walls no prayer had yet entered, their boss listened. When he heard that John Harper would never speak again, he smiled. Some men think a secret dies when a witness dies. They do not understand that some deaths become doors. The ambulance came. The police came. People gathered, whispering into the night as if their voices might disturb the dead. A police officer knelt beside John and searched for a pulse. There was none. John Harper had no identification, no passport, no card, no proof, except his broken body and the mystery of why men with guns had chased him through the city. The officer cleaned blood from his hands with a handkerchief. He did not know that by touching the dead, he had touched the beginning. He did not know that silence had already entered his house before he returned to it. He went home tired. He folded his uniform. He washed. He ate. He slept beside his wife while his son dreamed in the next room. By morning, all three were dead. They lay in their beds as if sleep had become permanent. There was no violence on their bodies. No wound. No struggle. No cry. Only stillness. Soon more calls came. A family in one street. An old man in another. A child who did not wake. A woman found cold beside her untouched morning tea. Then another. Then another. Then another. Hyderabad began to understand that death had learned how to enter, without knocking. By afternoon, the word pandemic entered the city. But this was not merely sickness. Sickness has a smell, a pattern, a fever, a warning. This had the nature of judgment, the secrecy of a curse, the intelligence of something moving through breath, blood, dream, and soul. The government sealed the city. No one was to enter. No one was to leave. Hyderabad, once filled with horns, footsteps, arguments, laughter, prayers, engines, vendors, schoolchildren, and the thousand ordinary noises that prove mankind is alive, became a sealed vessel of fear. And in that sealed city, Aditi Rao woke. At first, she did not know the world had changed. Morning entered her room gently, passing through the curtains in pale strips of light. She opened her eyes with the heaviness of someone who had slept but not rested. The air felt strange, too clean, too still, as if the city had been removed from existence while she slept, and only the buildings had been left behind to remember it. She sat up. No traffic. No voices. No pressure of life beyond the window. Aditi listened. Silence answered. She got ready slowly, though some part of her already knew that the day had stepped outside the laws of ordinary days. She took her scooter and rode into the streets of Hyderabad. The city was empty. Not almost empty. Empty. The roads stretched ahead without vehicles. Shops stood shuttered. Tea stalls were abandoned. Signal lights changed for no one. Stray dogs were gone. Birds did not cross the sky. Even the wind seemed afraid to touch the earth. Aditi rode through Jubilee Hills, then farther, searching for one person, one sound, one sign that the world had not been swallowed whole. She called her friends. No answer. She called again. No answer. Every unanswered ring entered her heart like a small funeral bell. The city that had once been too loud to think in had become too silent to survive. She stopped in the middle of a road and looked around. "Where is everyone?" she whispered. Her voice sounded too human for such a dead place. She rode for hours. Fear became exhaustion. Exhaustion became disbelief. Disbelief became something colder, the suspicion that she was not walking through a city anymore, but through the memory of one. Then she saw him. Across the road stood John Harper. He lifted his hand and waved. Aditi froze. She did not know him. Yet something about him felt impossible, as if the silence itself had formed a man and sent him to her as proof that she was not alone. Relief rushed through her so violently that tears almost came. "Thank God," she said. "I am not the only one alive." John only smiled. Then the world shifted. Not visibly. Not with lightning. Not with sound. It shifted in the way dreams shift when truth tries to enter them. Aditi returned home shaken. The television showed nothing. The internet failed. Her phone was useless. She made food because the body remembers survival even when the mind cannot understand existence. She watched stored movies on her laptop, not because she cared for them, but because human voices, even recorded ones, felt better than the terrible holiness of silence. Then she noticed the date. June 30th. Her breath stopped. "That is wrong," she whispered. "It is May." But the laptop did not change. The date remained. June 30th. 1 month had vanished. Aditi stared at the screen until the numbers seemed to stare back. Had she slept through time? Had the city died and continued without her? Had her mind broken under the weight of silence? She told herself it was an error. The human mind often chooses the smallest explanation because the larger truth would destroy it. Night came. She lay down in bed, but sleep did not feel like sleep. It felt like falling through a dark ocean without water, descending into a place where dreams and death shared the same doorway. Then she opened her eyes. She was standing beside her bed. At first, she thought she had awakened. Then she saw herself. Her body lay beneath the blanket, breathing quietly. Aditi did not move. The room became immense. The walls seemed farther away. The air seemed deeper. The darkness in the corners looked alive with ancient attention. She stared at her own sleeping face. No terror in life equals the terror of seeing oneself from outside oneself. Aditi lifted her hand. Her fingers trembled. She reached toward the water bottle on the desk, needing something ordinary, something physical, something that could prove the world was still the world. Her hand passed through it. A coldness beyond cold entered her. She tried again. Nothing. Her fingers moved through matter as if matter had rejected her. She turned back to the bed. Her body remained there, sleeping, alive, unreachable. A scream tore from her, but the body did not wake. No eyelid moved. No breath changed. No hand rose in fear. The scream belonged only to the part of her that had left. Aditi stepped backward, shaking. "No," she said. "No, no, no." But denial has no power in the realm where truth is already standing before you. She looked at the clock. 11 p.m. She looked at the laptop. June 30th. A month gone. A city silent. A stranger, who should not have been alive. A body sleeping while she stood outside it. The thought came slowly, like a blade being drawn. Am I dead? But her body breathed. Then came the worst thought. Am I trapped between life and death? Aditi moved through her room as though she had entered a temple built from fear. The furniture no longer belonged to her. The walls no longer protected her. Her own hands no longer obeyed the laws of touch. She went to the front door and stepped outside. The night waited. The streetlights burned weakly, islands of yellow and an ocean of black. Beyond them, Hyderabad lay without movement, a city abandoned by sound. Buildings rose like tombs. Roads stretched like forgotten rivers. The sky above seemed too wide, too watchful, too ancient. Aditi felt fear. Then shame followed it. "What kind of ghost is afraid of the dark?" she whispered. The question was almost funny, but her voice broke before it could become laughter. She had become impossible, yet she was still human. That was the cruelty of it. The soul may leave the body, but it does not immediately leave fear. It does not leave memory. It does not leave loneliness. A woman may stand outside her own flesh and still tremble like a child before the dark. She returned inside and closed the door, though she no longer knew whether doors had meaning. Then came the knock. 3 sounds. Slow, clear, deliberate. Aditi stopped breathing, though she did not know if breath still belonged to her. Another knock. The sound filled the house like a command from another world. She backed away and hid behind the curtain, watching the door with wide eyes. A voice came from the other side. Soft, young, almost playful. "Ready or not," it said. "Here I come." The door did not open. A boy walked through it. He was no more than 10 years old. Aditi stared at him, unable to speak. The boy looked around the room, then turned directly toward the curtain. "I know you are there," he said. "You can come out." Aditi remained hidden. "No," she said. "You are a ghost. I am scared of you." The boy tilted his head. "You are also a ghost." The words entered her like a bell struck in the invisible world. Aditi stepped out slowly. The boy watched her with calm eyes, eyes too old for his face, eyes that carried not childhood alone, but distance, as though he had already walked through places where time behaved differently. "You cannot just enter someone's house," Aditi said, trying to gather whatever dignity remained to her. "You need permission." "I knocked 3 times, the boy replied. "You did not answer. So I came in." Aditi stared at him. "How did you knock?" she asked. "If you are like me?" The boy smiled faintly. "I will tell you when the time is right." Outside, Hyderabad remained silent. Inside, Aditi understood that the silence was not emptiness. It was preparation. The city had not merely lost its people. The city had become a threshold. And the soul of Aditi Rao, standing outside her own body beside a mysterious dead child, had taken its first step toward worlds where heaven had gates, hell had roads, justice had shape, time had wounds, and existence was far older than mankind had ever dared to imagine. Chapter 2. The Mystery Boy. The house no longer felt like a house. It felt like a memory pretending to remain solid. The walls stood where they had always stood. The furniture rested where it had always rested. The clock still moved with mechanical obedience. Yet something essential had withdrawn from the world, as though reality itself had stepped half a pace away from existence and left everything slightly abandoned. Aditi stood motionless beneath the dim yellow light of the living room. The boy stood before her. Outside, Hyderabad remained buried beneath its impossible silence. No engines. No dogs barking. No distant conversations drifting through windows. No sirens. No life. Only the endless stillness of a city that sounded less like sleep and more like extinction. The boy watched her calmly. He looked no older than 10, perhaps 11. His hair fell loosely over his forehead. His clothes were ordinary, too ordinary for the terror surrounding him. Yet there was something ancient hidden inside his stillness, something that made him seem less like a child and more like a messenger, wearing childhood as a disguise. Aditi tried to steady herself. "What are you?" she asked. The boy tilted his head slightly, almost confused by the question. "I was human," he answered softly. "The same as you."
Was, not am.
The word entered the room quietly, but it changed the air around them. Aditi swallowed. "You are dead." "Yes." The answer came, without sadness, without fear, without resistance. It was spoken the way one speaks of crossing a road already left behind. Aditi looked toward her bedroom. Her body still lay there beneath the blanket, unmoving except for the rise and fall of breath. The sight of it continued to wound her mind. Every few seconds she expected herself to wake up, to scream, to return, but the body slept, and she remained outside it. The boy noticed where she was looking. "You are not fully dead yet," he said. Aditi turned sharply toward him. "What does that mean?" "It means," he replied, "you are standing between two worlds. Your soul has separated, but your life has not completely ended." A coldness moved through her chest. "Is that possible?" The boy gave a faint smile. "Human beings know almost nothing about existence. You think life begins at birth and ends at death because that is the smallest explanation your minds can survive." The room seemed to deepen around his words. Aditi stared at him. Children were not supposed to speak like this. Children were supposed to fear darkness, not explain eternity. "Who are you?" she whispered again. "My name is Ajay." The name sounded strangely ordinary against the impossible atmosphere surrounding him. Aditi stepped closer. "How long have you been like this?" Ajay looked toward the window, toward the silent city outside. "In Earth time?" he asked quietly. "Not very long." Then he looked back at her. "But time does not move the same everywhere." Aditi frowned. "What does that mean?" Ajay walked slowly across the room. His footsteps made no sound against the floor. He stopped near the wall where family photographs hung in frames. "In some places after death," he said, "one day can feel like years. In other places, centuries pass like a single thought. Time is not equal everywhere. It stretches differently across realms, just as shadows stretch differently beneath different suns." Aditi felt her heartbeat quicken, even though she no longer knew whether her spirit possessed a heart at all. "You keep saying realms," she said carefully. "What realms?" Ajay looked at her for a long moment before answering. "The pathways after death." The word seemed older than language itself. Aditi said nothing. Ajay continued. "When people die, they do not simply vanish. Existence is far too vast for something as small as disappearance. Souls travel. Some ascend. Some descend. Some wander.
Some are judged.
Some become trapped. Some are reborn. Some enter worlds beyond human imagination. Death is not an ending. Death is movement." The silence after his words felt sacred. Aditi tried to breathe slowly. This sounds impossible. No, Ajay replied gently. It only sounds larger than what humanity has been taught. Aditi looked at him carefully. How do you know all this? For the first time, sadness touched Ajay's face.
Because I saw it.
The room darkened slightly as clouds moved outside. Aditi waited. Ajay spoke again. The night I died, he said, I woke outside my body exactly like you did. I thought I was dreaming. I screamed. I tried to wake my parents. I tried to touch things. Nothing answered me. His voice remained calm, but beneath it lived an old grief. Then I heard knocking. Aditi felt her skin turn cold. The same as tonight? Ajay nodded. 3 knocks. The house suddenly felt smaller. What happened? Ajay's eyes drifted somewhere far away, as though memory itself had become a corridor he was walking through again. A gate appeared. Aditi's breath caught. A gate. Yes. What kind of gate? Ajay searched for words. Not built by human hands, he said finally. It looked ancient and alive at the same time. The air around it moved differently. The darkness bent around it. Symbols covered it. Symbols I somehow understood, even though I had never seen them before. Aditi listened in silence. When the gate opened, Ajay continued, I saw pathways stretching beyond the world. Endless pathways. Some made of light. Some made of fire. Some made of shadows. Some looked like bridges built from stars themselves. As he spoke, the atmosphere in the room seemed to shift around his words, as though reality remembered what he described. There were millions of souls moving across them. Ajay whispered. Millions. Aditi's voice trembled. Where were they going? Different destinations. Heaven. Yes. And hell? Ajay looked directly into her eyes. Yes. The words settled heavily between them. Aditi moved backward slightly.
Hell.
The ancient human fear. The oldest prison ever imagined. Yet somehow, hearing it from Ajay did not make it feel mythical. It made it feel architectural.
Real.
Existing somewhere beyond sight even now. Hell is not what humans think it is, Ajay said quietly. What is it then? A consequence. The answer came like a stone falling into deep water. Ajay continued. Human beings imagine hell as punishment created by cruelty. But cruelty cannot create true justice. Hell exists because actions cannot escape themselves forever. Aditi frowned. I do not understand. Ajay stepped closer to the window. When someone creates suffering, he said, that suffering does not disappear. Pain travels. Fear travels. Violence travels. Every action continues moving through existence long after the person who created it believes it has ended. His reflection shimmered faintly in the dark glass. Hell, he said, is where souls finally meet the full weight of what they became. Aditi felt a deep unease move through her. But what about innocent people? Ajay was silent for a moment. Then he said something that made the room itself seem heavier. There are very few completely innocent people. Aditi stared at him. That is horrible. It is tragic. Ajay corrected softly. Not horrible. The distinction mattered. The world teaches violence from the beginning, he continued. People inherit fear, hatred, ignorance, greed, cruelty, hunger, division, survival. Humanity passes suffering from generation to generation and then acts surprised when suffering grows larger than civilization itself. His voice remained calm, but the ideas inside it felt enormous. Most souls are not evil, he said. Most souls are wounded, misled, corrupted slowly by a world already wounded before they arrived. Aditi lowered her eyes. The silence of Hyderabad suddenly felt connected to something much older than disease. Ajay looked toward the darkness outside. The pathways are overflowing now. Aditi looked up sharply. What do you mean? The city is dying. The sentence entered the room without emotion, which somehow made it more terrifying. Not only the city, Ajay continued. If what has begun spreads beyond Hyderabad, millions will die. Maybe billions. Aditi felt the floor beneath her become unreal. No. Yes. What is causing it? AJ's face darkened slightly. Something crossed into the world that was never meant to. Aditi's throat tightened. The laboratory? Ajay nodded slowly. The experiments broke something. The lights flickered overhead. For one brief second, the room dimmed almost completely. And in that instant, Aditi thought she saw shadows moving beyond the walls. Not human shadows. Something older. Watching. Waiting. The lights stabilized again. Neither of them spoke. Finally, Aditi whispered, "Why are you here?" Ajay turned toward her fully now. "Because you are part of this." The words landed with strange inevitability. "I am nobody," Aditi said immediately. Ajay shook his head. "You think existence moves randomly because human life appears chaotic from inside it. But larger patterns exist. Some souls cross paths for reasons older than memory." Aditi felt fear rise again. "What reasons?" Ajay stepped closer. "There are things approaching Earth," he said quietly, "that humanity is not prepared to understand." The room seemed to lose warmth. "Worlds beyond Earth know what is happening." Aditi stared at him. "What?" "Existence is larger than planets," Ajay said. "Larger than religions. Larger than species. Larger than the history humans remember. There are realms older than mankind, civilizations older than Earth, beings who crossed galaxies before human language was born." His eyes carried an unbearable stillness. "And some of them are watching this city." Aditi felt suddenly small.
Not weak.
Not meaningless. Small in the way a single candle is small beneath the night sky. "What does that have to do with me?" AJ's expression changed slightly then. For the first time since entering the house, uncertainty appeared in him. "I do not fully know," he admitted. "But you know something." "Yes." "What?" Ajay looked directly into her eyes. "When I crossed the pathways after death," he said softly, "I heard your name before I ever met you." Aditi's breath stopped. "Who said it?" Ajay hesitated. Then, a being standing near the gates. Aditi felt cold all over again. "What kind of being?" AJ's voice lowered. "I do not know if human language has a correct word for what she was." The room fell silent once more. Outside, the dead city stretched beneath the night like a civilization already remembered by history. Inside, two souls stood between worlds while invisible doors slowly opened across existence itself. Then Ajay looked toward the wall clock. Midnight. His expression changed instantly. "We do not have much time." Aditi's fear sharpened.
"Why?"
Ajay stepped backward toward the center of the room. "Because the pathways are opening again." The air pressure inside the house shifted. The walls trembled faintly. Somewhere far beyond the city, beyond Earth, beyond human understanding, something enormous moved. Then came the sound. 3 knocks.
Not at the door this time.
Beneath reality itself. Chapter 3. The Quiet Day. Morning returned as if nothing had happened. That was the cruelty of it. The sun rose over Hyderabad with calm golden patience, touching the roofs, balconies, towers, trees, and temple domes as though the city had not died in silence, as though souls had not wandered outside their bodies, as though gates beneath reality had not knocked from the other side of existence. The world looked innocent. That frightened Aditi more than the darkness had. She opened her eyes in her own bed. For several seconds, she did not move. Her breath entered and left her body. Her fingers pressed against the bedsheet. Her skin felt warmth. Her heart beat with ordinary force inside her chest. She was inside herself again. That should have comforted her. Instead, it terrified her. Because memory remained. The silent city remained. John Harper's distant wave remained. AJ's calm eyes remained. The 3 knocks remained. And worst of all, the sight of her own body sleeping beneath her while her soul stood beside it remained with perfect clarity, sharper than any dream had the right to be. Dreams fade. This did not. Dreams leave behind emotion. This left behind evidence inside the soul. Aditi sat up slowly. The room was normal. The water bottle rested on the desk. The curtains moved gently in the morning breeze. Her phone lay beside her pillow. Somewhere outside, A scooter passed. A vendor called out. A dog barked in the distance. A woman laughed from a neighboring balcony. Life had returned with all its small, careless noises. Hyderabad was alive. Aditi covered her face with both hands. For one moment, she wanted to cry from relief. For another, she wanted to scream. How could the world return so easily after showing her its secret bones? She looked at the date on her phone. May 31st, 7:30 a.m. Not June 30th. No missing month. No sealed city. No dead Hyderabad. No proof. Only memory. Only terror. Only the impossible knowledge that something in existence had opened and then closed before anyone else could see it. Aditi whispered to herself, "Was I dreaming?" The question sounded weak the moment she spoke it. Because some dreams are born from the mind. This one had felt older than the mind. She went to the mirror. Her face looked the same, but she did not recognize the woman looking back. There are moments when a person does not change in appearance, yet becomes divided forever from the life they had before. Aditi saw her eyes and knew they had carried something back. The body had awakened, but the soul had not forgotten. She washed her face. The water felt real. Too real. She brushed her teeth, changed her clothes, made breakfast. Every ordinary action felt strange now, almost sacred, as if the ability to touch a cup, open a door, hold a spoon, and stand upon the floor were miracles humanity had insulted by calling them normal. To be alive was not ordinary. To touch the world was not ordinary. To be inside one's own body was not ordinary. It was a privilege granted by laws too deep for human arrogance. Aditi ate slowly, but the food had little taste. Her mind kept returning to Ajay.
A boy.
Dead, yet speaking. Young, yet ancient. Frightening, yet strangely kind. He had said the pathways were opening. He had said the city was dying. He had said her name had been spoken before he ever met her. Aditi pushed the plate away. "No," she whispered. "I need proof." The moment she said it, she knew what she had to do.
Ajay.
If he was real, then somewhere in Hyderabad there had to be a child named Ajay. A child with a family, a father, a house,
A death.
a story that belonged to the living world before it entered the dead one. She took her bag and left for Lily's bakery. The city outside was alive in a way that felt almost mocking. Traffic moved in familiar impatience. Cars honked. Bikes slipped between lanes. Buses exhaled smoke. Shops lifted shutters. School children walked with bags larger than their backs. Men stood near tea stalls discussing politics, cricket, money, weather, and all the temporary concerns with which people protect themselves from eternity. No one knew. No one saw the shadow behind the morning. Aditi rode through the streets with a strange ache in her chest. Every person she passed seemed fragile now. Every face was a soul, wearing flesh for a little while. Every argument, every laugh, every hurried step felt like something borrowed from time. Humanity walked confidently on a floor it had never inspected. By the time she reached Lily's bakery in Jubilee Hills, the scent of fresh bread had already filled the air. The bakery looked warm, alive, forgiving. Its glass door reflected sunlight. The tables were arranged neatly. The display counter glowed with cakes, cupcakes, puffs, donuts, bread, and pastries. For 5 years, Lily's had been Aditi's place of peace, a small world built from sweetness, work, friendship, music, and the comfort of people gathering without fear. Anju stood behind the counter, counting change and arranging orders with her usual graceful focus. Sam and Vivek were in the kitchen, laughing over something while trays moved in and out of the oven. James was decorating a cake with the seriousness of a surgeon and the imagination of an artist. For one painful moment, Aditi almost wanted to say nothing. Almost. Because this was peace. And once spoken, truth would enter the room and change it. Anju looked up and smiled. "Good morning, Aditi." Aditi tried to smile back. It failed. Anju noticed immediately. What happened? Aditi stood still near the counter. The words rose inside her, but they did not come easily. How does one tell another human being that the city died yesterday, except it did not? How does one explain that the soul left the body and met a dead child who spoke of heaven, hell, pathways, judgment, laboratories, pandemics, and worlds beyond Earth? Some truths sound like madness until the world becomes mad enough to prove them. Anju came around the counter. Aditi. Aditi's voice broke quietly. I need to tell you something. And I need you not to laugh. Anju's expression softened. I won't. Aditi looked toward the kitchen. Everyone should hear it. The staff gathered. Sam wiped flour from his hands. Vivek leaned against the doorway. James set down the piping bag. Anju stood closest, watching Aditi with worried eyes. Then Aditi told them. She told them about waking in a silent Hyderabad. About no vehicles, no people, no birds, no life. About calling everyone and receiving no answer. About seeing John Harper across the road. About the date changing to June 30th. About falling asleep and standing outside her own body. About her hand passing through the water bottle. About the knock. About the boy named Ajay. About afterlife pathways. About heaven and hell. About the city dying. About the underground laboratory. About the terrible feeling that what she saw was not merely a dream, but a warning from somewhere beyond the mercy of ordinary reality. When she finished, no one spoke. The bakery ovens hummed. Outside, customers passed by the glass window, unaware that inside a bakery, eternity had just been placed upon a table between friends. Vivek was the first to move. He crossed his arms slowly and looked down. That is, he stopped, searching for the right word and failing. Sam whispered, a dream? James shook his head slightly, not in disbelief, but in disturbance. Anju kept looking at Aditi. Did it feel like a dream? Aditi answered immediately.
No.
The certainty in her voice changed the room. Anju nodded slowly. Then we start there. Aditi looked at her. You believe me? I believe you experienced something real to you, Anju said. And if even one part of it is real outside your mind, then we cannot ignore it. The words steadied Aditi. Friendship is sometimes the first bridge between madness and truth. What do we do? James asked. Aditi took a breath. We find Ajay. Sam frowned.
How?
He said he had a father, Aditi said. A police officer. If he exists, we search police stations. We ask. We look for a boy named Ajay whose story connects to what I saw. Vivek exhaled. Hyderabad has many police stations. Then we go to many police stations, Anju said. Her voice had changed. Something inside her had stepped forward. Not fear. Duty. Aditi looked at them one by one. I am not asking you to believe everything. I am asking you to help me find proof. James nodded. That is fair. Sam looked toward the kitchen, then back at her. What about the bakery? We manage, Vivek said. Some of us stay. Some of us help search. If this is nothing, we lose time. If this is something. He did not finish. He did not have to. If this was something, then time itself had become expensive. Anju placed a hand on Aditi's shoulder. We will start today. Aditi closed her eyes briefly. Gratitude rose inside her, so suddenly it hurt. The world outside was still ordinary. But inside Lily's bakery, ordinary life had begun to bend toward destiny. Later that morning, Aditi and Anju began their search. They visited one police station, then another, then another. At each place, the same questions. Is there an officer with a son named Ajay? Do you know any recent death of a young boy? Has anyone reported strange dreams, disappearances, or unexplained deaths? Most officers looked confused. Some were impatient. Some dismissed them. A few listened with the tired kindness of people who had seen too much suffering to mock another person's fear. By afternoon, they had visited 7 stations and found nothing. The heat pressed down on the city. Traffic swelled. Life continued loudly around them, almost aggressively alive, as if Hyderabad were determined to prove Aditi wrong. Anju bought 2 bottles of water from a roadside shop and handed one to her. You still believe it? She asked. Aditi looked at the moving street. Yes. Even without proof? Aditi tightened her grip on the bottle. Proof is for the mind. Some things first arrive in the soul. Anju studied her. Then she smiled faintly. That sounds like something from a book. Aditi almost smiled back. Maybe life is only a book we learn to read too late. They continued. At the 8th station, a police officer named Gopal listened longer than the others. He was middle-aged, broad-shouldered, with tired eyes that carried suspicion and compassion in equal measure. At first he looked skeptical. Then Aditi mentioned the underground laboratory and the name John Harper. Something shifted in his face. "Where did you hear that name?" he asked. Aditi's heart quickened. "You know him?" Gopal did not answer immediately. He looked toward the other officers, then lowered his voice. There was an accident case. Foreigner. No identification at first. Strange circumstances. Aditi felt the world tilt slightly. John Harper was real. The silence inside her memory gained weight. Anju looked at Aditi, her face changing from concern to alarm. Gopal continued. "I cannot discuss case details. But if you know anything useful, you should be careful. Very careful." Aditi leaned forward. "Sir, there may be an illegal laboratory near Shamshabad. Human experiments. John escaped from there." Gopal's expression hardened. "Do you have proof?" "Not yet." "Then find it carefully. People who build such places do not fear the law until the law already has evidence." He wrote down his number and gave it to her. "If you find anything solid, call me. Not rumors. Not visions. Something I can act on." Aditi took the paper. Her hand trembled. "Thank you." Gopal looked at her strangely. "I do not know what you have stepped into," he said. "But sometimes warnings come before disasters. And sometimes only fools ignore them because they arrive in forms they do not understand." Outside the station, Aditi stood under the afternoon sun, holding the number like a sacred object. Anju was quiet. Then she said, "John Harper was real." Aditi nodded. Her throat tightened. Yes. Reality had returned temporarily, but now it had cracks. And through those cracks, the impossible was beginning to show its face. That evening, back at Lily's bakery, Aditi told the others what they had learned. John Harper had existed. The accident had happened. The name from her vision belonged to the physical world. The staff listened in stunned silence. Then James spoke, softly but with great seriousness. "If John was real, Ajay may be real too." Sam nodded. "And the laboratory." Vivek looked at the display counter, at the cakes and pastries, at the milkshakes and cream-filled desserts they had made for years without questioning the world beyond taste. "If souls are judged by what they do to others," he said slowly, "then food is not only food." The room shifted again. Aditi looked at him. Vivek continued, "If harm matters beyond death, then every life matters. Human, animal, all life." James lowered his eyes. "I do not want my hunger to become another creature's suffering." Sam whispered, "Nor do I." Anju looked from one face to another. "What are you saying?" Vivek lifted his head. "I think Lily should change." Silence. Then James said, "Vegan." The word entered the bakery like a seed. Sam nodded slowly. "A bakery without cruelty." James added, "Food that does not carry death inside it." Aditi felt emotion rise in her chest. This was not how she expected the day to end. She had feared disbelief. Instead, something had awakened. The warning had not only frightened them, it had begun to transform them. Vivek looked at Aditi. "If there is even a chance that what you saw is true, then we should not wait until death teaches us what life should have taught us." That line stayed in the room. No one moved for a moment. Then Anju said, "We begin with what we can change." Aditi nodded. "Yes." Outside, Hyderabad continued its evening rhythm, unaware, crowded, noisy, alive. Inside Lily's bakery, a small rebellion against suffering had begun. Not with swords, not with armies. With flour, compassion, fear, friendship, and the unbearable possibility that every action echoes beyond death. That night, Aditi returned home exhausted. The city was still alive. The roads still moved. The lights still burned. But she no longer trusted appearances. She entered her house and stood for a long moment near the door, remembering the boy who had walked through it. "Ajay," she whispered. No answer came. She checked the time. 11 p.m. The hour struck her like memory. Her body tensed. She waited. Nothing. No knock. No voice. No gate beneath reality. Only the hum of the ceiling fan. Only the distant sound of traffic. Only ordinary night. And yet, as Aditi lay down in bed, she understood something with terrifying certainty. The quiet day had not disproved the nightmare. It had prepared her for the next one. Because true warnings do not always continue loudly. Sometimes they retreat. Sometimes they let the world look normal again. Sometimes reality smiles gently, just before opening its deepest wound. Chapter 4. The Death Hidden Beneath Hyderabad. Some evils are born openly. They march beneath flags. They announce themselves through war, fire, blood, and conquest. Humanity fears those evils because they arrive with visible teeth. But the most dangerous evils are quiet. They grow beneath ordinary streets. They breathe beneath buildings where people pass daily without suspicion. They hide behind money, research, contracts, permissions, polished floors, smiling officials, and locked doors requiring fingerprints instead of morality. Hyderabad was full of such buildings. Glass towers, corporate campuses, laboratories, institutions mankind trusted simply because they looked expensive. Yet beneath one forgotten structure on the outskirts of Shamshabad, something had been growing that should never have existed beneath any sky touched by life. And somewhere inside Aditi, the memory of it had begun to awaken. The morning after the quiet day carried a strange heaviness. Not fear, not peace, expectation. Aditi felt it the moment she woke. The city outside sounded alive again, but now every ordinary noise felt temporary, like laughter inside a hospital corridor where unseen test results were still being processed in silence. She sat on the edge of her bed, staring at sunlight entering through the curtains. For the first time in her life, daylight no longer felt trustworthy. Darkness had shown her terrifying truths. Light had hidden them again, which she wondered was truly more dangerous. Her phone vibrated. "Anju." Aditi answered immediately. "You're awake?" Anju asked. "Yes." "You need to come to the bakery." Something in her tone sharpened Aditi's pulse. "What happened?" "We received something." A pause. "What kind of something?" "I think." Anju exhaled slowly. "I think someone may know about the laboratory." The words entered Aditi like electricity. 40 minutes later, she arrived at Lily's bakery. The atmosphere inside had changed. Usually mornings carried warmth, music playing softly, coffee machines hissing, trays moving in and out of ovens, customers laughing between conversations and phone calls. But today the bakery felt quieter, tighter, as though invisible pressure had settled inside the walls. Sam stood near the counter with folded arms. James was staring at a laptop screen. Vivek paced slowly near the kitchen entrance. Anju waited beside a table in the far corner. And seated there, beneath the soft yellow lights of the bakery, was a man Aditi had never seen before. He looked to be in his late 50s. Thin, unshaven, nervous. His clothes carried the exhaustion of someone who had not slept properly in years. But his eyes were what unsettled her most. They carried the look of a man who had witnessed something so terrible that ordinary reality no longer fully accepted him afterward. The man stood slowly when Aditi approached. "You are Aditi?" he asked quietly. "Yes." He nodded once. "My name is Dr. Karim."
Doctor.
The word alone changed the atmosphere. Aditi sat across from him carefully. Anju leaned closer. "He came this morning," she explained softly. "He saw Derek's online post about your story." Aditi looked at the man. "You know something about the laboratory?" For several seconds he said nothing. Then he reached into his coat and placed a small black access card on the table. The bakery suddenly felt colder. "I worked there," he said. Silence swallowed the room. Outside the glass windows, Hyderabad continued moving in complete ignorance while inside a bakery, Death had quietly sat down at a table. Aditi stared at the card. No logo. No company name. Only a faded silver symbol resembling 3 intersecting circles. Something about the symbol disturbed her instantly. It felt familiar. Not logically familiar. Spiritually familiar. Like something glimpsed in a dream too deep for memory to fully recover. Dr. Karim noticed her reaction. You've seen it before. It was not a question. Aditi looked at him slowly. In my visions. The man closed his eyes briefly, as if hearing confirmation of his worst fear. Then he whispered, God help us. Vivek pulled a chair closer. What exactly was that place? Dr. Karim's face hardened with old shame. At first, he said quietly, we believed we were saving humanity. A bitter smile touched his lips. That is how intelligent evil often begins. It introduces itself as progress. No one interrupted him. The facility, officially, did not exist. It was built beneath an abandoned research structure outside Shamshabad. On paper, the building above ground belonged to a failed pharmaceutical corporation. Empty. Forgotten. Bankrupt. He looked toward the bakery windows, toward the passing city. But beneath it, he said softly, another world existed. The room seemed to darken around his words. Aditi felt herself leaning forward unconsciously. What kind of experiments? Dr. Karim's eyes lost focus slightly, as though memory itself had become difficult to survive. At first it was neurological research, consciousness studies, brain mapping, near-death observations, artificial cognition, human behavioral manipulation. He swallowed slowly. Then funding increased. James frowned. From who? The doctor laughed once without humor. People wealthy enough to believe morality is an obstacle meant only for poorer men. Silence. The deeper the research went, he continued, the stranger the discoveries became. Patients who clinically died for seconds reported identical visions, identical structures, identical pathways, gates, voices, landscapes beyond death. Aditi felt ice move through her veins.
Ajay.
The pathways, the gates. The doctor continued speaking. At first we dismissed them as neurological hallucinations caused by trauma, but the consistency became impossible to ignore. He looked directly at Aditi. People from different countries, different religions, different languages, different ages, yet many described the same architecture after death. Aditi's hands slowly tightened beneath the table. What architecture? Dr. Karim answered carefully. Roads. The word entered the bakery heavily. Not ordinary roads, he continued. Pathways stretching beyond visible distance. Structures connected to judgment, movement, transformation. Some described gates of light. Others described descending corridors. Some described beings waiting beside entrances. Anju whispered. Afterlife pathways. The doctor nodded once. Yes. The ovens hummed softly behind them. No one moved. The leadership inside the facility became obsessed, Dr. Karim continued. They stopped asking whether consciousness survived death. They began asking whether death itself could be controlled. Aditi felt something ancient and terrible hiding beneath those words.
How?
The doctor looked down. By separating the soul from the body artificially. The bakery fell completely silent. Even the outside traffic seemed distant now. Sam spoke first. That's impossible. Dr. Karim's eyes met his. So is the human brain dreaming every night inside darkness, while still creating worlds brighter than reality. Yet it happens. His voice lowered. We discovered certain neurological frequencies capable of destabilizing the boundary between consciousness and physical form. Aditi's pulse quickened violently. What boundary? The bridge holding the soul inside the body. The room itself seemed to recoil from the sentence. James stared at the doctor. You're saying they learned how to force out-of-body experiences? Yes. Aditi suddenly remembered standing beside her sleeping body. The water bottle, the terror, the silence. Dr. Karim continued. At first, the separations lasted seconds, then minutes, eventually longer. He looked sick now, but something else began crossing back. Aditi's breath stopped. The doctor's voice trembled slightly for the first time. We thought we were opening doors outward. His eyes lifted slowly toward them. We did not realize doors can open both ways. A deep silence entered the bakery then, not ordinary silence, but the kind that feels inhabited. Anju whispered carefully. What came back? Dr. Karim answered with visible difficulty. Not demons. The answer surprised them. Not ghosts either, he continued. At least not in the way religions describe them. His fingers tightened around the edge of the table. It felt more like awareness. Aditi frowned slightly. What does that mean? The doctor searched for language. Imagine standing in darkness and suddenly realizing the darkness is standing back. No one spoke. The facility changed after that, he said quietly. Researchers began suffering psychological collapse. Some heard voices. Some stopped sleeping. Some became violent. Others became obsessed with death itself. His breathing slowed. And then the deaths began. Aditi's heart pounded. The pandemic. Dr. Karim nodded slowly. We never intended to create disease. What escaped the laboratory was not merely biological. Aditi felt her entire body tense. Then what is it? The doctor looked directly into her eyes. A spiritual contamination. The words entered the room like prophecy. Sam shook his head immediately. That makes no scientific sense. Dr. Karim looked exhausted. Science only measures what it survives long enough to understand. Then he added quietly, there are forms of infection that do not attack flesh first. The bakery lights flickered. Everyone looked upward instinctively. Outside, clouds had begun gathering over Hyderabad.
Dark.
Heavy. Watching. Aditi spoke carefully. What exactly happened to John Harper? The doctor closed his eyes. He was never supposed to survive. A coldness passed through the room. He was brought into the facility after showing unusual resistance during neurological separation trials. Unlike others, he retained memory after returning to his body. Complete memory. Aditi remembered John standing alone in the silent city, waving toward her across the empty road. He overheard things, Dr. Karim continued. He discovered the leadership planned to expand testing beyond volunteers. Entire populations. Entire cities. Anju whispered. Hyderabad. Yes. The word came like a sentence being pronounced. The city was selected because of population density, infrastructure, and controlled political influence. They wanted to observe large-scale consciousness destabilization. Vivek stood abruptly. You mean they were willing to sacrifice millions? Dr. Karim looked at him with unbearable sadness. Human history is filled with powerful men sacrificing millions in the hope of becoming more powerful. The truth of the statement settled into the room like ash. John escaped, the doctor continued. He stole internal data, names, research files, coordinates, evidence. Aditi leaned forward. Where is it? The doctor hesitated, then slowly reached inside his coat again. This time he removed a small silver drive. No larger than a thumb. Yet everyone at the table understood instinctively that countless lives now weighed inside that tiny piece of metal. I hid copies before I ran, Dr. Karim said quietly. If the facility realizes I'm alive, they will kill me. James looked stunned. Why come here? The old doctor looked at Aditi. Because your story contained details nobody outside the facility should know. Silence. You described the pathways. His voice lowered. You described things test subjects reported after separation. The bakery suddenly felt unreal again, like the boundary between worlds had begun thinning even in daylight now. Aditi stared at the drive. Fear moved through her. Not ordinary fear. The fear of standing too close to hidden truth. Dr. Karim pushed the drive across the table. It contains maps, recordings, internal communications, test data, employee records, and partial location files. Aditi slowly picked it up. It felt strangely cold. What do we do with it? The doctor looked toward the storm clouds gathering outside. You expose them. Then he added quietly, if there is still time. Thunder rolled, somewhere above Hyderabad.
Soft.
Distant. Almost alive. And beneath the city, far below roads, homes, traffic, businesses, temples, Laughter, arguments, dreams, and ordinary human life. The hidden laboratory continued breathing in darkness, like a buried mechanical god feeding upon the boundary between death and the soul. Aditi understood then that the silence she had witnessed was never the true horror.
The true horror was this.
Humanity had reached beneath reality itself and touched something ancient before learning whether existence wanted to be touched back. Chapter 5. The Man Who Escaped the Laboratory. John Harper did not come to Hyderabad to become a witness. He came as a traveler. That was the tragedy of him. He was not a soldier trained to enter darkness. He was not a detective searching for the hidden machinery of crime. He was not a saint, prophet, scientist, or chosen man walking knowingly toward destiny. He was only a man far from home. And sometimes existence chooses the ordinary because the ordinary still knows how to be horrified. John had arrived in India with wonder in his eyes and weakness in his body. He had come from America carrying a small suitcase, a camera, a notebook, and the tired hope of a man trying to recover from illness by standing in a land older than his sorrow. Hyderabad had welcomed him with heat, color, traffic, food, voices, temples, mosques, markets, glass towers, old stones, and the living contradiction of a city where the ancient and the future walked beside each other, without apology. He had stayed at the ITC hotel. On his first morning, he had written in his notebook, "This city feels like it has more than one time living inside it." He did not know how true that sentence would become. By the third day, fever took him. At first, it seemed ordinary. A tourist's weakness. A body adjusting badly to weather, food, exhaustion, and travel. He rested. He drank water. He called the front desk for medicine. He told himself he would feel better by morning. But morning did not bring healing. It brought footsteps outside his door. 3 men entered dressed as medical responders. They spoke politely. Too politely. They told him a private hospital had been contacted. They told him his condition required urgent observation. They told him not to worry. The human mind trusts uniforms because fear is exhausting. John went with them. He never reached a hospital. The ambulance drove beyond the city's familiar roads, away from hotels, away from traffic, away from the visible Hyderabad that tourists photographed and citizens argued within. The windows were darkened. His fever deepened. His questions weakened. Then the needle entered his arm. The last thing John saw before unconsciousness was the reflection of one man in the metal cabinet beside him. The man was smiling. When John woke, the world had become white. White ceiling, white walls, white light, white sheets, white machines, white silence. He lay strapped to a table in a room without windows. At first he thought he had died and entered some unfinished corner of heaven where mercy had not yet arrived. Then he heard someone screaming. A woman. Not near him. Somewhere beyond the wall. Her scream rose, broke, returned, and vanished into machinery. John tried to move. His wrists were bound. His ankles were bound. A band of cold metal crossed his forehead. Wires clung to his chest and temples.
His mouth was dry. His body ached.
His fever had passed, but something worse had entered him. The knowledge that he had been taken. A man in a lab coat stepped into view. He wore glasses, gloves, and the clean emptiness of someone who had trained himself not to see people. "Mr. Harper," the man said, "you are awake." John tried to speak, but his voice came out torn. "Where am I?" The man did not answer. That was John's first real lesson inside the laboratory. In that place, questions were not answered unless they belonged to those in power. A second researcher approached and adjusted the machines beside him. Numbers moved across screens. Lines rose and fell. A low vibration passed through the table beneath his spine. John turned his head as far as the restraint allowed. There were other tables. Other bodies. Some conscious. Some not. Some trembling. Some whispering prayers in languages he did not understand. A young man stared at the ceiling with tears sliding soundlessly into his ears. An old woman muttered the name of her son again and again. A child's shoe lay beneath one of the beds. John saw it and understood that whatever this place was, It had crossed every boundary that made human beings worthy of mercy. The doctor leaned closer. "You are an unusual case," he said. John stared at him. "I'm a person." The doctor paused. Not because the words touched him, because they were irrelevant to his work. Then he replied, "For the purpose of this study, you are a consciousness-bearing subject." That was when John began to hate him, not with ordinary anger, with the pure spiritual disgust one feels when hearing evil speak in educated language. The first experiment began that night. Or perhaps it was day. There were no windows underground. Time became guesswork. The lights never fully turned off. Sleep came in broken fragments. Meals arrived without faces. Voices spoke through speakers. Needles entered. Machines hummed. Bodies shook. Names disappeared. They called John Subject H-47. A number is one of the first graves built for the living. The machine they attached to him was enormous. A circular frame lowered around his head and chest, its inner surface lined with cold silver nodes. When it activated, sound entered his bones rather than his ears. At first, John felt pressure, then vibration, then the terrible sensation of being pulled from himself. He screamed, but his body did not move. The room stretched. The lights lengthened into white tunnels. The faces of the researchers became pale moons watching from impossible distance. Then suddenly, he was above the table. Looking down, he saw himself. His own body lay strapped beneath him, mouth open, eyes wide, chest rising in panic. The sight broke something in his mind. No human being is meant to see his own helpless body while still knowing he is alive. He tried to reach down. His hand passed through his own chest. He tried to scream. No sound came. Then the walls of the room became thin. Not transparent.
Thin.
As if physical matter had lost authority over him. He saw beyond them. Corridors.
Rooms.
Other subjects. Other souls hovering above bodies, some crying without mouths, some trapped halfway, some stretched like flames between flesh and elsewhere. Then he saw the doors. Not laboratory doors. Greater doors. Far beyond the building, far beyond Hyderabad, far beyond the authority of the earth.
Gates. Roads.
A vast architecture of passageways extending through darkness, fire, cloud, and light. Souls moved across them in numbers, beyond counting. Some rose. Some fell. Some were carried. Some resisted. Some were dragged by beings John could not name. And in the distance, past all those roads, he saw something so immense that memory itself struggled to hold it. A city of white beyond light. And beneath it, regions of red judgment where no lie could remain standing. Then the machine stopped. John fell back into his body with such violence that he vomited blood. The researchers applauded. Quietly. Professionally. Like men observing a successful chemical reaction. For 3 days, they repeated it. Each time, John went farther. Each time he remembered more. That was his curse. Most subjects returned confused, broken, babbling fragments. John returned with clarity. He remembered the gates. He remembered the roads. He remembered the screams. He remembered the beings waiting beyond death. And he remembered something else. Something watching the laboratory from the other side. Not with eyes. With awareness. The laboratory believed it had discovered a doorway. John realized it had knocked on a prison. On the 4th session, everything changed. He left his body again. But this time, he did not rise into the room. He fell. Downward. Through concrete.
Through soil.
Through darkness beneath the laboratory. Then suddenly, he stood on a road made of cloud brick beneath a crimson sky. Gates stretched in both directions. Thousands. Millions. Each marked with symbols. Animals. Worlds. Beings. Forms of life that human knowledge had never named. Ahead of him, a towering figure turned. A demon. Not the childish creature of paintings. Not a monster made to frighten the ignorant. A being of judgment. Tall as a monument. Eyes like heated iron. Skin dark and red as burned stone. Its presence did not feel evil. It felt lawful. John understood instantly that evil feared this being far more than the innocent did. The demon looked at him. "You're not dead," it said. John could not speak. The demon stepped closer. "Then why have the living opened what belongs after life?" John trembled. "I don't know." The demon's gaze deepened. Behind it, souls were being led through gates according to deeds, hungers, crimes, cruelties, ignorance, repentance, and the full mathematics of existence. The demon spoke again. "Tell them this: no world can violate the border of death without inviting judgment into life." Then everything shattered. John returned screaming. This time, one of the researchers looked afraid. Not all of them were monsters. Some had only been cowards long enough to assist monsters. Dr. Kareem was among them. He stood beside the machine, pale, sweating, staring at John as if he had finally understood that science had crossed from investigation into sacrilege. That night, while others left the ward, Dr. Kareem approached John's bed. He whispered, "What did you see?" John looked at him with bloodshot eyes. "Justice." The doctor flinched. "Where?" "Waiting for you." That sentence remained between them longer than any confession. For the first time, Dr. Kareem lowered his eyes. The next day, John overheard the truth. Two executives entered the observation chamber beyond his room. They spoke behind glass, believing the subjects too sedated to understand. But John was awake. Weak, yes. Broken, yes. But awake. They spoke of expansion, population trials, atmospheric dispersal, neural destabilization across dense urban zones. Hyderabad, as Phase 1. Other cities later. They wanted to test whether mass spiritual displacement could be triggered without killing the body immediately. They wanted to map souls in panic. They wanted to harvest data from millions suspended between life and death. They did not call it murder. They called it scale. Power always invents cleaner language for dirty things. John listened, and something inside him became stronger than fear. He had been kidnapped, tortured, separated from his body, shown death's roads, warned by a demon. And now he knew they were preparing to do to a city what they had done to him. A man can endure suffering for himself and remain afraid. But when he sees that same suffering being prepared for millions, fear becomes too small to contain duty. John decided to escape. He waited until the next procedure. He had learned the rhythm of the room. Which guard yawned? Which technician left first? Which door sealed slowly? Which camera angled badly near the storage bay? Dr. Kareem helped without fully admitting he was helping. A restraint was left slightly loose. A dosage was lowered. A door remained unlocked for 14 seconds longer than protocol allowed. Sometimes redemption begins as a small failure to obey evil. John tore one hand free during transfer. The alarm sounded. He struck one technician with the metal clip from his wrist restraint. Another guard lunged. John ran. His body was weak, but terror lent him strength. He staggered through corridors lit by emergency red. Behind glass walls, subjects lifted their heads. Some reached toward him. Some begged silently. Some watched him with the dead calm of those who no longer believed escape belonged to them. John wanted to save them all. That desire nearly destroyed him. But he knew if he stopped, no one outside would ever know. He ran. He found the records room, because he had seen it once while out of body. That was the strangest mercy of the experiment. The evil done to him had given him sight beyond walls. He entered, downloaded files, grabbed access logs,
Stole a drive. Names. Maps.
trials, communications, video evidence, funding channels. Then he heard footsteps. He fled into a service tunnel. The tunnel climbed toward the abandoned building above. Behind him, guards shouted. A bullet struck the wall near his head. Concrete exploded. He kept running. When he finally burst into night air, Hyderabad seemed impossibly beautiful. Even the smell of dust felt holy. Even the distant traffic sounded like music. To a man who has been buried alive beneath science, without mercy, the ordinary world becomes heaven for a moment. He stole a car from the outer compound. The gates smashed open. The chase began. The black SUV followed. The road became a final trial. John drove with one thought. Someone must know. He did not know Aditi. He did not know Ajay. He did not know that his death would become part of a chain crossing heaven, hell, earth, and the hidden architecture of souls. He only knew that the truth inside his pocket was heavier than his life. When the bullets came, he did not slow down. When the signal turned red, he did not stop. When the truck entered the intersection, he had less than a heartbeat to understand that death had arrived. In that heartbeat, John Harper did not think of America. He did not think of pain. He did not think of the laboratory. He thought of the woman screaming beyond the wall. The old woman calling her son. The child's shoe beneath the table. Then impact took him. But death did not silence him. Because before the police arrived, before the guards made their call, before the ambulance covered his body, something unseen stood beside John Harper on the road. His soul looked down at his broken form. For a moment, he grieved the body that had carried him through life. Then he saw the city, not as flesh sees it, as the soul sees. Hyderabad glowed with millions of small lights, lives, thoughts, fears, prayers, sins, kindnesses, hungers, hopes, memories. A whole city burning softly in the invisible realm. And beneath it, far below the earth, the laboratory shone like a wound. John understood then that he had not escaped to survive. He had escaped to deliver consequence. A voice behind him said, "Your part is not finished." John turned. Ajay stood there.
Small. Calm.
Already dead. Already waiting. And somewhere beyond them both, pathways opened. Chapter 6. The first sign of the pandemic. The first deaths arrived quietly. That was what made them terrifying. Not explosions. Not collapsing buildings. Not burning skies. Only silence entering homes one room at a time. Humanity had always imagined the end dramatically. People expected catastrophe to announce itself with spectacle. Armies crossing borders, meteors tearing through clouds, oceans rising against cities, fire descending from the heavens like divine anger made visible. But real devastation often begins softly. A cough ignored, a strange dream, a missed phone call, a mother who does not wake. A city that slowly realizes something invisible has entered it. Hyderabad did not yet understand it was becoming a graveyard. Morning spread across the city with ordinary beauty. Vendors opened tea stalls. Metro trains crossed the tracks above crowded roads. School buses carried sleepy children toward classrooms. Office towers reflected sunlight like monuments to progress. Temples rang bells into the air. Mosques carried prayer across neighborhoods. Restaurants prepared breakfast. Hospitals changed shifts. Lovers argued over messages. Politicians lied. Beggars waited near traffic signals. Construction workers climbed unfinished buildings toward another day of survival. Everything looked alive. That was the deception. Death had already entered. It simply had not announced where it was sitting. Inside Lily's bakery, the atmosphere carried a tension that no customer could fully understand. The ovens worked. Coffee steamed. Orders moved across the counter. Yet beneath every ordinary action, another reality pulsed invisibly. The drive Dr. Kareem had given them rested inside Aditi's bag like a hidden heartbeat.
Proof.
Or perhaps prophecy. The bakery staff tried to continue normally, but normalcy had become difficult after learning that beneath their city existed a laboratory attempting to separate the soul from the body. Every customer now looked fragile to Aditi. Not weak. Temporary. That was worse. To realize human beings are temporary changes the way one sees even the simplest moments. A man laughing into his phone. A woman feeding her child. Two friends sharing coffee. All of it becomes unbearably precious once mortality stops feeling theoretical. Anju noticed Aditi staring absent-mindedly through the bakery window. "You didn't sleep." It was not a question. Aditi shook her head slightly. "Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the roads again. The pathways." "Yes." Anju lowered her voice. "Do you think they are real?" Aditi answered slowly. "I think reality is larger than what we call real." The sentence lingered between them. Before Anju could respond, James hurried from the kitchen holding his phone. "You need to see this." Everyone gathered. On the screen was a news report. At first it seemed ordinary. Another local update buried beneath politics, celebrity gossip, advertisements, and weather forecasts. But the headline beneath the reporter carried words that instantly tightened the atmosphere inside the bakery. Unexplained deaths reported across Hyderabad. The reporter spoke calmly, but beneath her professional tone lived uncertainty. Authorities are investigating a growing number of unexplained overnight deaths occurring across several neighborhoods in Hyderabad. Victims appear to have died peacefully in their sleep, though doctors have not yet identified a definitive cause. Aditi felt cold spread through her arms. The vision. It had begun. The reporter continued speaking. No signs of struggle have been reported in most cases. Family members describe victims as healthy prior to death. Officials are urging the public not to panic while investigations continue. Sam whispered, "This cannot be coincidence." But coincidence had already left the room long ago. The television showed images from outside hospitals, ambulances, police barricades, confused families, doctors speaking through masks, a woman crying against a wall while two nurses tried to comfort her. Then came the sentence that silenced everyone completely. One victim was identified as a police officer connected to an ongoing accident investigation involving an unidentified foreign national. Aditi's breath stopped. John Harper, the officer who touched his blood. The silence inside her memory became heavier. Anju looked at her slowly. "You saw this?" Aditi nodded faintly. "Yes." Outside, customers continued entering the bakery unaware that the future had just stepped into the present. A child pointed excitedly toward cupcakes. A couple argued gently over what to order. A delivery driver laughed while answering a call. Humanity continued moving because humanity almost never recognizes the beginning of disaster while it is still small enough to fit inside headlines. But Aditi recognized it, because she had already walked through its aftermath. By afternoon, more reports emerged. 12 deaths became 31. 31 became 87. Doctors began noticing similarities between victims. No major organ failure. No visible trauma. No toxins. No identifiable pathogen behaving according to known biological patterns. It was as if the body had simply stopped, like a machine abandoned by its operator. At 3:17 p.m., Dr. Karim called. Aditi stepped outside the bakery to answer. His breathing sounded strained. "You saw the news?" "Yes." "It's accelerating faster than expected." Aditi leaned against the wall. "What exactly is happening to them?" Silence answered first. Then, "The soul is weakening inside the body." The words made the afternoon heat feel suddenly distant. What does that mean? The experiments destabilized the boundary between consciousness and physical form. Think of the body and soul as two frequencies held in balance. The laboratory disrupted that balance. Aditi's voice tightened. "So people are dying because their souls are leaving?" "Not fully." The answer frightened her more. "What do you mean not fully?" Dr. Karim exhaled slowly. "Some victims are becoming trapped between states." Aditi closed her eyes briefly.
Ajay.
Herself outside her body. The pathways. God. "No," Dr. Karim whispered bitterly. "This is mankind." Thunder rolled above the city. The clouds gathering over Hyderabad had grown darker throughout the day. The sunlight now carried strange dimness, as though evening had begun arriving too early. People noticed. Social media filled with rumors. Some claimed poison gas leaks. Others spoke of bioweapons. Religious groups declared divine punishment. Conspiracy channels erupted with theories. Doctors argued. Politicians reassured. Scientists demanded evidence. The city continued functioning while fear slowly spread beneath it like underground fire. Fear travels faster than disease because imagination infects before biology does. That evening, Aditi and Anju visited one of the affected neighborhoods. Police barricades blocked the street. Families gathered outside buildings speaking in frightened whispers. Ambulances stood waiting with engines running. The smell of rain lingered in the air even before the storm fully arrived. Aditi stepped carefully through the crowd. She saw faces she would never forget. A man staring blankly at nothing while neighbors held his shoulders. A young girl asking repeatedly why her mother would not wake up. An elderly woman praying beneath trembling hands. Death changes the atmosphere around buildings. Even before entering them, the soul recognizes something has departed. Gopal stood near one of the apartment entrances speaking with officers. When he saw Aditi, his expression darkened immediately. "You should not be here. I needed to see." Gopal lowered his voice. "This is becoming serious." "How many? In this neighborhood alone?" He paused. 14. Aditi's stomach tightened. "Any signs?" "None." His jaw clenched. "That's the problem. No struggle. No wounds. Most died in bed." Aditi looked toward the building entrance. "I saw this already." Gopal studied her carefully. "I'm beginning to believe that." Rain began falling softly then. The crowd shifted uneasily beneath umbrellas and balconies. One paramedic emerged from the building pushing a covered stretcher. The moment the grieving family saw it, the mother collapsed screaming. Aditi froze, because for one impossible second, she saw something beside the stretcher. A figure, transparent, confused, standing near its own covered body. A soul. The figure looked around desperately as relatives cried nearby, unable to see it. Then it vanished. Aditi stumbled backward. Anju caught her arm immediately. "What happened?" Aditi's voice barely emerged. "I saw him." "Who?" "The dead man." Lightning flashed across the sky. Thunder followed almost instantly. The storm had finally reached Hyderabad. People hurried beneath shelters as rain intensified. But Aditi no longer heard them clearly, because something else had entered the edges of her awareness. Whispers. Not spoken aloud. Faint. Distant. As though countless voices were trying to cross enormous distance all at once. She pressed her hands against her ears. The whispers remained. Not outside. Inside reality itself. Gopal noticed her distress. "What's wrong?" Aditi looked toward the darkening sky. "They're increasing." "Who?" She answered with visible fear. "The souls." The rain became violent. Sirens echoed through flooded streets. The city lights blurred beneath water and storm. And somewhere beneath Shamshabad, inside the underground laboratory, alarms had begun sounding across multiple levels. Researchers moved rapidly between screens. Numbers climbed. Neural activity charts surged. Consciousness fluctuation patterns expanded across digital maps of Hyderabad. The infection was no longer localizing. It was spreading. A man in a dark suit stood watching the monitors from an elevated platform above the central chamber. His name was Victor Hale, director of the facility, architect of the project. His face remained calm despite the chaos unfolding around him. One terrified researcher approached. "Sir, the separation wave is reaching critical escalation." Victor did not turn. "How many confirmed?" "Possibly hundreds already." The researcher hesitated. "And projections suggest exponential expansion if destabilization continues overnight." Victor finally spoke. "Good." The researcher stared at him. "Good." One word. One revelation. That was the moment the terrified young scientist understood the true horror of the laboratory. This was not an accident. The deaths were not failure. They were data. Victor Hale looked across the glowing city map displayed before him. Millions of neural signatures pulsed like stars. Human consciousness reduced into measurable architecture. "The world worshipped biology for centuries," Victor said quietly. "Now it will learn the soul itself can be engineered." The researcher whispered. "People are dying." Victor's expression never changed. Human progress has always demanded sacrifice. Outside, lightning split the sky above Hyderabad. For one brief instant, the city glowed white beneath the storm. And across thousands of homes, something unseen moved silently through sleeping minds, weakening the invisible bridge between flesh and spirit. Not disease alone. Not technology alone. Something worse. A wound between worlds. That night, Aditi could not sleep. The whispers continued, sometimes soft, sometimes overwhelming. She stood near her window, watching rain strike the city. Every flash of lightning illuminated Hyderabad like a dying civilization caught inside prophecy. Then her phone vibrated. Unknown number. She answered cautiously. At first only static, then breathing, then a voice.
Weak.
Terrified. Help us. Aditi's heart stopped. Who is this? The voice trembled violently. They're still alive underground. Aditi froze completely. The caller continued. The subjects, they never stopped the experiments. A distant scream echoed through the line. Not one scream. Many. Then the call disconnected. Aditi stared at the phone. The storm outside deepened. Far away, beneath Hyderabad, trapped somewhere in darkness beneath machines and concrete, human beings were still suffering between life and death. And across the city, the first invisible wave of the pandemic continued spreading silently through dreams, sleep, consciousness, and the fragile bridge binding the soul to the body. The apocalypse had not arrived through fire. It had arrived through separation. Because the most terrifying plague is not the one that destroys the body. It is the one that teaches the soul how easily it can leave. Chapter 7. The City That Forgot to Breathe. Night entered Hyderabad like a hand covering a mouth. By dawn, entire neighborhoods had stopped breathing. Not all at once. Not with a sound. Not with the mercy of warning. One apartment first. Then a floor. Then a building. Then a street. Death moved without footsteps, entering bedrooms, prayer rooms, hospital wards, servants' quarters, penthouses, hostels, police homes, old age homes, and rooms where children slept beneath cartoon blankets, trusting morning to return. Morning returned. They did not. Hyderabad woke into absence. Phones rang beside bodies that would never answer. Alarms cried into rooms where no hand rose to silence them. Milk boiled over on unattended stoves. Fans turned above still faces. School uniforms hung ready on chairs. Lunch boxes waited unopened. Motorbikes stood outside houses whose owners had already crossed beyond the reach of roads. The city did not scream immediately. At first, it searched. It called names. It shook shoulders. It poured water on faces. It dialed doctors. It prayed. Human beings do not accept death at first sight. The heart rejects finality. It bargains with stillness. It says, wake up, wake up, wake up, as if repetition itself can drag the soul back into the flesh. But the bodies remained silent. And slowly the city understood. By 7 in the morning, the emergency lines were drowning. By 8, hospitals had no language left. By 9, police stations stopped calling the reports unusual. By 10, the word disaster began to sound too small. Aditi stood outside Lily's bakery with Anju, Sam, Vivek, and James, watching ambulances pass one after another through the wet streets. The storm of the previous night had washed Hyderabad clean, but the morning did not look purified. It looked abandoned by mercy. Rainwater still clung to the roads. The sky was pale. The air felt breathless. The bakery remained closed, not because they had decided not to open, but because business suddenly felt like an insult to grief. Across the street, a man sat on the curb with his phone in his hand, staring at nothing. His wife and mother had both died before sunrise. He had gone out to buy milk and returned to a house where silence had already performed its work. No monster had entered. No wound had marked them. They had simply stopped belonging to the living. Aditi watched him and felt something inside her breaking in layers. Every death she saw now felt connected to the laboratory. Every covered stretcher felt connected to John Harper. Every unanswered phone felt connected to Ajay. Every silent apartment felt connected to the pathways beyond death, widening, widening, widening like roads preparing for a procession too large for worlds. Anju stood beside her, pale and sleepless. How many? She whispered. Aditi did not answer. No number would be true for long. That was the horror of it. Numbers were already dying before they could be counted. Inside the bakery, the television played continuously. News anchors spoke with controlled panic. Maps appeared. Red zones expanded. Officials urged calm. Doctors requested cooperation. Religious leaders asked people to pray. Scientists said more information was needed. Politicians promised investigation. Social media turned fear into wildfire. But no one had the sentence Aditi carried inside her. The city was not only infected, the city was being separated. The soul was loosening from the body. The invisible bridge was burning. At 10:43 a.m., Gopal arrived. He looked as if the night had aged him by years. His uniform was wet at the shoulders. His eyes were bloodshot. His jaw carried the tightness of a man holding himself together by duty alone. Aditi met him near the entrance. "You need to come," he said. "Where?" He looked down the road toward the north. Kakapali. Anju stepped forward. "What happened there?" Gopal's voice lowered. 3 apartment blocks. Almost everyone inside. The words did not enter the air. They fell. Sam covered his mouth. James closed his eyes. Vivek whispered something like a prayer, though no god was named. Aditi felt her vision narrow. "Alive?" she asked, though she already knew. Gopal shook his head. "Most dead. Some unresponsive. A few awake and terrified. They say they heard voices in their sleep." Aditi's blood turned cold. "What kind of voices?" Gopal looked at her. "They said someone was calling them to walk." No one spoke after that. They drove through a city losing its shape. Traffic had become chaos. Ambulances fought through intersections. Police barricades appeared without warning. People gathered outside homes, hospitals, clinics, temples, pharmacies. Some wore masks. Some carried bags. Some shouted into phones. Some walked barefoot in shock. Fear had entered every class of society equally. That is one of the few democratic powers death still possesses. It knocks on rich doors and poor doors with the same hand. Kakapali looked like a place after a war no one had heard. The apartment complex rose in 3 pale towers, streaked with rain, surrounded by police tape, ambulances, media vans, crying relatives, and officers trying to control a grief too large for barricades. Aditi stepped out of the vehicle and immediately felt it. A pressure. A coldness. Not in the air. In the unseen layer beneath the air. The place felt crowded, but not only by the living. She looked upward. For one impossible instant, she saw figures standing on balconies beside their own bodies inside rooms. Transparent.
Confused.
Some weeping. Some calling out to relatives who could not hear them. Some staring at the sky as if waiting for instructions. Then the vision flickered away. Aditi grabbed the side of the car to steady herself. Anju caught her arm. "You saw them?" Aditi nodded faintly. "They haven't crossed." Gopal heard her and turned sharply. "What does that mean?" Aditi looked at the towers. "They are stuck." The words seemed to chill even the officers nearby. Gopal led them inside the first building. The lobby smelled of disinfectant, rainwater, and fear. An elevator stood open, but no one used it. They climbed the stairs. On the 3rd floor, Aditi saw a family standing outside a flat while paramedics worked inside. A young boy, perhaps 13, sat against the wall, shaking uncontrollably. He was alive. Aditi knelt before him. "What happened?" she asked gently. The boy stared at her with wide, ruined eyes. "They all stood up," he whispered. Aditi's chest tightened.
Who?
"My mother. My father. My sister." His lips trembled. They were sleeping. But then, I saw them standing beside the bed. Anju inhaled sharply. The boy began crying harder. Their bodies were still there, but they were standing. They looked scared. They kept saying they could hear a road. Aditi felt the world go quiet around his words. "A road." "What road?" she asked. The boy shook his head desperately. "I don't know. They said someone was calling from a road. Then they faded. I tried to wake them. I tried. His voice broke. They didn't come back. Aditi closed her eyes for 1 second. The pathways were not waiting after death anymore. They were reaching into sleep. The city was becoming a doorway. Gopal stood behind her, silent. A man trained to believe in evidence now stood inside a mystery evidence could not yet hold. They moved floor by floor. Some rooms were peaceful. That made them worse. A grandmother with prayer beads wrapped around her fingers. Two brothers asleep side by side, one hand still holding a phone. A young couple lying as though exhausted from love and life. An old man in a chair facing the window, eyes closed, television still playing before him. No blood. No violence. No visible plague. Only departure. Every room taught Aditi the same truth. The body can remain beautiful after the soul has gone, but the room knows. Rooms know when life has left them. On the 7th floor, they found something different. A woman was alive, but barely. She sat upright on the bed, staring at the ceiling. Doctors could not get her to respond. Her pulse was weak. Her eyes were open, yet she did not seem to see the room. Aditi stepped closer. The woman's lips moved. Aditi leaned in. "What is she saying?" Gopal asked. Aditi listened. The woman whispered again. "They are counting us." Aditi froze. The woman's eyes suddenly shifted toward her. For one terrifying second, recognition entered them. Then she spoke in a voice that did not sound entirely like her own. "Beneath the city, they opened the wound." The lights flickered. Everyone in the room went still. The woman continued. "The road is hungry now." Then her body collapsed backward onto the bed. The monitor screamed. Doctors rushed forward. Aditi stumbled back, shaking. Gopal grabbed her shoulder. What did that mean? Aditi could barely speak. "It means the laboratory is not only causing deaths anymore." She looked toward the window, toward Hyderabad stretching beyond the rain-washed glass. "It means something beyond death has noticed us." Outside, thunder rolled though the sky had begun clearing. By evening, the government announced emergency containment zones. Several neighborhoods were sealed. People were told to remain indoors. Public gatherings were suspended. Hospitals overflowed. Rumors of mass deaths spread faster than official statements could deny them. And still, the laboratory beneath Shamshabad continued measuring. Victor Hale stood before a wall of screens, watching the city respond. Colored pulses moved across Hyderabad's map. Each pulse represented a consciousness fluctuation. Each red zone represented partial separation. Each black zone represented confirmed death. A scientist beside him whispered, "Sir, entire clusters are collapsing." Victor's eyes remained fixed on the map. "Not collapsing," he said. "Opening." The scientist looked horrified. "We cannot control this." Victor smiled faintly. "Control is the illusion of small minds. Discovery belongs to those willing to stand where control ends." On another screen, a live feed showed unconscious subjects in the underground chambers. Their bodies trembled beneath restraints. Above them, faint distortions shimmered in the air, like heat over desert roads. Something invisible moved among them. Not human, not fully present, but closer than before. One researcher whispered, "What is that?" Victor did not answer, because for the first time, even he was not certain whether he was observing the experiment, or whether the experiment was observing him. That night, Aditi returned home under a curfew sky. Police vehicles moved through the streets announcing warnings through loudspeakers. Shops closed early. Families locked doors. Apartment windows glowed with sleepless fear. Hyderabad, once restless, noisy, overflowing with movement, had begun learning how to become silent. Not the silence of peace. The silence of held breath. Aditi stood in her bedroom and looked at her body in the mirror.
Alive. For now.
She touched her chest. The heartbeat was there. But beneath it, faintly, she felt something else. A pull. Distant.
Soft.
Like a road calling from somewhere behind sleep. She stepped back in fear. Then came the whisper. Not from the room. Not from outside. From inside the invisible border between her body and her soul. Aditi. She turned sharply. No one stood there. Then the voice came again.
Aditi.
This time she knew it.
Ajay.
She closed her eyes. When she opened them, the room was darker than before. In the reflection of the mirror, behind her, stood the boy.
Calm. Pale.
Sorrowful. "The city has begun to forget how to breathe," he said. Aditi turned. Ajay. His eyes carried the weight of places no child should have known. "The first neighborhoods have fallen," he said. "More will follow. The pathways are overflowing. If the wound beneath Hyderabad is not closed, the living will enter death before death comes for them." Aditi's voice trembled. "How do we stop it?" Ajay looked toward the window, toward the distant direction of Shamshabad. "By going beneath the city." Aditi felt dread rise inside her. "To the laboratory?" "Yes." Lightning flickered far away beyond the skyline. Ajay's voice lowered. "But you must understand something before you go." "What?" The boy looked at her with ancient sadness. John Harper escaped the laboratory. A pause. Others did not. The room became very still. "They are still there?" Aditi whispered. Ajay nodded. "Bodies below. Souls above. Screams between." Aditi closed her eyes as pain crossed her face. Outside, Hyderabad held its breath beneath the night. Inside, destiny became heavier than fear. And somewhere under the earth, beneath the roads of the living, beneath the sleeping neighborhoods, beneath the city that had begun to forget how to breathe, a door no human should have opened widened in the dark. Chapter 8. The Child Who Knew Heaven. Ajay stood in Aditi's room like a small shadow carrying the weight of eternity. He looked no older than a boy who should have been asleep beneath a mother's roof, worrying about school, homework, games, and whether the morning would bring breakfast warm enough to comfort the body. But his eyes no longer belonged to childhood alone. They had seen roads no living map could hold. They had seen gates that did not open by iron, but by judgment. They had seen heaven not as a story told to comfort the dying, but as a living architecture beyond the reach of earth's religions, larger than doctrine, older than fear, deeper than prayer. Aditi stared at him, her heart still trembling from his last words. Bodies below. Souls above. Screams between. Outside her window, Hyderabad lay under curfew. The city lights burned weakly through the night, scattered across buildings like tired stars trapped close to the ground. Sirens moved in the distance. Police announcements echoed through empty roads. Somewhere, a dog barked once and then fell silent, as if even animals understood that the air had become dangerous. Aditi whispered, "You said we have to go beneath the city." Ajay nodded. "To the laboratory?" "Yes." "And before that, you said I must understand something." Ajay looked toward the mirror. In the glass, Aditi saw only herself. Ajay cast no reflection. That absence disturbed her more than his presence. "What must I understand?" she asked. Ajay's face grew solemn. "You must know what heaven is before you enter a place that has insulted it." The room changed around the sentence. Not visibly, spiritually, as if some unseen witness had leaned closer. Aditi sat slowly on the edge of the bed. Her body felt weak, but her soul felt awake in a way it had never been before. "I thought heaven was where good people go after death," she said. Ajay looked at her with gentle sadness. "That is what people say when they do not know how large heaven is." Aditi said nothing. Ajay walked toward the window and looked out at the wounded city. "Heaven is not only a reward," he said. "Heaven is a continuation of what the soul becomes when it is no longer trapped inside fear." His voice was quiet, but every word seemed to arrive from a great distance. There are heavens for souls who loved. Heavens for souls who suffered without becoming cruel. Heavens for children. Heavens for animals. Heavens for worlds that never knew earth. Heavens for beings made of light, water, thought, music, fire, memory, and forms mankind has no words to name. Aditi felt the room widen in her imagination. Ajay continued. "There are heavens where rivers remember every kindness ever done beside them. Heavens where trees grow from forgiven grief. Heavens where the wounded rest until pain becomes wisdom. Heavens where lost families find one another without age, illness, or fear. Heavens where creatures once hunted by mankind walk without terror beneath skies made from peace." Aditi's eyes filled slowly.
She did not know why.
Perhaps because beauty, when spoken truthfully, can wound the heart as deeply as sorrow. Ajay turned from the window. "But heaven is not one place. It is countless. More than countless. If all the stars and all the skies became doors, they would still not equal the number of heavens. Aditi whispered, "Quadrillions?" Ajay nodded. "Quadrillions are still only a beginning." The word beginning felt impossible in that context. Aditi thought of human beings fighting over land, names, power, religion, money, and temporary borders, while existence carried quadrillions of heavens beyond their arguments. She said softly, "Then why does anyone harm anyone?" Ajay's answer came, without hesitation. Because ignorance is the oldest poverty. The lines settled into her. Ajay continued. Most souls do not understand the size of what they are risking. They trade eternity for appetite. They trade peace for power. They trade innocence for pride. They wound others because they think the wound ends where their eyes stop seeing it. He looked down. But nothing ends where the eyes stop seeing. Outside, thunder murmured far away. Aditi folded her hands together. "You speak as if you have been there." "I have." The answer was simple. Too simple. Aditi stared at him. "You went to heaven?" Ajay nodded. "For a little while." Her voice softened. "What was it like?" For the first time, Ajay looked like a child again. Not because he became innocent, because the memory made him homesick. "Heaven does not begin with sight," he said. "It begins with relief." Aditi's breath caught. "When I first crossed the gate, I did not see golden streets first. I did not hear angels first. I did not understand anything first. I only felt the fear leave me." His voice grew quieter. "The fear I carried since death. The fear of being alone. The fear of darkness. The fear that I would never see my mother again. The fear that I had been forgotten." He looked at Aditi. "In heaven, the soul remembers it was never created to live afraid." Aditi lowered her eyes. That sentence entered her deeply. Ajay continued. "I stood before a gate taller than mountains. It was not made only of gold. It was made of welcome. The light around it did not blind. It understood. The clouds beneath it were not clouds like Earth's clouds. They were soft foundations of another law. Every step felt like being forgiven for every fear I never chose." Aditi listened without moving. At the gate, there was a woman. Ajay said, "Sarah." Aditi looked up. She was an angel? Yes, but not as humans imagine. She had no wings at first because she did not need them to be angelic. Wings are not proof of heaven. Compassion is. Aditi felt a small, sad smile touch her lips. "What did she say?" "She called me by name." Ajay's eyes grew distant. "That is the first mercy of heaven. It knows your name before you explain yourself." For a long moment, neither of them spoke. Then Ajay's expression changed again, becoming grave. "But I was not allowed to stay." Aditi's heart tightened. "Why?" "Because my journey was not complete." "Who told you that?" "Sarah." Ajay looked toward the door, as if remembering another doorway beyond it. "She said some souls are brought to heaven only to remember what must be protected. If I had not seen heaven, I would not understand the full crime of what is happening under Hyderabad." Aditi frowned. "The laboratory?" Ajay nodded. "They are not only killing bodies. They are damaging passages. They are tearing souls loose before their appointed crossing. They are forcing the living to touch the afterlife without preparation, without protection, without judgment, without mercy." His voice became stronger. "That is forbidden." The words seemed to strike the walls. Forbidden. Aditi felt its weight. Not a human law. Not religious command. Something older. "What happens if they continue?" she asked. Ajay looked directly into her eyes. "The pathways will overflow." The room went cold. Souls will lose direction. Some will fall into wrong gates. Some will be trapped near their bodies. Some will be taken by beings who wait for disorder. Some will become wandering hunger. Some will be reborn before judgment. Some will carry death back into life. Aditi's stomach tightened. Carry death back into life? Ajay nodded slowly. When the border between worlds breaks, consequences cross without order. He paused. Hell is terrible, but hell with order is still justice. Disorder beyond death becomes something worse. Aditi whispered. Worse than hell? Yes. What is worse than hell? AJ's face became still. A place where justice cannot find a soul. The answer terrified her more than fire ever could. Because fire was understandable. Lost justice was not. Aditi rose from the bed and walked slowly across the room. Her mind felt overwhelmed, yet a part of her was beginning to understand the shape of the catastrophe. The laboratory was not only a place of crime. It was a wound in the moral universe. It was an illegal gate, a forced doorway, a violation not merely of science, but of existence. Why me? She asked. Ajay did not answer immediately. Aditi turned toward him. You said being spoke my name. You said I am part of this. But I am not a saint. I am not powerful. I run a bakery. AJ's gaze softened. Do you think heaven only chooses kings? Aditi had no answer. Greatness often hides inside ordinary life, he said. Because ordinary life is where compassion is tested without applause. Aditi looked away. I am afraid. I know. I don't want to go underground. I know. I don't know if I can save anyone. Ajay stepped closer. No soul is asked to save everything before taking the first step. Aditi's eyes filled again. He looked so young. And yet, he was the one comforting her. Ajay, she asked softly, did you see your family in heaven? Pain moved across his face.
No.
Aditi regretted the question immediately. I'm sorry. My mother and father are still alive, he said. For now. For now. Ajay looked toward the window. My death has already touched their house. Strange signs have begun around them. Fire where fire should not rise. Pictures falling. Dreams repeating. My mother feels something is wrong, but she does not know I am near. His voice trembled for the first time. My father thinks he can protect us from hell because he loves us.
Aditi heard the child inside the messenger then.
The boy beneath the knowledge. The son beneath the prophecy. He is a police officer? She asked. Ajay nodded. Shankar. Aditi went still. Shankar? Yes. Which station? Ajay closed his eyes, as if searching through memory. I do not know the station name clearly. I remember his uniform, his bike, his lunchbox, his hand on my head before school. His voice broke slightly. I remember being angry that he did not believe me. Aditi took a step toward him. Ajay. He said dreams are only dreams, Ajay whispered. But some dreams are messengers wearing the clothes of sleep. The room filled with sadness. Then Ajay straightened, forcing the grief back into the hidden chamber where children place pain when destiny gives them no time to cry. There is more you must know. Aditi wiped her eyes. What? Ajay lifted his hand. The air before him shimmered. At first it was only a distortion, like heat rising from a road. Then shapes appeared, faint, luminous, unstable. Aditi saw a gate of gold opening within clouds. Then another gate of red fire beneath a dark sky. Then a road made of white stone crossing stars. Then countless doors suspended in endless space. Then a place where souls stood in lines beyond number. Then a great chamber of light where beings wrote in books that seemed larger than planets. Aditi stepped back, breathless. What is that? Fragments, Ajay said. Memories I was allowed to keep.
The vision changed.
Now she saw Earth from above. Hyderabad glowed below like a living organism. Beneath it, a black wound pulsed. From that wound, thin cracks spread outward through unseen layers of reality. Toward homes. Toward hospitals. Toward sleeping minds.
Toward the dead.
Toward the not yet dead. Aditi covered her mouth. The laboratory. Yes. The vision darkened further. Now she saw souls rising from bodies across neighborhoods, confused and frightened, while the pathways beyond them twisted under pressure. Some gates flickered. Some roads bent. Some souls drifted without direction. And far beyond the disorder, something vast stirred. Not God.
Not demon.
Not angel. Something older than any name she knew. Aditi felt its presence through the vision and nearly collapsed. Ajay lowered his hand. The images vanished. Aditi gasped for breath. What was that? AJ's answer was barely audible. One of the watchers beyond the pathways. Aditi stared at him. Watcher. There are beings who do not rule heaven or hell, but observe the balance between realms. If the wound grows, they will come closer. And if they come? Ajay looked at her with fear he could not hide. Then Earth will no longer belong only to the living. The silence that followed was enormous. Aditi understood then that AJ's knowledge was not complete. It was broken, fragmentary, forbidden, given to him like pieces of a map torn from the edge of eternity. He knew enough to guide her, not enough to save her from fear. Perhaps that was why heaven had chosen him. A child would not misuse knowledge the way powerful men did. A child who had seen heaven could still grieve, could still love, could still be afraid, could still remember his mother. Aditi walked to the window and looked over Hyderabad. Somewhere in the darkness, people were dying without wounds. Somewhere beneath the earth, bodies were strapped to machines. Somewhere beyond death, roads were filling. Somewhere in heaven, angels were watching. Somewhere in hell, justice waited. And beside her stood a dead child who knew fragments of forbidden knowledge and still carried the heart of a son. Aditi turned back to him. What do we do now? AJ's face became calm again. At sunrise, gather the ones you trust. The bakery team?
Yes.
And the police officer Gopal. And Dr. Kareem. And then, Ajay looked toward the floor, as if he could see through earth, stone, tunnels, steel, and sin. Then we find the entrance beneath Shamshabad. Aditi felt fear rise. But beneath it, something else had begun. Resolve. Not the absence of terror. The decision that terror would not be obeyed. Ajay watched her closely. Are you ready? Aditi looked at him, then toward the city.
No, she said.
Then, after a breath. But I will go. Ajay nodded. That is how most true courage begins. Outside, Hyderabad remained wounded beneath the night. Inside, the dead child and the living woman stood together at the edge of a secret older than nations. And far beyond the visible sky, in heavens too many to count, somewhere among gates, clouds, golden halls, and roads of light, Aditi's name was spoken again, softly, solemnly, as if eternity itself had begun waiting for her answer. Chapter 9. The Dream That Was Not a Dream. Aditi did not sleep. She entered another kind of waking. Her body lay upon the bed, but her mind remained at the border of many worlds, listening. Hyderabad breathed weakly beyond her window. Sirens moved through the distance like wounded birds. Somewhere, police vehicles announced curfew warnings into empty roads. Somewhere, families prayed over bodies that had not yet been taken away. Somewhere beneath Shamshabad, machines continued working against the dignity of the soul. And somewhere beyond all this, time had begun to tear. Aditi felt it before she understood it. A pressure behind the eyes. A trembling beneath memory. A strange doubling of the world, as if the present had become uncertain of itself and several futures were pressing against it from different directions. At first, she thought exhaustion had finally broken her mind. Then the room changed. Not completely. That was what frightened her. The room remained her room, but another version of it appeared inside it. Faint, transparent, misaligned. The walls overlapped with walls from another time. The curtains fluttered though the window was closed. The clock showed 11:42 p.m., then 3:10 a.m., then June 30th, then May 31st, then no date at all. Aditi sat up. Her heart hammered. On her desk, the water bottle flickered between full, empty, fallen, and not there. The mirror showed her standing, sleeping, crying, and absent all at once. Reality had become a broken scripture, every line written over another line before the first had finished. No, she whispered. The lights failed. Darkness entered. Then the city outside vanished. For one breath, Hyderabad was alive. For another, it was silent and empty. For another, it burned beneath storm clouds. For another, it stood in ruins beneath a sky filled with black gates. Aditi staggered toward the window. Below her, the road changed again and again. Traffic. No traffic. Ambulances. Bodies.
Rain, dust, ash.
Children running. No children. Soldiers. Priests.
Ghosts.
Time was not moving forward. It was collapsing inward. The dream had returned. But now Aditi understood the terrible truth. It had never been a dream. It had been a future trying to warn the present before the present became too late. Behind her, a voice spoke. You see it now. Aditi turned. Ajay stood near the doorway. But he was not alone. Behind him were other versions of himself. One living, wearing a school uniform, carrying a bag, looking confused and frightened. One dead, pale and calm, the Ajay she knew. One older, impossible, perhaps from a future that should not exist, his eyes filled with grief beyond childhood. One fading, as if a timeline had erased him before he could finish becoming real. Aditi backed away. What is happening? Ajay looked at her with sorrow. The wound beneath the city is not only separating souls from bodies anymore. His voice seemed to echo from all his versions at once. It is separating time from itself. The room trembled. Aditi felt the words move through her bones. How can time separate? Ajay stepped forward. Time is not one road everywhere. It is many roads held together by consequence. Every choice builds a path. Every death closes one. Every mercy opens another. Every crime damages more futures than the criminal can see. The older Ajay behind him whispered at the same time. When the laboratory forced souls out of their bodies, it did not touch only death. It touched possibility. Aditi's breath came faster. The living Ajay looked around in terror, as if seeing Aditi for the first time. Am I dreaming? He asked. The dead Ajay looked at him gently.
No.
The answer broke Aditi's heart, because she suddenly understood. Even Ajay's own life had become divided between what happened, what could happen, what should happen, and what was being dragged together by the wound. Aditi whispered, Your timelines? Ajay nodded. They are crossing. The room shifted again. Suddenly Aditi stood in Lily's bakery. Not physically, not fully, but with the terrible clarity of vision. The bakery was empty, then full, then closed, then transformed. She saw cakes in glass cases, then vegan breads arranged beneath signs declaring compassion, then shattered windows, then flowers placed outside the door, as if mourning those within. Then thousands gathered outside chanting her name. Then no bakery at all, only ashes and rain. She saw Anju laughing, Anju crying, Anju covered in blood, Anju old,
Anju dead.
Anju standing beside Aditi in a heaven of white clouds. Aditi cried out and reached forward. The vision broke. She was back in her room. Ajay watched her. This is what collapse looks like from inside the soul, he said. Aditi shook her head, tears rising. No one can live like this. No world can live like this. The walls darkened, then opened, not like doors. Like reality, had become thin enough for other moments to bleed through. Aditi saw Hyderabad from above. The city split into countless versions. In one, the pandemic was stopped. In one, half the city died. In one, the laboratory exploded and released something worse. In one, the world entered lockdown. In one, heaven opened gates above the earth. In one, hell rose through the roads. In one, mankind survived but forgot the lesson. In one, mankind learned and changed. In one, earth became silent forever. Aditi pressed her hands over her ears, but the visions were not sounds. They were truths trying to occupy the same moment. I can't hold this, she whispered. Ajay's voice softened. You are not meant to hold it all. You are meant to understand enough. Enough for what? To choose. The words seemed to stop everything. For one instant, all visions paused. All timelines waited. Aditi looked at him. What choice? Ajay's face became grave. When we go beneath the city, there will be more than one way to stop the laboratory. Some paths save the living but trap the dead. Some free the dead but kill the living. Some destroy the wound but open another. Some preserve Earth but condemned the subject still inside. Aditi felt horror rise inside her. And one path. Ajay was silent. She stepped closer. Is there one path that saves both? His eyes lowered. There may be. Tell me. I cannot see it fully.
Why?
Because it depends on you. The room became unbearably still. Aditi stared at him, feeling the full cruelty of destiny. Human beings often pray to be chosen because they imagine chosen means honored. They do not understand that to be chosen is often to be placed where every possible future can accuse you. Aditi turned away. I never asked for this. No true guardian asks to be given the wound of the world. I am not a guardian. Ajay looked at her with quiet certainty. Then why are the timelines showing themselves to you? She had no answer. The room shifted again. This time, she saw John Harper. He stood on the road where he had died. But not alone. Several versions of him stood there too. John escaping. John captured. John dying. John surviving. John speaking at a press conference. John screaming on a laboratory table. John standing as a soul beside his broken body. John placing a blood-covered drive into someone's hand. John vanishing into a gate. All of them looked toward Aditi. Then one John spoke. Not with his mouth. With the memory of his death. Do not let them become numbers. Aditi wept silently. The vision changed. Now she saw Dr. Karim. In one timeline, he exposed the truth and died. In one, he stayed silent and lived but went mad. In one, he returned to the laboratory to save the subjects. In one, Victor Hale killed him before dawn. In one, he became the man who closed the wound. In one, he became the man who opened another. Then Victor Hale appeared. Not as a vision of one man. As a fixed point. In every timeline, he stood near the wound.
Calm.
Watching. Smiling. Aditi felt a deep spiritual revulsion. Why does he remain? She whispered. AJ's voice darkened. Some souls become anchors for catastrophe. Victor's face shifted through ages. Scientist, tyrant, philosopher, murderer, prophet of arrogance, child wounded by mortality, man who hated death so much he became its servant. Ajay continued. He believes he is conquering death. Aditi stared at Victor's image. He is spreading it. Yes. Does he know? AJ's eyes hardened. He knows enough to be guilty. The visions collapsed. Aditi fell to her knees in her own room. The floor felt solid again.
Too solid.
Ajay knelt before her. Aditi. She looked at him through tears. I don't know what is real anymore. Ajay spoke gently. That is because reality is no longer alone. She laughed once, broken and bitter. That is not comforting. No, he said. Truth is not always comfort. Sometimes truth is the knife that cuts illusion away before illusion kills us. Aditi breathed slowly. The room stabilized. The clock returned to one time. The mirror showed only her. The water bottle remained where it was. The city outside was again only one city, but Aditi could no longer believe it was simple. She understood now. Her first experience, the silent city, the missing month, John's wave, her soul outside her body, had not been a nightmare. It was one future, one collapsing possibility, a timeline bleeding backward through the wound so the present could recognize danger. The dream was not a dream. It was tomorrow arriving early in the language of terror. Aditi stood slowly. Her fear had not left her, but something else had entered beside it.
Clarity.
She looked at Ajay. We have to tell the others. Yes. When?
Now.
Aditi picked up her phone. Before she could dial, it rang. Anju. Aditi answered. For a moment, only breathing came through. Then Anju spoke in a shaking voice. Aditi. What happened? I saw you. Aditi froze. What? I was awake. I was in my room. Then suddenly I was in the bakery, but it was destroyed. Then it was full of people. Then I saw you standing under a sky with gates in it. Aditi closed her eyes. The collapse was spreading. Anju's voice broke. That was not a dream, was it? Aditi looked at Ajay. No, she said softly. On the other end, Anju began to cry. What is happening to us? Aditi looked out over Hyderabad. The city lights flickered across the wounded night. Time is warning us, she said. A long silence followed. Then Anju whispered, What do we do? Aditi's voice became steadier than she felt. We gather everyone.
Gopal.
Dr. Karim. The bakery team. At sunrise we go toward Shamshabad. And after that? Aditi stared into the darkness, where the future waited. After that, we choose which tomorrow survives. She ended the call. Ajay stood beside her. For once, he looked almost hopeful. Outside, the night deepened. Inside, Aditi understood that the universe had not given her certainty. It had given her responsibility. And responsibility, once seen clearly, is heavier than prophecy. Far beneath Hyderabad, the laboratory continued its forbidden work. Far above the world, unseen gates trembled. And between them stood Aditi Rao, one living woman, carrying the memory of a dream that was not a dream, while timelines collapsed like wounded rivers searching for the one path that might still reach dawn.
Chapter 10.
The gates open again. Dawn did not arrive peacefully. It came pale and wounded over Hyderabad, spreading light across a city that no longer trusted morning. The streets were emptier than they should have been. Shops opened late, if they opened at all. Apartment windows stayed shut. The usual rush of scooters, buses, school children, office workers, vendors, horns, quarrels, and bargaining voices had weakened into scattered movement. Hyderabad had not become silent yet, but silence had entered it like a prophecy rehearsing its final form. Aditi stood outside Lily's bakery before sunrise. The shutters were down. The signboard above the entrance caught the early light. For years, this place had meant bread, sweetness, coffee, laughter, work, friendship, and ordinary human hunger. Now it had become a gathering point before descent, a small sanctuary at the edge of an unseen war. Anju arrived first. Then Sam. Then Vivek. Then James. Each of them carried a bag, not because they knew what to pack for a journey beneath the city, but because human beings carry things when they are afraid. Water bottles, flashlights,
Phones. Cloth.
first aid, prayer threads, notebooks, small knives, things that could not defeat cosmic disaster, yet made courage feel less naked. Dr. Karim came next. He looked exhausted, his face pale beneath the gray morning. His hands trembled slightly, and Aditi could not tell whether it was fear, guilt, age, or the weight of finally returning toward the place his conscience had fled. Gopal arrived last in a police vehicle. He was not in full command of the law today. He was in command of a choice. Behind his eyes lived the understanding that if this mission failed, paperwork would not matter, ranks would not matter, evidence would not matter, and perhaps even survival would not matter.
He looked at Aditi.
Are you certain about Shamshabad? Aditi nodded.
No.
Gopal frowned. She continued, I am not certain in the way police need certainty. I am certain in the way the soul knows fire before seeing flame. No one mocked her. Not anymore. The city had lost too many people for disbelief to remain comfortable. Ajay stood beside the bakery door. Only Aditi could see him clearly. Yet the others seemed to feel him. Their eyes passed near him and hesitated, as if some invisible presence pressed against their awareness. The boy looked toward the east. The gates will open again today. Aditi's breath tightened. Where? Ajay looked at her. Everywhere the wound has reached. The words chilled her more than the morning air. Before Aditi could speak, thunder rolled across a cloudless sky. Everyone looked upward. There were no storm clouds, only pale dawn. Yet thunder continued, low and immense, not above them but beneath them, as if the earth itself had become hollow and something inside it was turning in its sleep. Then the first scream came. It echoed from an apartment block across the street. A woman's voice. Then another scream farther away. Then horns. Then shouting. Then silence again. Aditi turned toward the road. A man had collapsed near a tea stall. Not violently. Not with convulsion. He had simply stopped walking and fallen to his knees. His body remained upright for a moment, head bowed, hands hanging loosely at his sides. Then his eyes opened wide. And above him, faint as breath on glass, another shape rose. Himself. His soul. The soul looked terrified. It stared at its own body still kneeling on the ground. Then the air behind it split. A line of red light opened vertically, thin at first, then widening like a knife forced open by invisible hands. A gate appeared. Not large. Not complete. A torn doorway. Its edges burned crimson and black. Beyond it, Aditi glimpsed a road descending through smoke-colored clouds. The soul screamed without sound. The body below gasped once. Then the gate vanished. The soul vanished with it. The body fell forward onto the road.
Dead.
Anju covered her mouth. Though she could not see everything Aditi saw, she saw enough. What was that? Aditi whispered. The pathways. AJ's face had gone still. No, he said quietly. That was not a proper crossing. Dr. Karim staggered backward. It has begun in waking bodies. Gopal rushed toward the fallen man, but Aditi knew before he reached him. No pulse. No breath. No return. Then, across Hyderabad, invisible doors began opening. Not everywhere at once, but everywhere enough. In bedrooms, souls rose before bodies fully died. In hospital wards, monitors screamed as gates flickered over beds. On roads, drivers lost consciousness at signals while their spirits stood bewildered beside vehicles. In temples, people collapsed mid-prayer. In mosques, men fell silently after bowing. In churches, candles trembled though no wind entered. In markets, a woman holding vegetables suddenly saw her dead husband standing behind a gate of white light, calling her name. In a school corridor, a child saw 3 versions of himself walking toward 3 different doors. In an old-age home, several residents smiled peacefully as golden light opened above them, while others screamed at crimson gates forming near the floor. The city was no longer merely dying. The city was becoming a crossing ground. Heaven, hell, unfinished roads, wrong gates, broken passages, wandering thresholds, all began appearing through the cracks made by the laboratory beneath Shamshabad. Hyderabad had become a map of the afterlife drawn over a living city. Aditi saw fragments everywhere. Not with her eyes alone. With the part of her that had already left her body once and returned carrying recognition. She saw a white arch forming over a hospital roof, then shattering. She saw small dark gates appearing near drains, alleys, corners, rooms where cruelty had lived hidden. She saw animals staring at empty air, trembling. She saw crows refusing to land. She saw light gathering above some homes and smoke gathering beneath others. She saw souls pulled upward, souls pulled downward, souls wandering, souls resisting, souls reaching back toward children, parents, lovers, unfinished words, unpaid debts, unconfessed crimes, unspoken forgiveness. And above it all, she heard the roads. Not one road, many.
Calling.
Groaning. Overcrowded. Unstable. Ajay grabbed her wrist, though his hand was cold as moonlight. Do not listen too deeply. Aditi looked at him.
Why?
Because the roads are looking for those who can hear them. Aditi pulled herself back from the sound. Her breathing came fast. Gopal returned from the fallen man, face grim. He's dead. No one needed confirmation. Dr. Karim looked toward the road, leading out of the city. We must move now. If waking separations continue, the casualty rate will become uncontrollable within hours. Sam whispered. Hours? Karim's eyes were hollow. The boundary is failing faster than any model predicted. Vivek's voice hardened. Then we stop it. No one answered. Because courage sounds simple until it has to walk toward the thing killing everyone else. They entered Gopal's vehicle and Dr. Karim's car, moving in convoy toward Shamshabad. The city passed around them like a wounded giant. At first, streets showed only panic. Then the signs became stranger. Near a flyover, hundreds of pigeons circled one spot in the air where nothing visible stood. Aditi saw, for a second, a small silver gate flickering there, too high for humans, surrounded by bird souls confused by the disturbance. At a junction, traffic lights changed rapidly through red, green, amber, red, green, amber, though no vehicles moved. Near a hospital, a crowd knelt outside as doctors carried bodies from the entrance. Above the building, a massive translucent shape opened and closed like lungs made of cloud. Anju, sitting beside Aditi, trembled. I feel like something is watching from everywhere. Aditi looked out the window. It is. Ajay sat between them, though only Aditi saw him. He whispered, the guardians of passage are waking. Guardians? Those who keep the roads from breaking. Aditi felt dread sharpen inside her. Are they angels?
Some.
Not all. What happens if they come? Ajay looked toward the sky. They will not ask who caused the wound first. They will close it. Anju noticed Aditi listening to someone unseen. What did he say? Aditi hesitated, then answered honestly. If the higher beings come, they may destroy the wound without caring who is still trapped inside it. Dr. Karim, listening from the front passenger seat, closed his eyes. The subjects. Yes, Aditi said. And maybe parts of the city. Gopal gripped the steering wheel tighter. Then we reach it before they do. The road toward Shamshabad grew lonelier. Buildings thinned. Traffic reduced. The air changed. There was always a difference at the edges of a city, where concrete begins to lose confidence and open land returns. But today that border felt spiritual. As they moved farther out, Hyderabad's panic seemed to fade behind them, replaced by something older and more watchful. Then they saw the first true gate. It stood in the middle of an abandoned service road. Everyone saw it. Even Gopal. Even Sam. Even James. Even Dr. Karim. The vehicle stopped. No one spoke. The gate towered nearly 20 feet high, formed from dark red stone that looked both ancient and newly burned. Symbols moved across its surface like living scars. Its arch opened not onto another stretch of road, but onto a vast crimson sky filled with rolling clouds and distant shapes moving along a road made of blackened gold. Heat did not come from it. Judgment did. Aditi stepped out slowly. Ajay appeared beside her. His face was pale. This should not be here. The gate trembled. From within it came the sound of chains, wind, distant cries, and a deep horn that seemed to call across centuries. Then a figure emerged. A demon. The same kind John had seen. Massive, red-black. Eyes like molten law. Its horns curved backward like the memory of ancient punishment. Its body carried not the chaos of evil, but the terrible order of consequence. It was not here to tempt. Not here to destroy. It was here because something had gone wrong. Gopal raised his gun instinctively. Aditi lifted her hand.
No.
The demon looked down at them. Its gaze moved across Dr. Karim, and the doctor nearly collapsed from shame. Then it looked at Aditi. And slowly, impossibly, the demon bowed its head. Not to worship. To acknowledge. Aditi Rao, it said. Everyone froze. Aditi could barely breathe. You know me? The demon's voice sounded like stone doors opening underground. Your name has crossed gates before your feet have reached them. Ajay stood very still. Aditi forced herself to speak. Why are the gates opening? The demon looked toward Hyderabad. Because the living have wounded the order of passage. Souls are being pulled before their appointed crossing. Roads are bending toward bodies still breathing. Judgment is receiving the unfinished. Heaven is receiving the unprepared. Hell is receiving the misdirected. Its eyes burned brighter. This is unlawful. Dr. Karim whispered. We didn't know. The demon turned its gaze upon him. The doctor cried out and fell to his knees, clutching his chest, as if every scream from the laboratory had suddenly been placed inside him. The demon spoke. Ignorance does not erase consequence. Aditi stepped between them. He is helping us now. The demon looked at her. For his sake, let his help become heavier than his guilt. The words struck Dr. Karim harder than punishment. He lowered his head and wept silently. Aditi looked back at the demon. How do we close the gates? The demon answered. Close the wound beneath the city. The laboratory? Yes.
How?
The demon's silence deepened. Then it said, "The machine that tore the border must be reversed before it is destroyed." Dr. Kareem lifted his head sharply. Reversed? That could pull the separated souls back. Yes. But if unstable, it will tear more open. Aditi understood. One path saved. One path destroyed. One path risked everything. The demon continued. The living must return to their bodies. The dead must be guided to their proper roads. The trapped must be released. The wound must be sealed. In that order.
Gopal looked at Aditi.
That sounds impossible. The demon turned to him. Most necessary things do. Then the gate behind it flickered violently. From within came a surge of souls. Dozens, perhaps hundreds, frightened, confused, drifting near the threshold. The demon turned and raised one massive hand. The souls halted as if held by invisible law. Its voice thundered. Not yet. The souls recoiled. Some wept. Some reached toward earth. Some begged for families. Aditi felt tears rise. The demon looked at her once more. Hurry, Walker Between. Walker Between. The name entered her like a destiny she had not agreed to carry. The gate began sinking into the ground, slowly, like an ancient judgment withdrawing beneath the earth. Before it vanished, the demon spoke one final sentence. If the gates remain open until nightfall, Hyderabad will no longer be counted among cities of the living. Then it was gone. The road lay empty again. But no one was the same. For several seconds, even the wind seemed afraid to move. Then Vivek whispered, "We all saw that." James nodded faintly. "Yes." Sam's voice shook. "So no one can say this is only in Aditi's mind anymore." Aditi looked toward Shamshabad. The world had crossed the line from hidden mystery into visible impossibility. The gates were open now. Not in dream. Not in vision. In daylight. In public. In the living world. They returned to the vehicles and continued. As the abandoned research building finally appeared in the distance, surrounded by dry land, rusted fencing, and an unnatural stillness, Aditi felt the pull beneath it. A wound. A machine. A prison. A doorway. The place where mankind had reached for mastery over death and instead taught death how to walk upward. Ajay appeared beside her in the back seat. His face was grave. "Once we enter," he said, "the pathways will know you are there." Aditi looked at him. "And then they will test whether you are only living,"
his voice lowered,
"or whether you truly can stand between worlds." The convoy slowed near the outer road. Above them, the sky dimmed though the sun still existed. Behind them, Hyderabad trembled beneath opening gates. Ahead of them, the hidden laboratory waited below the earth. And between both stood Aditi Rao, no longer merely a witness, no longer merely a woman frightened by visions, but the one whose name had been spoken across heaven, hell, and the wounded roads between. The gates had opened again. And this time, they would not close without a soul strong enough to face both the living and the dead. Chapter 11. The brick road above the abyss. The abandoned building outside Shamshabad looked less like a place and more like a lie. From the outside, it was only concrete, rust, broken windows, faded paint, weeds pushing through cracked ground, and a silence too deliberate to belong to an empty structure. No signboard remained. No guard stood at the gate. No official mark declared what had once operated there. That was how evil preferred to survive. Not by looking powerful, by looking forgotten. Aditi stepped out of the vehicle and felt the earth beneath her feet answer with a dull, hidden unease. Somewhere below, machines were working. Somewhere below, bodies were tied to steel. Somewhere below, souls hovered between pain and departure. Somewhere below, mankind had built a temple without God and called it research. Gopal checked his weapon. Dr. Kareem stared at the building with the face of a man returning to the tomb he had helped construct. Anju stood close to Aditi. Sam, Vivek, and James looked toward the broken entrance, fear moving across their faces, but not turning them away. Ajay stood beside Aditi, visible only to her, yet more present than the ruin itself. The entrance below is not the only entrance, he said. Aditi turned slightly. What do you mean? The laboratory opened the wound from Earth's side, but the wound also opened from the other side. The air tightened. Ajay looked beyond the building, toward a patch of dead ground where no weeds grew. There. Aditi followed his gaze. At first, she saw only dust and stone. Then the ground began to pulse.
Once, twice, 3 times.
A thin red line appeared in the earth. Gopal saw it too. He stepped back. What is that? The line widened. The soil cracked open without sound. From beneath it rose the top of a gate. Slow, massive, ancient, its surface carved with symbols that seemed to change when watched directly. The gate emerged as though the underworld itself had lifted one of its eyelids. Everyone backed away except Aditi and Ajay. The gate continued rising. Red-black stone. Clouds of heatless smoke. Edges burning with crimson light. A circular emptiness at its center, filled not with darkness, but with a sky the color of judgment. Dr. Karim whispered, "This is impossible." Ajay answered, though only Aditi heard him. Impossible is only the name humans give to laws they have not yet suffered. Aditi looked at him. Do we go through? Yes. Gopal stepped forward.
No.
We came for the underground facility. Aditi turned to him. This is connected. Gopal's jaw tightened. With respect, I can follow tunnels, doors, evidence. I cannot arrest a gate. No, Aditi said quietly. But the gate may show us what the laboratory has damaged. Dr. Karim's eyes lifted toward her. She is right. Everyone turned to him. The old doctor looked shaken, but certain. The machine below is synchronized with separation events. If the afterlife pathways are reacting, then whatever we see beyond that gate may reveal how to reverse the process. Gopal looked at the portal, then at Aditi. You're asking us to trust a doorway to hell. Aditi looked toward Ajay, then back at Gopal.
No.
I am asking you to trust that the world is already beyond what our fear can choose. For a moment, no one spoke. Then Anju stepped beside Aditi. I'm going. Sam swallowed hard. So am I. Vivek nodded. James crossed himself instinctively, then lowered his hand, embarrassed but determined. Gopal cursed softly under his breath. If we dine there, he said, I'm blaming all of you. Aditi almost smiled, but the gate opened before she could answer. The sound was not metal. It was distance. A vast, ancient distance unfolding. Beyond the gate, a road appeared, pale and luminous, made of bricks shaped from cloud, stretching across an abyss so deep that darkness seemed to have forgotten its own beginning. Aditi stepped through. The world fell away. For one instant, she had no body, no weight, no direction. She was not walking, falling, flying, or standing. She was being translated from one law of existence into another. Then her feet touched the road. The brick road above the abyss. It stretched ahead through an endless expanse of red twilight and white mist. Each brick beneath her feet looked soft as cloud, yet held firm like stone. Beneath the road, the abyss opened without bottom. Not empty, but filled with distant movements, shadows of worlds, fragments of souls, lights drifting like lost prayers, and echoes rising from depths where time itself seemed afraid to descend. Aditi looked down and immediately stepped back. Ajay caught her hand. Do not look too long below.
Why?
Because some depths do not pull the body, he said. They pull memory. Behind them, the others emerged one by one. Anju gasped. Sam fell to his knees. Vivek whispered, God. James stared speechlessly into the abyss. Dr. Karim began crying without sound. Gopal was the last to enter. He stood frozen, weapon lowered, all training made useless before the reality of a road floating across eternity. No court will believe this, he muttered. Aditi said softly, the court of earth is not the only court. Ahead, the road extended farther than sight. On both sides, gates stood at impossible intervals, some towering larger than temples, some no bigger than doors, some made of gold, some of bone-white stone, some of fire, some of roots, some of mist, some of dark iron, some of light so pure the eye could not rest upon it. Each gate bore symbols: animals, planets, stars, hands,
Eyes,
rivers,
crowns, scales.
feathers, names written in languages older than Earth. Some gates were closed, some trembled, some leaked light, some wept shadows. And far ahead, the road narrowed into an area where countless smaller pathways branched like veins across the afterlife. Aditi felt the scale of it crush her. This is where souls come? Ajay walked beside her. This is only one passage among countless passages. One. Yes. Aditi stared down the endless road. One road. Ajay's expression remained solemn. There are roads for humans, roads for animals, roads for worlds beyond Earth, roads for beings made before mankind was imagined, roads for souls that lived in oceans beneath alien moons, roads for civilizations that worshipped stars before your sun was born. The group fell silent. Ajay continued, "Death is not one door. Death is a universe of doors." They walked. With every step, the earthly world felt farther away, yet Aditi sensed Hyderabad still connected to them like a wound connected to a body by nerves of pain. Somewhere behind and beneath reality, the laboratory pulsed. Its machine had not only disturbed one gate, it had shaken the road itself. The bricks beneath them flickered. Aditi stopped. A crack of red light ran through one section of the cloud road. Ajay's face tightened. This should not happen. Dr. Karim knelt carefully and looked at the crack. It resembles the energy pattern from the separation field. Aditi looked at him. The machine is damaging this road?
Or echoing through it, he said.
Like striking one end of a bell and hearing the vibration elsewhere. Ajay's voice darkened. The living should not be able to strike this bell. Ahead, a gate suddenly opened.
A soul stumbled out. A man, middle-aged, confused.
Still wearing the clothes of sleep, he looked around in terror. "Where am I?" he cried. "Where is my wife? Where is my body?" Behind him, through the open gate, Aditi saw a bedroom in Hyderabad. His body lay on a bed while relatives shook him desperately. The man saw it too. "No," he screamed. He tried to run back through the gate, but the doorway flickered and threw him backward onto the cloud road. Anju rushed toward him, but Ajay stopped her. "He is not fully dead." "What do we do?" Aditi asked. Ajay looked toward the road. "His thread is still attached." Aditi followed his gaze. A faint silver strand extended from the man's chest, disappearing back through the gate toward his body. But the strand was fraying. Aditi understood without being told. If it broke, he would die. If it held, he might return. The man sobbed. "I can hear them. My daughter is calling me. Please, I need to go back." Aditi stepped closer.
"How?"
Ajay looked at her. "You are walker between. Touch the thread." Aditi stared at him. "I don't know how. You do not need to know everything before doing what mercy requires." The man's thread frayed further. Aditi reached out. Her fingers touched the silver line. Instantly, pain and memory entered her. She saw the man's life in flashes: childhood rain, his mother's hand, his first job, his wedding, the birth of his daughter, anger he regretted, kindness he forgot, debts, laughter, illness, prayers, mistakes, love. Every life is larger than its body. Aditi held the thread with trembling hands. "Go back," she whispered. The soul looked at her.
"How?"
"Remember who needs you." The man closed his eyes. His daughter's voice echoed through the gate. "Papa." The silver thread brightened. The soul was pulled backward through the gate in a rush of light. The doorway closed. For a moment, the road became still. Then, far away, from somewhere on earth, a heartbeat resumed. Aditi fell to her knees. Anju caught her. "What happened?" Aditi could barely speak. "I felt his whole life." Ajay looked at her with deep seriousness. "That is why judgment cannot be simple." Aditi lifted her tear-filled eyes. "No soul is small." Ajay nodded. "No soul is small. Some only live as if others are." The sentence stayed with them as they continued walking. Further along the brick road, the abyss widened. Below them, Aditi saw visions moving in the depths, not illusions, but echoes of consequences. A man striking a dog, a child feeding a bird, a woman lying to protect herself, a king ordering war, a farmer saving seeds, a butcher washing blood from his hands, a nurse staying awake beside strangers, a corrupt officer signing away justice, a mother forgiving a son, a scientist ignoring screams. Every action fell somewhere. Nothing vanished. The abyss beneath the road was not empty. It was the storage of consequence. Aditi understood then why Ajay had said hell was not merely punishment. It was where actions returned to their owners when the owners no longer had bodies to hide behind. They reached a widening in the road. Here the gates stood closer together, thousands upon thousands, their symbols glowing in rows that stretched into mist. Some gates were marked with animals: cow, goat, chicken, fish, insect, bird, dog, pig, elephant, snake. Others bore symbols of worlds: oceans, forests, deserts, planets with rings, suns with 3 halos, and creatures no earthly language could contain. Vivek stopped before the animal gates. His face changed. These are rebirth gates. Ajay looked at him. Yes. James whispered. For souls who harmed them? For souls whose lives bent toward the nature of what they caused, Ajay said. Not always punishment. Sometimes correction. Sometimes experience. Sometimes mercy in a form the soul cannot understand until it lives it. Sam looked at the chicken gate, then lowered his eyes. The bakery's transformation had begun as a moral choice. Here, before the gates, it became cosmic. Aditi stood before the cow gate. Behind it, she saw not one animal, but countless lives: fields, ropes, milk, knives, markets, worship, hunger, motherhood, captivity, gentleness, fear. She turned away with tears in her eyes. Earth has committed more crimes than it has counted. Ajay said quietly, many worlds have. Dr. Karim looked shattered. And what of scientists who used humans like instruments? Ajay did not look away from him. They will meet every instrument they broke. The doctor bowed his head. Before anyone could speak, a horn sounded across the abyss.
Low.
Enormous. A signal. The gates around them trembled. Ajay's face went pale. What is it? Aditi asked. He looked down the road. Something is coming through the wrong gate. A crack opened in the road ahead. Red light burst upward. A gate that had been closed began shaking violently. Its symbol flickered between human, machine, skull, and eye. Dr. Karim stepped back in horror. That symbol. Aditi looked at him. What? He pointed with trembling hand. That was in the laboratory files. The gate opened.
Not outward.
Inward. As if something from Earth had forced itself into the afterlife road. A wave of dark energy surged across the bricks. Souls screamed from nearby gates. The abyss roared. Then, from within the broken doorway, came the sound of machines. Laboratory machines. Beeping. Humming. Screaming. And beneath those sounds, human voices begging from underground. Aditi felt the pull immediately. The laboratory had made its own gate. A false gate. An illegal passage carved through science, pain, and arrogance. Ajay grabbed her arm. This is the wound's mouth. From inside the gate, a shape appeared, not fully human, not fully spirit. A distorted figure made from several souls tangled together, dragged by wires of light and blood-colored energy. Faces pressed through it, crying, vanishing, reappearing. Anju screamed. Gopal raised his gun, though no bullet could possibly matter. Dr. Karim whispered. The subjects. Aditi stepped forward, horrified. They are fused. Ajay's voice shook. The machine did not let them die. It did not let them live. It bound their separated souls together. The false gate widened. The road cracked beneath them. Aditi heard Victor Hale's voice faintly from somewhere beyond the wound. Stabilize the field. Then another voice. Sir. The readings are entering afterlife space. Victor answered calmly. Then we have succeeded. Aditi felt rage rise inside her, so pure it frightened her. Succeeded? The tangled souls cried louder. One face emerged from the mass. A woman. Help us. Then a child's face. Then an old man. Then dozens. Hundreds. The brick road trembled. Ajay shouted, "If that gate fully opens, it will poison the road." Aditi looked at the false gate, then at the abyss, then at the people with her. Fear stood inside her. But beyond fear, something greater stood up. "No," she whispered. The road beneath her feet brightened. Ajay turned toward her. Aditi stepped toward the false gate. Anju cried, "Aditi!" But Aditi did not stop. She lifted her hand toward the suffering souls bound inside the laboratory's wound. Her voice was quiet, but the road carried it. "You are not experiments." The false gate shook. "You are not numbers." The tangled souls stilled. Aditi's eyes filled with light reflected from the cloud bricks. "You are lives. You are names. You are memories. You are not property of the living, and you are not abandoned by the dead." The abyss fell silent. Even the gates seemed to listen. Then Aditi spoke the line that the road itself would remember. "No soul belongs to those who torture it." The false gate screamed. A force exploded outward. Aditi was thrown backward into Ajay and Anju, and the entire brick road shuddered above the abyss. The false gate did not close, but it weakened. The fused souls dimmed, then retreated slightly, still trapped but no longer surging into the road. Ajay stared at Aditi with awe and fear. "What did I do?" she asked breathlessly. He looked at the glowing bricks beneath her. "You reminded the road of its law." Aditi struggled to stand. The false gate pulsed ahead of them like a wound refusing to seal. Dr. Karim wiped tears from his face. "Those people are still alive below." Gopal's face hardened. "Then we go back to Earth and get them out." Ajay looked at the road ahead. "Not yet." Aditi turned to him. "What do you mean?" He pointed beyond the false gate. Farther down the brick road, through mist and crimson twilight, another gate began opening. Not red, not gold.
White.
Pure white. Its light spread across the abyss like dawn arriving in a place that had never known morning. Ajay's voice lowered. "Heaven has answered." Aditi looked toward the opening gate. A figure stood within the light.
Tall.
Radiant. Feminine. Clothed in white and gold.
Sarah.
The gatekeeper of heaven. Her eyes found Aditi across the road. And when she spoke, her voice carried through every gate, every crack, every soul, every trembling brick above the abyss. "Aditi Rao," she said, "the afterlife has begun to break into the world of the living." The white gate opened wider. Sarah's expression became grave. "And if the wound is not closed, the roads will no longer guide the dead." She stepped forward, light gathering around her like judgment softened by mercy. "They will begin to choose the living." Chapter 12. The Gates of Rebirth. Sarah stepped from the white gate, and the brick road became still. Not silent.
Still.
There is a difference. Silence can be empty. Stillness can be full of command. The abyss beneath the road quieted, as if even its depths recognized her. The countless gates dimmed, not in weakness, but in reverence. The red wound of the false laboratory gate continued to pulse behind them, yet even its corrupted light seemed ashamed before the purity Sarah carried. She stood clothed in white and gold, not with the beauty of decoration, but with the beauty of order restored. Her presence did not erase fear. It gave fear a boundary. It made terror remember that it was not the highest law. Aditi looked at her and understood why Ajay had spoken of heaven with homesickness. Sarah was not merely radiant. She was peace given form. Ajay bowed his head. Sarah's eyes softened when she saw him. "Ajay," she said. The boy's face trembled. "Sarah." For one brief moment, he was only a child again. Then Sarah looked at Aditi. "The roads are unstable," she said. "The wound beneath Hyderabad has shaken passages that should never touch the living world." Aditi swallowed. "You said the roads will begin to choose the living." Sarah nodded. "When order breaks, hunger replaces guidance. Gates are not meant to seek. Souls are meant to arrive. If gates begin reaching before death has properly come, then rebirth, judgment, punishment, mercy, and passage all become confused. Aditi looked toward the countless gates stretching into mist. Are these the gates of rebirth? Sarah turned. Yes. The words seemed to awaken the road. Along both sides, gates began glowing one by one.
Cow, dog, bird, fish,
Insect,
tiger,
elephant,
snake, deer, pig, goat, chicken,
wolf,
whale, bee, ant, butterfly.
forms beyond earth, creatures never named by human mouths. Each gate held a world behind it, not pictures.
Lives.
Aditi saw through them in flashes. A calf opening its eyes beneath morning light. A bird breaking from its shell. A fish moving through blue depths where sunlight became scripture. A dog waiting faithfully outside a door. A cow watching her child taken away. A tiger moving through jungle shadow with hunger and majesty. An insect born into a life so brief that one human afternoon could outlive generations of its kind. Aditi stepped closer, overwhelmed. This is reincarnation? Sarah's face remained calm. Rebirth is not simple return. It is not random punishment. It is not a game of bodies. It is movement through consequence, education, mercy, correction, and balance. Vivek whispered, "So souls become animals because of sin?" Sarah turned toward him. Sometimes. The answer surprised him. Not always.
No.
Some souls choose lower forms to learn humility. Some enter animal life as rest from the burden of human complexity. Some are sent because they made themselves blind to the lives they harmed. Some are reborn among those they once used, hunted, ignored, or consumed without compassion. Her voice deepened. Existence teaches in the language the soul refused to understand. Sam lowered his eyes. James looked toward the chicken gate, unable to hide his shame. Sarah saw their thoughts but did not condemn them. "Do not mistake awakening for guilt alone," she said. "Guilt that does not transform becomes another kind of self-worship. Let understanding become change." The line entered them quietly. Aditi looked at the animal gates again. Behind each one, entire philosophies lived. Humanity had reduced creatures into categories: food, pet, pest, beast, resource, danger, symbol. But here, before the gates, those categories broke apart. Each life was a vessel. Each body was a school. Each creature carried a way of knowing existence that humans had insulted by calling it lesser. Aditi whispered, "No life is below life." Sarah looked at her. No life is below life. Only understanding stands higher or lower. The road brightened beneath Aditi's feet. Ajay watched silently. Sarah began walking, and the others followed. They moved deeper into the corridor of rebirth gates. As they passed, the gates opened slightly, enough to reveal truth without pulling them inside. At the gate of the cow, Aditi saw souls kneeling before entry. Some wept. Some resisted. Some were calm. Some carried memories of lives where they had treated gentleness as weakness and motherhood as production. A man screamed, "I was powerful. I owned factories. I fed thousands." A being beside the gate answered, "You fed hunger, but you ignored suffering." The gate opened. The man vanished into the life he had never considered sacred. Aditi turned away, shaken. Sarah spoke without cruelty. Rebirth does not always punish the soul by pain. Sometimes it gives the soul the exact perspective it spent a lifetime refusing. They passed the dog gate. A woman stood there, crying. Behind the gate, puppies tumbled under sunlight. "I loved dogs," she pleaded. "Why am I here?" The guardian beside the gate replied, "You loved being loved. You did not love loyalty. You used devotion and abandoned it when it became inconvenient." The woman fell silent. The gate opened. She entered. Anju wiped tears from her face. "That is still mercy?" Sarah nodded. To become what one failed to honor is a severe mercy. They walked farther. At the insect gates, Aditi saw millions of tiny doorways, each glowing like fragments of stars scattered along the road. Souls stood before them, reduced in appearance, humbled by scale. "Why so many?" James asked. Ajay answered softly. "Because humans crush small lives without thought." Sarah added, "And because many souls must learn what it means to live, where every step from something larger can become apocalypse." The words silenced them. Aditi looked down at her own feet. How many lives had humanity ended without even naming them? Perhaps not all cruelty was loud. Perhaps some cruelty was the carelessness of beings too large to notice the terror they caused. They reached a vast circular platform where the brick road widened above the abyss. Around it stood 12 enormous gates, each representing categories beyond simple species. Their symbols shifted constantly: body, hunger, fear, instinct, care, survival, memory, service, suffering, beauty, balance, return. At the center of the platform stood a pool of still silver light. Sarah stopped beside it. "This is the mirror of before life." Aditi looked into it. At first, she saw only silver. Then images appeared. A soul floating before birth. Not human. Not male or female. Only luminous consciousness carrying scars, colors, burdens, and unfinished understandings from many lives. Around it stood beings of guidance. Not forcing. Not flattering.
Showing.
The soul was presented paths. Human life. Animal life. Short life. Long life. Difficult life. Quiet life. Life of service. Life of consequence. Life of healing. Life of correction. Aditi stared. "So souls know before they are born?" Sarah's answer was careful. "Some know. Some partially know. Some agree without understanding fully. Some are assigned because their previous life left no other balanced path. Some are protected from memory because memory would break the new life before it begins." Aditi felt the enormity of it. "Then why do we forget?" Sarah looked at her with deep gentleness. "Because a life must be lived as life, not as an exam with answers remembered." The pool showed a child being born. Then the memory sealed. The soul entered flesh.
Cried. Breathed.
Forgot. Aditi whispered. "Forgetting is part of the design." "Yes." Ajay spoke quietly beside her. "But the soul does not forget everything. It carries tendencies, fears,
Loves. Gifts. Wounds.
attractions, repulsions, unexplained kindness, unexplained cruelty. What humans call personality is sometimes old consequence wearing a new face." The thought unsettled everyone. Gopal, who had remained mostly silent, stepped closer to the pool. "What about justice?" he asked. "If people forget what they did, how is rebirth justice?" Sarah turned to him. "Does a seed remember the hand that planted it?" Gopal frowned. "No, but it still grows from what was placed in the soil." He said nothing. Sarah continued. "Memory is not the only form of consequence. Character remembers. Circumstance remembers. Attraction remembers. Fear remembers. Desire remembers. The soul remembers beneath language." Gopal lowered his eyes. Aditi looked into the pool again. She saw flashes, not clear enough to claim, but powerful enough to wound. A woman walking through an ancient city beneath red skies. A child hiding during a war. Hands feeding strangers. A voice praying for justice. A gate closing. A name spoken in a place before birth. Aditi stepped back. What was that? Sarah watched her carefully. Fragments. Mine, perhaps. Aditi felt suddenly unsteady. Ajay looked at Sarah. She is beginning to remember. Sarah's expression grew grave. She must not remember too quickly. Aditi looked between them. What does that mean? Sarah did not answer immediately. Instead, she turned toward the rebirth gates. There are souls whose histories are larger than one world. If such souls remember everything at once, the present life may fracture beneath the weight. Aditi's voice lowered. Am I one of them? Sarah's eyes rested on her with sorrow and respect. You are not here only because Hyderabad is dying. The words struck Aditi like a bell. Before she could ask more, The false gate behind them roared. The platform shook. Crimson cracks spread across the brick road. Several rebirth gates flickered violently. Souls waiting near them cried out as their assigned paths distorted. One gate marked with the symbol of a bird suddenly changed into a gate of smoke. A soul standing before it screamed. Sarah lifted her hand. White gold light surged from her palm and stabilized the gate. AJ's face went pale. The laboratory is interfering with assignment. Dr. Kareem staggered backward. If the machine's field is reaching here, then souls may be sent into wrong forms. Sarah's eyes darkened.
Worse.
Some may enter living bodies not meant for them. Everyone froze. Aditi whispered, "Possession?" Sarah looked at her. Not as humans imagine. A displaced soul may cling to any open vessel. A dying body, a sleeping mind, an unborn child, an animal, a machine touched by consciousness. If the roads fail, birth itself becomes vulnerable. The implications were too vast to fully hold. Birth corrupted, death confused, rebirth misdirected. The entire moral ecology of existence breaking because one hidden laboratory dared to treat the soul as experiment. Aditi felt anger rise again. Not rage alone. Sacred anger. The kind that does not want revenge, but restoration. "How do we protect these gates?" she asked. Sarah looked at her. "The gates cannot be protected from here alone. The wound must be closed from its origin." "The machine." "Yes." Dr. Kareem spoke, voice trembling. "The reversal sequence must pull active separations back into their bodies before shutting down the field. But if the false gate continues growing, the machine may receive feedback from this side." Sarah nodded. "Then the living and the dead must work together." Gopal gave a humorless laugh. "That sentence would have gotten all of us locked up yesterday." Aditi looked toward him. "Yesterday is gone." No one argued. Suddenly, one of the smaller gates burst open. A child's soul stumbled out, sobbing. Not Ajay. Another child. He looked no older than 6. Behind him, Aditi glimpsed a hospital bed on earth. Doctors worked over his small body. His mother screamed nearby. The child cried, "I don't want to go. I don't want to go. My Amma is crying." Aditi ran to him. Sarah warned, "Careful." But Aditi was already kneeling. She placed her hands gently on the child's shoulders. He felt like mist and warmth and fear. "What is your name?" she asked. "Rohan." "Rohan, listen to me. Your mother is calling you." "I can't find the way back." Aditi looked at Sarah. "The thread?" Sarah pointed. A silver strand hung from the child's chest, nearly severed, flickering between the hospital and the gate. But this time, the strand was tangled in red energy from the false gate. Aditi understood. The laboratory's field was pulling him away before death had decided. She held the strand. Pain entered her again, smaller life, shorter memory, toys, fever, mother's song, fear of injections, love of mango ice cream, a father working night shifts, prayers whispered over a hospital bed. Aditi almost broke beneath the innocence of it. No child's life is small because childhood itself is an entire universe before the world teaches its eyes. She gripped the silver thread with both hands. "Rohan," she said, voice shaking, "remember your mother's voice." The child sobbed. "I hear her." "Follow it." The red energy tightened, trying to drag him toward the wrong gate. Aditi felt it pulling. Ajay grabbed her from behind. Anju held her arm. Sarah raised her hand and sent white light into the thread. Together, living, dead, and Angel held the child between life and death. Aditi shouted, "Go back." The child vanished in a burst of silver light. The gates slammed shut. For one moment, the platform was silent. Then, through the pool, they saw the hospital room. The monitor spiked. The child gasped. His mother screamed, not in grief this time, but in impossible joy. Rohan had returned. Aditi collapsed, trembling. Sarah looked at her with deep solemnity. "You have now interfered with death twice." Aditi looked up, afraid. "Was that wrong?"
No.
Sarah's voice softened. "But every mercy that crosses law must be carried with wisdom." You are not here to deny death forever. You are here to restore the path. Aditi nodded slowly. She understood the difference. Saving the living was not the same as rejecting death. Death had its order. The laboratory had violated it. Sarah looked toward the gates of rebirth. These gates are not enemies. They are teachers. They are continuations. But if they are corrupted, the souls of Earth will enter chaos beyond imagining. The false gate roared again in the distance. The road shook harder. Pieces of cloud brick broke away and fell into the abyss, disappearing without sound. Ajay looked frightened now. We have to go back. Sarah nodded.
Yes.
The next gate will return you near the earthly entrance. But remember what you have seen. She looked at each of them. Rebirth is not cruelty. Judgment is not hatred. Mercy is not lawlessness. Life is not ownership. Death is not disappearance. And no soul, in any form, is beneath the concern of heaven. Aditi stood slowly. The gates around her glowed. Animals, humans, unknown beings, future lives, past deaths, mercy, correction, all gathered in one vast architecture. She felt humbled beyond speech. Sarah stepped closer and placed one hand over Aditi's heart. A warmth entered her. Not power exactly. Recognition. When you enter the laboratory, Sarah said, you will see people who tried to master the soul by force. Do not become like them in the name of stopping them. Aditi held her gaze. How do I avoid that? Sarah answered. Remember that power without reverence becomes crime. The words entered Aditi like scripture. Behind Sarah, a gate opened. Not white, not red, but pale blue, shaped like dawn over earth. Ajay looked through it. Hyderabad. Gopal lifted his weapon again, more from habit than confidence. Dr. Karim clutched the access card. Anju, Sam, Vivek, and James gathered close. Aditi took one last look at the gates of rebirth. She now understood that the universe was not arranged around human importance alone. Humanity was one chapter in an immeasurable book of souls. Every creature, every life, every birth, every death, every act of harm and mercy existed within a design too large for pride and too precise for carelessness. Then she stepped toward the blue gate. Behind her, the gates of rebirth continued glowing above the abyss. Ahead of her, Earth waited wounded. And beneath Earth, the laboratory waited like a sin that had not yet learned judgment was already on its way. Chapter 13. The Creatures of Consequence. The blue gate returned them to Earth, but Earth no longer felt like home. The world looked the same only from a distance. There was still dust beneath their shoes, still sky above their heads, still the abandoned building outside Shamshabad standing before them like a corpse that had forgotten to fall. The wind still moved through dry grass. The sun still burned behind a thin veil of cloud. The city still existed beyond the road. Yet every visible thing now carried an invisible meaning. Aditi had seen the gates of rebirth. After such knowledge, no bird was merely a bird. No dog was merely a dog. No insect was merely something small beneath human feet. No cow, no goat, no chicken, no fish, no creature walking, flying, crawling, swimming, breathing, fearing, feeding, nursing, crying, hiding, trusting, suffering, or surviving could ever again be reduced to a category. Every living being was a story wearing a body. Every body was a lesson. Every lesson was consequence. Aditi stood at the edge of the dead field and looked toward the abandoned building. The false gate they had witnessed on the brick road still pulsed inside her mind. The fused souls.
The cries.
The red energy crawling through the afterlife like infection. The rebirth gates trembling under the pressure of human arrogance. She whispered, "We came back, but the road came back with us." No one answered. They all felt it. Something had followed them, not as a creature, but as understanding. Their eyes had changed. The world had not become more supernatural. It had become more accountable. A stray dog stood near the rusted fence, watching them.
Thin, brown,
Rain-stained, one ear torn, eyes bright with hunger and caution. Yesterday, perhaps one of them would have seen only a street dog. Now none of them did. James took a step toward it and crouched slowly, opening his bag. He removed a packet of biscuits, hesitated, then stopped. Milk biscuits. Not vegan. His face tightened with shame. Vivek noticed and quietly handed him a piece of plain bread they had packed from the bakery. James held it out. The dog remained cautious. Aditi watched. This small moment, under another sky, would have meant nothing. But after the gates of rebirth, it became a ritual. James placed the bread on the ground and stepped back. The dog approached, sniffed, ate, then looked up at him as if receiving not food alone, but recognition. James lowered his eyes. "I never understood," he said softly. Sam stood beside him. "None of us did." Ajay appeared beside Aditi. "The first sign of awakening is not knowledge," he said. "It is when the world you ignored begins looking back." Aditi looked at the dog. For a moment, she saw more than the animal before her. She saw flashes. A man in another life kicking dogs away from his shop. The same soul reborn hungry near a street stall. Another soul who had loved animals returning as one to rest in simple loyalty. Another who had used power cruelly being born helpless enough to understand fear. The images passed quickly. Aditi staggered. Anju caught her. "What did you see?" Aditi's voice trembled. "Consequences." The word had grown larger than itself. Dr. Karim looked toward her, his face pale. "Are you still connected to the road?" Aditi touched her chest. "I think the road is connected to everything." Ajay nodded. "It always was. You are only beginning to see." Gopal looked impatient, though fear lived beneath it. "We need to move. People are dying." They turned toward the abandoned building. But before they could take another step, the ground near the fence darkened. A circle of shadow appeared beneath the dog. The animal whimpered and backed away. Aditi felt the pull instantly, not from the laboratory, from below. A small gate opened beneath the earth. Not large enough for humans. Not tall. Not majestic. A narrow, low doorway edged in dull red light, shaped almost like the entrance of a burrow. The dog barked frantically. Ajay's eyes widened. "It is reaching for animals now." The gate trembled. From within it came faint cries. Not human. Animal. Aditi heard bleating, barking, crying, lowing, wing beats, hooves scraping unseen stone, the sounds of countless creatures whose lives had been recorded by pain. Then shapes emerged. Not fully bodies. Not fully spirits. Creatures formed from consequence. A cow with eyes full of human sorrow. A goat whose horns carried fragments of a man's crown. A bird with hands briefly appearing beneath its wings. A fish-shaped soul gasping in air that was not water. A small insect-like spirit flickering with the memory of a cruel soldier. A dog whose face shifted into the face of an old merchant and back again. Anju stepped behind Aditi. "What are they?" Ajay answered quietly. "Souls in transformation." Sarah's voice returned in Aditi's memory. Existence teaches in the language the soul refused to understand. The creatures gathered near the small gate, confused and frightened. Some tried to return inside. Some stared at their new forms in horror. Some wept in voices that were not yet animal and no longer human. Aditi knelt slowly. One creature stepped forward. It was shaped like a calf, but within its dark eyes Aditi saw a man. Not his face. His history. A wealthy landowner.
Proud.
Religious in public. Cruel in private. He had owned cattle by the hundreds, spoken of prosperity, donated to temples, fed priests, funded festivals, and yet had allowed his workers to beat animals too weak to produce profit. He had believed charity toward humans erased cruelty toward creatures. Now he stood as a calf soul trembling before rebirth. Aditi heard his thought without him speaking. "Why this body?" Ajay stood beside her. "Because you measured life by usefulness." The calf soul shook. Aditi felt no hatred for him. That surprised her. She felt sorrow. Consequence was terrible, but it was also precise. It did not shout. It revealed. Another creature moved forward, a chicken-shaped soul, frantic, fluttering, eyes wide with panic. Within it, Aditi saw a man who had laughed at suffering he considered beneath him. He had not been monstrous in the way history records monsters.
He had been ordinary, careless, hungry,
Proud of taste, dismissive of pain. He had said, "They are only animals." Now the soul was being placed into the word only. James broke down. He turned away, covering his face. Sam placed a hand on his shoulder. Aditi looked at the chicken soul and whispered, "Does he know?" Ajay replied, "Enough to begin learning." Aditi's eyes filled. What about those who did not know? Those who grew up eating what everyone around them ate? Ajay looked at her with deep sadness. Consequence is not the same for ignorance and cruelty. But ignorance that refuses to become compassion after truth appears becomes guilt. The sentence entered all of them. Vivek whispered, "Then knowledge itself is a responsibility." "Yes," Ajay said. "That is why many fear it." The small gate flickered violently. The transformed souls cried out. A red pulse surged from the direction of the abandoned building. The laboratory's field reached them like an invisible wave. Several creature souls began distorting. Their forms changed too quickly, cow to man, man to insect, insect to bird, bird to ash, ash to child, child to animal again. The order of rebirth was being scrambled. Aditi stood. "This is wrong." Ajay's voice sharpened. "The wound is pulling them before assignment completes." Dr. Kareem looked horrified. If the machine interferes with transformation, souls may be born fractured. "What does that mean?"
Gopal asked.
Ajay answered, "Lives carrying broken consequence. Bodies with souls not fully settled. Minds haunted by forms they did not finish entering. Hunger without meaning. Fear without source. Violence without memory." Aditi looked toward the building. The laboratory was not merely killing people. It was corrupting the future before birth could protect it. A small creature soul collapsed before her. It was insect-like, fragile, nearly transparent. Aditi saw inside it the memory of a man who had poisoned water, killed millions of tiny lives in rivers, laughed at environmental warnings, signed papers because profit spoke louder than unseen death. Now he was being drawn toward a life small enough to understand poison from beneath it. But the red pulse wrapped around him and began pulling him toward the wrong gate. Aditi reached out. Ajay grabbed her arm. "Careful. This is not a living thread. I cannot let it be torn. If you touch too much consequence, it may enter you." Aditi looked at the trembling creature. "Then I will touch carefully." She knelt and placed one finger near the soul, not on it, but beside it. "Go where you are meant to go," she whispered. "Not where the wound drags you." The creature soul stilled. The red energy resisted. Aditi felt a flash of his life. Factories, documents, rivers turning dark, dead fish rising belly up, children falling ill, money moving into accounts, denial spoken in polished rooms. Then she felt something else. Not the man's guilt. The river's memory. The fish. The insects. The villagers. The plants. The future children. Aditi gasped. Consequence was not a line. It was a web. Every act touched more lives than the actor could imagine. The insect soul brightened faintly and slipped back through the correct small gate. The doorway steadied. Aditi pulled her hand away, shaking. Anju knelt beside her. "You cannot keep doing this," Aditi whispered. "Then the laboratory must stop making it necessary." The remaining creature souls began moving back into their gates, guided by unseen law, slowly regaining strength. One by one, they vanished, not destroyed, not forgiven cheaply, but carried into the next lesson. When the last gate closed, the stray dog outside the fence sat quietly, no longer barking. The world seemed ordinary again, but no one believed ordinary anymore. Gopal looked at the others. "We move.
Now."
They entered the abandoned building. Inside, dust covered the floor. Broken glass glittered near windows. Old office furniture lay overturned. The place had the smell of neglect, mildew, rust, paper rot, and secrets. Dr. Kareem led them through a corridor toward what looked like a storage room. There should be a service lift hidden behind the rear wall. Gopal glanced at him. Should be. I was blindfolded the first time they brought me below. Later I learned the route. They reached the storage room. Shelves lined the walls. Old boxes sat undisturbed. A dead tube light flickered above them. Dr. Karim moved toward the back wall and pressed his palm against a section of cracked plaster. Nothing happened. His face tightened. They changed the access. Gopal stepped forward. Move. He examined the wall, then the floor, then the shelving. His practical instincts returned. This was not a gate. This was a hidden entrance. He understood hidden entrances. After a few minutes, he found a small metal plate beneath dust near the corner. He pried it open with a knife. A keypad glowed faintly. Dr. Karim entered a code. Red light. Denied. He tried another. Denied. Aditi felt something pulse beneath her feet. Ajay appeared beside the keypad. The machine is below this room. Aditi looked at Dr. Karim. Use John's code. The doctor froze. I don't know John's code. Aditi closed her eyes. John Harper. The road.
His death.
His stolen evidence. She reached into the memory of him, not trying to control it, only listening. A number came, not spoken, remembered. 047, she whispered. H. 47. Dr. Karim stared at her. That was his subject number. Try it. He entered. H047. The keypad turned green. The wall opened. A dark elevator waited behind it. Cold air rose from below. Not just underground air. Laboratory air. Sterile. Metallic. Buried. Aditi felt the souls beneath them immediately. So many.
Some alive. Some almost gone.
Some hovering. Some fused. Some calling without voices. The elevator lights flickered. A warning siren sounded faintly from far below. Gopal stepped inside first. Then Dr. Karim. Then Aditi, Anju, Sam, Vivek, and James. Ajay stood beside Aditi. The doors began to close. Just before they sealed, the stray dog outside the building howled. Not at the living. At something approaching behind them. Aditi looked through the narrowing gap. For one instant, outside the broken entrance, she saw the creature souls again. Dozens, hundreds, perhaps more, gathered beyond the fence. Watching. Not attacking. Witnessing. The souls transformed by consequence had followed them to the threshold of mankind's crime. The elevator door shut.
Darkness swallowed them.
They descended. Down through concrete. Down through earth. Down through the hidden lie beneath Hyderabad. As they fell deeper, Aditi understood the truth of the creatures she had seen. They were not monsters. They were mirrors. They were souls wearing the shapes of what they once refused to honor. And if humanity did not learn before judgment, then judgment would teach afterward, patiently, precisely, unbearably, until every soul understood that no life was created merely to suffer beneath another's ignorance. The elevator continued downward. Far below, machines screamed. And beneath those machines, consequence waited with open eyes. Chapter 14. The Desert of Lost Souls. The elevator descended for far too long. That was the first truth that unsettled them. No underground facility should have extended this deep beneath the earth. Minutes passed while the numbers above the elevator door continued dropping. Negative levels beyond architectural reason, beyond engineering comfort, beyond the limits of what governments publicly admitted existed beneath cities. -20. -34. -57. -89. The deeper they went, the quieter everyone became. The silence inside the elevator was not ordinary silence. It was the silence of human beings realizing they had crossed beyond the territory where civilization protects the mind. The metal walls vibrated faintly. Somewhere below, machinery roared like restrained thunder. Somewhere farther still, something else moved. Not machines. Something ancient enough that movement itself felt wrong around it. Aditi stood near the center of the elevator, her reflection faint in the steel doors before her. But every few seconds, the reflection changed slightly. Sometimes she saw herself older. Sometimes bloodied. Sometimes clothed in white. Sometimes surrounded by gates. Sometimes not human at all, but only light shaped into memory. The collapsing timelines had not stopped. They were merely waiting. Anju noticed Aditi staring at the reflection. "What do you see?" Aditi answered quietly. "Consequences arriving before actions finish." No one asked her to explain. The elevator lights flickered. Ajay stood beside her. His expression had become distant since they entered the building, as though he recognized this descent not as a place, but as a returning wound. "We are close," he whispered. "To the laboratory?" Ajay shook his head slowly. "To something beneath it." Aditi felt cold spread through her body. The elevator finally stopped at level -108. The doors opened. Air spilled inward.
Hot. Dry. Wrong.
Not laboratory air anymore. Desert air. The group stepped out slowly. The corridor before them stretched vast and dim beneath red emergency lights. Thick cables ran along walls of black steel. Massive pipes pulsed overhead. The floor trembled faintly beneath their feet, carrying the heartbeat of enormous machines deeper below. But mixed with the industrial sounds came something far worse. Voices. Not speaking clearly. Whispering. Thousands of whispers layered atop one another until they became a spiritual pressure rather than sound. Gopal gripped his weapon tighter. "Jesus." Dr. Kareem looked shattered. "This level didn't exist when I worked here." Ajay looked down the corridor. "Yes," he said softly, "because they dug deeper." Aditi understood immediately. Some discoveries do not stop when morality says stop. Some people, once they touch forbidden knowledge, continue descending simply because deeper darkness promises greater power. They walked carefully through the corridor. Observation windows lined sections of the walls, but most had shattered from within. Inside the rooms beyond them were overturned equipment, restraints, dried blood, burned wires, claw marks across metal, and words written repeatedly across walls in different languages. "Let me return. The road is watching. I saw my body below me. Not dead, not alive. Don't open the red gate. They are still walking in the desert." Aditi stopped. "The desert?" Ajay's face tightened. Before he could answer, the corridor ended, and the laboratory disappeared. The world beyond the doorway should not have existed underground. Yet it did. A desert stretched before them. Endless. Impossible. A horizon of black-red sand beneath a sky without sun, lit only by dim crimson light pouring from cracks in the heavens above. Giant broken structures rose in the distance like ruins from civilizations punished before history began. Wind moved across the dunes carrying whispers, prayers, screams, and names spoken by no living mouth. The heat was unbearable, yet no fire burned. The air smelled of dust, sorrow, and ancient exhaustion. Aditi stared in disbelief. "This isn't possible." Ajay looked at the desert with visible grief. "This is where the wound opened." Sam whispered, "What is this place?" Ajay answered, "The desert of lost souls." The name entered them like prophecy. The sand shifted, and Aditi saw them. Souls. Billions. Not gathered together, but wandering endlessly across the desert. Some crawled. Some walked without direction. Some carried chains made not of iron but memory. Some searched the horizon desperately. Some called names forever unanswered. Some stood unmoving as if waiting for judgment that never arrived. The sight shattered scale itself. Humanity struggles to imagine 1,000 people suffering. 1,000,000 already becomes abstract. But billions, billions of souls wandering an endless desert beneath a broken sky. That was not suffering anymore. It was consequence expanded into geography. Anju began crying immediately. James crossed himself instinctively again, though even faith seemed too small before this enormity. Vivek whispered, "How can there be so many?" Ajay answered quietly, "Worlds have existed before Earth." Everyone turned toward him. Ajay continued, "Not all civilizations survive wisdom. Some destroy themselves spiritually before they destroy themselves physically. Some create suffering so deep it echoes beyond extinction." Aditi looked over the desert. "These souls are trapped." "Yes. Forever." Ajay hesitated. "Then, some punishments end." some do not. Some souls refuse release even when shown the road, because guilt becomes part of their identity. The wind carried cries across the dunes. Aditi listened. Not all the voices begged for mercy. Some begged for another chance to apologize. That hurt more, because it revealed the tragedy beneath punishment. Many souls understood love only after losing every opportunity to practice it. A figure stumbled near them through the sand.
A man.
Or what remained of one. His body looked human, but cracked like dried earth. His eyes glowed faintly beneath layers of dust. Around his neck hung chains formed from screaming faces. He saw Aditi and fell to his knees. "Please," he whispered. "Water." Aditi moved instinctively toward him. Ajay caught her wrist. "Careful." "Why?" "He may not be suffering thirst." The man looked up, and Aditi saw the truth. Inside his eyes lived cities burning, children screaming, animals slaughtered, rivers poisoned, people starved while he ate. He had once ruled something. Not a country. A system. A civilization built upon exploitation. The chains around him were not decoration. They were consequence given form. Every face represented lives broken beneath his choices. The man reached toward Aditi. "Please." His voice changed suddenly. Now it sounded like thousands speaking at once. "Take the chains away." Aditi looked at Ajay. "Can't he be helped?" Ajay's face was full of unbearable sorrow. He was offered release. What happened? He refused to feel remorse. He wanted freedom without understanding. The man screamed suddenly. "They were below me. Below me." The chains tightened around him. Faces cried out. Aditi stepped back in horror. Ajay spoke softly. "The desert does not only punish action. It reveals hierarchy sickness." Aditi frowned. "What does that mean?" Ajay looked across the endless dunes. Some souls believed other lives existed only for their use. They built identities upon superiority. The desert removes all thrones until the soul learns equality. The wind rose harder. Across the dunes, Aditi saw countless forms. A wealthy woman dragging mountains of gold that melted into sand before she could hold them. A butcher chased endlessly by the animals he killed, not attacking him, only staring. A war leader hearing every death, he commanded echo beneath each step. A scientist disassembled repeatedly by invisible hands, feeling his own experiments performed upon himself. A mother who abandoned her children wandering while hearing them cry from unreachable distances. A ruler begging nameless souls for water while carrying oceans he could never drink. Each punishment was different, yet all shared one law. The soul was forced to encounter what it had created in others. Gopal stared at the wandering billions. "This," he swallowed hard. "This isn't revenge." Ajay nodded.
No.
"What is it then?" "Revelation." The word rolled through the desert wind. Aditi understood suddenly why hell terrified heaven itself. Not because of pain alone, because pain in hell was meaningful. Nothing could hide there. No excuses. No public image. No status. No propaganda. No rewritten history. The soul stood naked before consequence. And consequence remembered everything. The ground trembled. Far across the desert, enormous gates rose from beneath the dunes, broken, leaning, ancient beyond measurement. Some were sealed. Others stood open. From the open gates came processions of souls entering deeper regions beyond sight. Aditi felt her chest tighten. "There are levels." Ajay looked at her sadly. "Yes." Anju whispered through tears. "How deep does this place go?" Ajay did not answer immediately. Then, "Deeper than language survives." The sentence silenced them completely. They continued walking carefully across the edge of the desert. The sand beneath their feet was strange, not grains exactly, but fragments of memory hardened into matter. Every step produced faint whispers. Aditi knelt and touched the ground. Instantly visions entered her. A child crying alone in another world. A king laughing during execution. A slave collapsing beneath heat. An animal skinned alive. A forest burning. A woman feeding strangers despite starvation. A soldier refusing an evil order. A scientist choosing conscience too late. Aditi pulled her hand away. The desert remembers. Ajay nodded. Nothing truly disappears. Dr. Karim fell to his knees suddenly. Everyone turned. The old doctor stared ahead with horror. Aditi followed his gaze. Figures approached across the dunes. Lab coats. Researchers. Scientists from the facility. Some wandered blind. Some clawed at their own faces. Some carried invisible instruments, repeating experiments endlessly upon themselves. Some begged unseen subjects for forgiveness. Some screamed equations into the sky. One woman walked in circles whispering, "They were only subjects. They were only subjects. They were only." Then the sand beneath her opened briefly, and countless hands dragged her downward before releasing her again. Not to destroy her. To remind her. Dr. Karim broke. "They're here already." Ajay looked at him. Parts of them never left. The doctor trembled violently. "What does that mean?" "When they forced separation repeatedly," Ajay said, "pieces of their souls became anchored here while their bodies remained alive on Earth." Aditi looked toward the deeper dunes. "So they've already begun dying spiritually." "Yes." Dr. Karim covered his face. "I helped build this." The wind carried another sound then. Not screaming.
Crying. Soft. Childlike.
Aditi turned. Near a broken gate, hundreds of children sat together beneath black stone ruins. Some were human. Some not. All silent. Watching the horizon. Waiting. Aditi walked toward them slowly. One little girl looked up at her. "Have they come yet?" she asked. Aditi's throat tightened. "Who?" "Our mothers." The simplicity of the question nearly destroyed her. Ajay looked devastated. "These are souls lost during civilization collapses." Aditi knelt before the girl. "How long have you been waiting?" The child answered. "There is no long here." Aditi closed her eyes in pain. Time itself had become punishment in the desert. Not endless duration. Endless incompletion. A small boy beside the girl spoke quietly. "They told us the roads broke." Ajay lowered his head. The children were not being tortured. That somehow hurt worse. They were waiting in a place where waiting itself had become sorrow. Sarah's words returned inside Aditi. If the roads fail, birth itself becomes vulnerable. The laboratory's wound threatened not only Earth's living population, it threatened the architecture, guiding souls themselves. Aditi looked over the desert again. Billions wandering. Billions learning too late. Billions trapped inside consequences large enough to become landscapes. She whispered, "Humanity thinks cruelty disappears when hidden." Ajay looked at her. "But the universe is built to remember." The sky above the desert cracked suddenly. A massive red fracture opened across the heavens. The dunes trembled. Souls cried out in fear. Ajay's face went pale. The laboratory. A voice thundered across the desert. "Not from heaven. Not from hell. From the wound. Victor Hale. We are approaching full synchronization." The sky split wider. For one terrible instant, Aditi saw the laboratory through the fracture. Giant machines spinning, researchers shouting, screens overflowing with impossible data, restrained subjects convulsing beneath separation fields. Victor stood at the center.
Calm.
Watching. A prophet of arrogance before an altar of stolen suffering. The fracture widened further. The desert screamed. Billions of souls turned toward the opening. Not because they wanted escape. Because instinct recognized disaster approaching, even punishment. Ajay grabbed Aditi's arm. "If the synchronization completes, the desert will merge with Earth." Aditi stared at him. "What does that mean?" His voice shook. "The lost souls will walk among the living." The words entered the dunes like fire. Around them, the wandering billions began moving. Not attacking. Searching. Searching for roads. Searching for bodies. Searching for release. The sand rose into storms. Broken gates groaned open. The abyss beneath the desert awakened. Aditi looked toward the fracture where the laboratory pulsed beyond reality. Then she looked at the endless suffering surrounding her. For the first time since the nightmare began, She truly understood the scale of what mankind had disturbed. The afterlife was not mythology. It was infrastructure. And beneath Hyderabad, humanity had begun breaking the roads of eternity itself. Chapter 15. The Demon Who Kneeled. The desert of lost souls began to move. Not like land, like memory under judgment. The dunes rose and fell as if billions of buried regrets were breathing beneath them. Red sand lifted into the air, circling the group in slow spirals, carrying voices from punishments older than Earth. The sky above the desert remained torn open by the laboratory's wound, and through that wound came the sound of machines pretending to become gods. Victor Hale's voice had faded, but his arrogance remained. It hung over the desert like smoke. Aditi stood at the edge of the storm, surrounded by Ajay, Anju, Gopal, Dr. Karim, Sam, Vivek, and James. Behind them stretched the road they had entered by. Before them lay endless punishment. Above them, the fracture widened. Beneath them, the sand remembered every cruelty ever hidden beneath excuses. Then the horns sounded. One note.
Low.
Terrible. Final. The desert answered by falling silent. Even the billions of lost souls stopped moving. Aditi felt the sound enter her bones. It did not hurt her ears. It judged her courage. It passed through her body and searched for lies, weakness, pride, fear, and all the hidden places where human beings pretend to be better than they are. Gopal raised his gun with trembling hands. Ajay whispered, "Do not." "What is it?" Aditi asked. Ajay's face had gone pale. "One of the keepers." The sand ahead split open. A chasm formed across the desert, vast and smoking, its edges glowing with molten red. From within it rose a figure so immense that the mind resisted understanding him as alive. First came the horns. Great dark horns curved backward like the memory of ancient mountains burned by divine fire. Then the head rose, vast, crowned with ridges of black stone, eyes burning like two suns seen through blood. His skin was deep crimson and charred obsidian, covered in marks that were not wounds, but laws carved into flesh. Chains hung from his shoulders, yet he was not bound by them. They were symbols of what he had bound in others. When he stepped from the chasm, the desert shook. He was taller than temple towers, broader than war gates. His presence carried the terror of punishment, but not the filth of evil. There was no cheap malice in him, no joy in suffering, no hunger for destruction.
He was not cruelty. He was consequence with a body.
The lost souls bowed their heads, not out of love, out of recognition. Aditi could not move. The demon's shadow fell across her like night. Anju whispered a prayer. Sam began shaking. James wept silently. Vivek lowered his eyes. Dr. Karim collapsed to his knees, overwhelmed by guilt before the being even spoke. Gopal's weapon lowered by itself, his hand refusing to aim at something beyond the authority of bullets. The demon looked upon them. His gaze moved first to Gopal, then Anju, then the others. When his eyes rested on Dr. Karim, the old doctor cried out and clutched his chest. Around him, faint images appeared. Laboratory rooms, restrained subjects, signatures on documents, moments when he had remained silent because fear had seemed safer than righteousness. The demon spoke. Scientist. The word rolled across the desert like a stone door opening in the foundation of the world. Dr. Karim bent forward, shaking. I am helping them now. The demon's eyes burned brighter. Then let your help become heavier than the lives your silence allowed to suffer. The doctor sobbed. Aditi stepped forward before she knew she had chosen to. Enough. Everyone stared at her. Ajay's eyes widened. The demon turned slowly. The full weight of his gaze fell upon Aditi. For one terrible instant, she felt everything in herself exposed. Every fear, every doubt, every selfish thought, every moment of anger, every kindness, every weakness, every hidden grief, every small love, every question she had never dared ask God, every memory she had forgotten but her soul had carried. She almost fell, but she did not. The demon looked at her, and then the impossible happened. He lowered himself. One knee touched the sand. The entire desert trembled. Billions of lost souls looked up. Ajay stopped breathing. Sarah's distant white light flickered somewhere beyond the road, as though heaven itself had witnessed the gesture. The demon bowed his head before Aditi Rao. Not fully. Not in worship. In ancient acknowledgement. Aditi could not speak. Her terror became confusion. Her confusion became awe. Her awe became a strange grief, because some part of her felt this moment did not belong to this life alone. The demon's voice lowered. Walker between. Aditi's lips parted. You know me? Yes.
How?
The demon lifted his burning eyes. Your name crossed the lower gates before your birth remembered its body. Aditi felt the words enter her like lightning traveling backward through memory. My birth. The demon rose slowly, and with him the desert's silence deepened. You have stood near gates before, he said. Not in this body. Not in this age. Not under the sky alone. Aditi stepped back. Ajay looked at her with fear and wonder. The demon continued. There are souls who pass once through judgment. There are souls who return many times to learn. There are souls who rise. Souls who fall. Souls who wander. Souls who forget. Souls who are forgotten. He looked into Aditi as if reading a book written before stars. And there are rare souls who are remembered by the roads. The dunes whispered. Aditi felt the phrase move through the billions around them. Remembered by the roads. She shook her head. I don't understand. No living mind could hold the full understanding. Then tell me what I need to know. The demon's eyes burned with something almost like respect. You were not brought here to destroy punishment. You were brought here to restore passage. Aditi looked across the desert. Can these souls be freed? Some of the lost souls lifted their heads, hope trembling painfully in their faces. The demon did not answer quickly. When he did, his voice was grave. Some may be guided. Some may be healed through consequence. Some must remain until truth enters them deeper than regret. Some have made themselves into prisons no gate can open from outside. Aditi's eyes filled. That is terrible. Yes. Does heaven know? Heaven knows. And does nothing? The demon's gaze sharpened. Heaven does not erase justice, because mercy feels sorrow. The words struck her. Aditi lowered her eyes. The demon continued, not harshly, but with terrible clarity. Mercy without truth becomes permission. Justice without mercy becomes cruelty. The world survive only where both stand together. The desert wind moved around them. Aditi looked up again. Then why kneel to me? The demon was silent. Then he said, because once before this life, you stood before a gate no demon was permitted to cross. Aditi's breathing stopped. What gate? The demon looked toward the torn sky. A gate beyond judgment. Ajay whispered. That exists. The demon did not look at him. Yes. Aditi felt the world tilt beneath her. The demon continued. You carried a soul no law could decide. Neither heaven nor hell could claim it. Neither punishment nor reward could answer it. You pleaded not for escape, but for right understanding. The air darkened. You spoke a law that even we remembered. Aditi's voice trembled. What law? The demon stepped closer. The ground shook beneath his weight. He lowered his voice, and the desert leaned inward. No soul should be measured only by its worst moment, yet no soul should escape the lives it broke. Aditi closed her eyes. The sentence felt familiar. Not learned. Recovered. The demon watched her. You carry fragments of ancient balance. That is why the roads open to you. That is why the dead speak near you. That is why heaven called your name. That is why hell does not attack you. Aditi whispered. I am just Aditi. The demon's expression did not soften, yet something in his voice became almost gentle. Every soul says, I am just, before memory returns. The torn sky above them roared. The laboratory wound widened. A wave of red energy surged across the desert, throwing lost souls backward. The false synchronization was intensifying. Through the fracture, Aditi saw flashes of earth, Hyderabad streets, hospital rooms, sleeping bodies, open gates, People collapsing, children crying, machines spinning beneath Shamshabad. Victor Hale's voice returned faintly. Do not stop. Increase the field. Dr. Karim screamed. No! The demon turned toward the fracture. His eyes burned like judgment ready for war. The living fool has opened punishment without permission. Aditi stepped beside him. Can you stop him? The demon's answer was immediate. Yes. Hope rose in her. Then he finished. By burning the wound and all attached to it. Dr. Karim looked horrified. That would kill everyone in the laboratory. And many above, Ajay added, voice shaking. The demon looked at Aditi. That is why I have not acted. The realization struck her. Hell was waiting, not because it was weak, because justice, true justice, was careful. Aditi looked toward the fracture. What happens if we fail? The demon answered. The desert will rise through earth. The lost will seek bodies, voices, memories, warmth. Some will cling to the living. Some will drag the dying. Some will possess places rather than people. Homes will become prisons. Cities will become afterlife crossings. Nations will fall into spiritual famine. Birth will become confused. Death will become crowded. Rebirth will become corrupted. The desert trembled beneath each sentence. And eventually he said, Earth will no longer know whether it is alive. Aditi felt the full terror of it. The city that forgot to breathe would become the world that forgot how to be living. She turned to Ajay. How do we return to the laboratory? Ajay pointed toward the chasm from which the demon had risen. There is a lower passage. Anju stepped forward. We have to go through that? The demon answered. Yes. Gopal gave a hollow laugh. Of course. The demon looked down at him. Fear is permitted. Cowardice is not. Gopal's face hardened. He nodded once. Understood. The demon turned back to Aditi. The lower passage will bring you beneath the laboratory's core chamber. But the path crosses punishment fields. What you see there will try to attach itself to your mind. Do not answer every cry. Do not accept every accusation. Do not make promises beyond your power. Aditi swallowed. What should I do? Remember your purpose. And if I forget? The demon looked at Ajay. The child will remind you. Ajay straightened. The demon's gaze moved across the group. Each of you will face an echo of consequence. Not full judgment. A shadow. Enough to reveal where fear may enter you. Sam looked terrified. Why? Because the laboratory feeds on weakness between soul and body. If you enter carrying hidden cracks, the wound will use them. James whispered. What kind of cracks? The demon's answer came like iron.
Guilt, pride, grief,
Denial,
hatred,
desire for power, desire for escape, desire to be innocent without becoming truthful. No one spoke. The lost souls around them began murmuring again. The demon raised one hand. The desert became quiet. Then he bent down and placed his enormous palm against the sand. A passage opened. A staircase descended into red darkness beneath the desert. Heat rose from it, but again, not physical heat. Moral heat. The feeling of standing near truth without clothing. Aditi looked down the stairway. Every instinct in her wanted to refuse. But behind her stood billions of lost souls. Above her, earth was cracking. Ahead of her, the laboratory continued tearing living souls from bodies. And somewhere beyond all gates, her name had already been spoken. She stepped toward the stairs. The demon's voice stopped her. Aditi Rao. She turned. He reached toward his chest and drew out a small flame. It burned black at its center and gold at its edges. The flame did not flicker in the wind. What is that? A coal from the witness fire. He held it before her. It burns lies, but not flesh. Carry it near the machine. If the core hides false passage, this will reveal it. Aditi hesitated. Will it hurt me? The demon looked at her. Only where you are untruthful. Aditi almost laughed from fear. That is not comforting. No, the demon said. It is useful. She accepted the flame. It sank into her palm without burning skin. A mark appeared there, a small black gold ember beneath the surface, glowing like a secret. Ajay stared at it. Hell has given you a light. The demon corrected him. Judgment has loaned her a witness. Aditi closed her hand. The flame pulsed once. Then, the demon stepped aside. The staircase waited. Aditi descended first. Ajay followed. Then Anju, Gopal, Dr. Karim, Sam, Vivek, and James. Behind them, the demon who kneeled stood before the billions of lost souls, towering between the desert and the fracture in the sky. As Aditi reached the first step, she heard his voice one last time, not thunderous now, but solemn enough to follow her into every future. Remember this, walker between. Hell does not fear the guilty. Hell fears the one who can bring truth to the living before they become ours. Aditi looked back. The demon's burning eyes met hers. Then the staircase swallowed the light, and they descended beneath punishment, toward the laboratory, carrying with them the witness fire, the sorrow of billions, and the unbearable knowledge that even demons may kneel when a soul carries a law older than fear. Chapter 16. The Weight of Sin. The staircase descended beneath the desert of lost souls like a wound traveling downward through reality. There were no walls in the ordinary sense, only layers of dark stone veined with crimson light, stretching endlessly beside them as though they walked through the interior of some ancient judgment buried beneath creation itself. The steps were black, smooth, and warm beneath their feet, worn not by time, but by passage. The air carried whispers that seemed to come from inside their own memories.
Not voices speaking to them.
Voices awakening within them. Aditi walked first. The witness fire burned beneath the skin of her palm, its black gold ember pulsing softly with every step. She felt it responding to thought, to fear, to truth hidden behind emotion. It did not burn her flesh. It burned concealment. Behind her walked Ajay. Then Anju, Gopal, Dr. Karim, Sam, Vivek, and James. None of them spoke for a long time. The staircase itself seemed to punish noise. Every sound echoed too deeply, returning altered, heavier than when it had been spoken. At last, Sam whispered, "What exactly is sin?" The question moved through the darkness, like a stone dropped into bottomless water. Ajay looked ahead, then toward Aditi. But it was not Ajay who answered. The staircase did. The walls around them brightened faintly, and suddenly the stone became transparent. Beneath them, around them, within them, worlds appeared. Worlds layered upon worlds.
Cities. Forests.
Alien oceans beneath silver moons. Deserts beneath black suns. Kingdoms of light. Civilizations of machinery. Primitive tribes. Advanced empires. Millions of species. Billions of lives. All connected by threads of consequence flowing between souls like invisible rivers. Aditi stopped breathing. The staircase spoke without a mouth. Not a voice exactly.
A law.
Sin is not merely the breaking of a rule. The visions deepened. A child comforting another child. A soldier torturing a prisoner. A woman feeding a starving dog. A king ordering executions. A scientist curing disease. A scientist creating suffering. A farmer saving seeds during famine. A merchant poisoning rivers for profit. A mother protecting strangers. A man laughing while crushing insects beneath his boots. The voice continued. Sin is the creation of unnecessary suffering against the balance of life. The words entered them with unbearable clarity. Not religious slogans. Not institutional doctrine. Something older. Something terrifying because of its simplicity. The visions shifted again. Aditi saw threads emerging from every action. Some became light. Some became weight. The weight fascinated and horrified her. Cruelty was not disappearing after it happened. It accumulated. Around souls. Within places. Across generations. A single act could echo through centuries because suffering multiplies when passed from one life into another. The voice continued. Every action changes the architecture of existence. Gopal whispered, "Architecture." The staircase answered him. A city appeared in the stone around them. At first it looked prosperous. Then hidden crimes revealed themselves beneath it. Exploitation, corruption, violence ignored because it was profitable, suffering dismissed, because it was inconvenient. Slowly the city darkened. Not metaphorically, spiritually. The very atmosphere thickened. Children grew fearful without understanding why. Violence increased. Despair spread. Trust weakened. The city eventually collapsed into war. The vision faded. Then another appeared. A poor village. Hungry.
Small.
Yet people shared what little they had. They protected the weak. They fed animals before eating themselves. They forgave where revenge would have been easier. They carried grief without turning it into cruelty. The village glowed. Not physically. Spiritually. The children there laughed more easily. The old died peacefully. The land recovered after storms. Even death moved gently through it. Aditi understood. Places carried moral gravity. Civilizations were shaped not merely by economics or power, but by accumulated consequence. Ajay spoke softly. Sin has weight. The staircase brightened in agreement. And suffering is transferable. Aditi looked up sharply. What does that mean? Now the visions became personal. A father beaten as a child grows into a violent man. A girl loved deeply becomes a healer. A soldier traumatized by war spreads pain into his family. A woman shown compassion survives despair and saves others. A child taught cruelty repeats it. A child shown mercy interrupts it. The staircase continued. Pain seeks continuation unless transformed. The sentence entered them like prophecy. Aditi whispered, "That is why cruelty spreads." "Yes," Ajay said quietly. "And why kindness matters more than people think." The staircase darkened again. Now they saw enormous structures rising through the void, vast scales balancing worlds against worlds, species against species, actions against consequences. Not punishment machines. Balance systems. The universe was not built merely to reward goodness. It was built to prevent suffering from becoming infinite. The voice continued. Justice is the immune system of existence. Dr. Karim fell to his knees. Oh God. For the first time, he understood his crime beyond legality. The laboratory had not merely harmed people. It had interfered with the immune system of reality itself. It had interrupted consequence, delayed judgment, dislocated suffering, forced souls into states they were never meant to occupy. And, because of that, pain had begun leaking across the boundaries designed to contain it. Aditi looked toward him. The witness fire beneath her palm pulsed. Suddenly Dr. Karim screamed. Black smoke rose briefly from his chest. Not literal smoke. Guilt made visible. He collapsed forward. Anju rushed toward him, but Ajay lifted his hand gently.
No.
Let him see. Dr. Karim cried openly now. Visions surrounded him. Patients strapped to chairs. Subjects begging to stop. Researchers laughing nervously to hide fear. Moments when he knew something was wrong but remained silent because careers, funding, reputation, and fear had outweighed courage. Aditi saw the terrible truth then. Most evil was not committed by monsters. Most evil survived through ordinary people choosing comfort over conscience. The staircase spoke again. Sin rarely begins with hatred. It begins with permission. Gopal lowered his head. James wept silently. Sam stared at his hands. Vivek closed his eyes. Because each of them understood suddenly that morality was not abstract. Every small permission mattered. Every moment where a human being knew better and refused that knowledge added weight to existence. Aditi looked at the visions again. But why suffering? She asked. Why not simply stop people before they become cruel? The staircase became silent. Then the answer came slowly. Because forced goodness is not goodness. The worlds around them dimmed. Love without freedom is programming. The sentence shook Aditi deeply. Mercy requires choice. Cruelty requires choice. Therefore consequence requires choice. Ajay looked toward her. That is why heaven and hell both exist. Aditi understood. Without freedom, compassion would mean nothing. Without the possibility of cruelty, kindness would not be moral beauty, only design. The staircase showed another vision. A world where every harmful thought was immediately erased. No war. No murder. No theft. No cruelty. At first the world seemed perfect. Then Aditi saw the emptiness beneath it. No sacrifice. No courage. No forgiveness. No moral growth. No real love. Only obedience. The vision vanished. The staircase spoke. A painless world without moral freedom becomes spiritually dead. Aditi shivered. The truth was terrible. The universe allowed danger because, without the ability to choose wrongly, souls could never truly become righteous. Ajay whispered, "The purpose of existence is not safety alone. It is transformation." The witness fire glowed brighter beneath Aditi's skin. Suddenly the staircase changed. The walls darkened completely. And now they saw crime in its deepest form. Not murder. Not war. Not torture. Those were symptoms. The root appeared beneath them. Separation. Souls believing other lives were less real than their own. That was the beginning. Every cruelty grew from that fracture. A ruler believes peasants are less human. A racist believes another race matters less. A wealthy man believes workers are tools. A violent husband believes his wife exists for him. A butcher believes animals are objects. A scientist believes subjects are data. A conqueror believes nations are property. Every evil act began when one soul denied the sacred reality of another. The staircase thundered. The first sin is the refusal to recognize shared existence. The words shook the entire passage. Aditi stopped walking. Tears filled her eyes, because she suddenly understood why the rebirth gates existed. Why souls became creatures they had ignored. Why consequence mirrored suffering. The universe was trying to heal separation, not through revenge, through forced understanding. Ajay looked at her gently. Now you understand the creatures of consequence. Aditi nodded faintly. Yes. She looked toward the darkness below. Sin is forgetting that other lives are as real as your own. The staircase brightened. Agreement. The witness fire pulsed warmly. Not all truth burned. Some truths recognized. They continued descending. Far below, machinery roared louder now. The laboratory was close. But the staircase was not finished teaching them. The visions shifted again. Now Aditi saw suffering transferred across generations. A cruel father creates a fearful son. The fearful son becomes an angry man. The angry man wounds others. Those wounded spread pain further. Wave after wave. Century after century. Civilizations drowning in inherited sorrow. Then she saw one woman forgive. And the chain broke. One act of transformed pain interrupted centuries of continuation. Aditi gasped. So one act can stop suffering too. Ajay smiled sadly. Yes. The staircase spoke. Sin multiplies. Mercy multiplies faster. The line entered Aditi like light. Not naive hope. Mathematical spiritual law. Cruelty spreads through fear. But compassion spreads through recognition. One person choosing conscience could alter countless futures invisible to them. The visions intensified. Aditi now saw Earth itself. Cities glowing with moral weight. Some bright, some dark, some sick, some healing. Wars appeared like infections. Acts of kindness appeared like stars. Animal slaughterhouses formed wounds in the atmosphere. Hospitals glowed. Prisons screamed. Forests remembered. Oceans carried grief. Temples and churches and mosques and homes radiated differently depending on whether love inside them was genuine or performative. Nothing was hidden. Nothing. The universe saw through appearances directly into consequence. Dr. Kareem whispered brokenly. We thought morality was cultural. The staircase answered immediately. Morality is structural. Everyone fell silent. Aditi understood then why the laboratory had become catastrophic so quickly. Victor Hale had not merely violated ethics. He had violated structure. He had inserted artificial force into the sacred architecture connecting suffering, death, rebirth, judgment, and healing. He had tried to bypass consequence itself. And reality was tearing in response. Suddenly the staircase stopped. Before them stood a vast door of black iron. Beyond it came the roar of the laboratory. Machines. Sirens. Screaming. The wound. The final descent. A symbol burned across the iron surface, a scale balanced between a flame and a tear. Ajay looked at Aditi. This is the threshold. Aditi stared at the door. What happens after this? Ajay's expression darkened. The machine will show you the true weight of every soul connected to it. Anju whispered, Can anyone survive that? Ajay answered quietly. Only someone willing to feel suffering without becoming cruel because of it. The witness fire burned brighter beneath Aditi's palm. The staircase spoke one final truth before the door opened. Not thunderously, not dramatically, softly, like the oldest law in existence, reminding creation why it was made. The purpose of judgment is not vengeance. The darkness listened. The purpose of judgment is to end the spread of suffering. The iron doors opened slowly. Red light flooded the staircase. Hot air surged upward, carrying the smell of blood, electricity, burned metal, antiseptic, and fear. Below them waited the laboratory core, the machine that had wounded the afterlife, the place where science had tried to overpower morality. Aditi stepped toward the opening, but now she carried something greater than fear. Understanding. And understanding, once fully awakened, becomes heavier than destiny itself. Chapter 17. Innocence and Evil. The laboratory core opened before them like a cathedral built by men who no longer believed in the soul, yet could not stop trying to steal it.
It was vast.
Far too vast to belong beneath one abandoned building. Steel platforms rose in rings around a central machine shaped like a black metallic heart. Thick cables descended from the ceiling like roots from an upside-down tree. Glass chambers lined the walls. Inside them lay human bodies strapped to white beds, surrounded by monitors, tubes, wires, restraints, and machines that blinked with cold intelligence. Above many of those bodies hovered faint human forms. Souls. Some were half-attached, trembling between flesh and air. Some floated higher, confused and terrified. Some had been stretched thin like light pulled through broken glass. Some whispered to their own bodies as if begging the body to remember them. The living were not fully alive. The dead were not fully dead. This was not a laboratory. It was a crime against passage. Aditi stood at the threshold, unable to move. Anju covered her mouth. Sam whispered, God forgive us. Vivek's eyes filled with horror. James looked away, but there was nowhere safe to look. Gopal lifted his weapon, then lowered it again, because what lay before him was not something a gun alone could correct. Dr. Karim staggered forward, broken by recognition. The central machine pulsed. With every pulse, the air bent. The souls above the bodies shook. The lights flickered red-white-red. Screens displayed diagrams of consciousness fields, neural synchronization, spirit displacement, mortality thresholds, probability collapse, and words that should never have appeared together on any human monitor. Soul-body separation stability, 63%. Afterlife interface, active. Rebirth gate interference, rising. Citywide consciousness field, expanding. Aditi felt the witness fire burn beneath her palm. The machine was not merely operating. It was lying. It called theft data. It called torment advancement. It called spiritual violence discovery. Aditi whispered, This is evil. Ajay appeared beside her, his face pale and solemn. Yes. Then his eyes shifted toward the bodies in the chambers. And no. Aditi turned to him sharply. What do you mean no? Ajay did not answer immediately. Instead, the machine pulsed again. The room vanished. Not physically. In vision. Aditi saw the scientists who built the machine not as monsters at first, but as children. Victor Hale as a boy, standing beside his mother's hospital bed, watching death take the only person who loved him without condition. His small hand held hers. His eyes did not understand why love could not stop the body from failing. Dr. Karim as a young student, brilliant and poor, dreaming of curing diseases that had taken neighbors, relatives, nameless people from crowded streets. Other researchers as children too, one who lost a brother, one who watched a father die slowly, one who prayed and heard no answer, one who wanted humanity to defeat suffering, One who believed science could become mercy. Then the vision aged them. Grief became ambition. Ambition became justification. Justification became permission. Permission became crime. Aditi stood inside the vision, watching the transformation. None of them had begun by saying, "Let us become evil." That was the terror. Evil often begins by borrowing the language of good. It says, cure. It says, progress. It says, necessity. It says, sacrifice. It says, for humanity. It says, just this once. Then, slowly, the face of mercy becomes a mask worn by cruelty. The vision ended. Aditi was back in the core chamber. Her breath trembled. Ajay looked at her. Now you see the paradox. Aditi whispered, they were innocent once. Yes. But what they did is evil. Yes. How can both be true? Ajay's eyes carried the sadness of heaven and hell together. That is humanity. The words settled into the machinery, into the screams, into the dim red light. Humanity, the creature of prayer and murder, the hand that feeds and the hand that wounds, the mind that creates hospitals and torture chambers, the heart that loves children and ignores the children of others, the species that writes scriptures about compassion while building systems of suffering beneath its own cities. Aditi looked at the bodies in the chambers. So are they guilty? Ajay answered softly. Guilt is not the opposite of woundedness. The sentence stopped her. Ajay continued. A person may be wounded and still become guilty. A person may be misled and still cause harm. A person may inherit lies and still be responsible for what they choose after truth appears. Aditi looked at Dr. Karim. The old doctor stood weeping near one chamber where a woman's soul hovered above her body, whispering, "Please let me go home." Aditi understood then why judgment could not be simple. If every criminal had once been a child, then innocence existed at the beginning. If every crime caused real suffering, then guilt existed at the end. Between those two truths lay the terrible maze called human life. Gopal stepped forward, scanning the chamber. We need to shut this down. Dr. Karim shook his head quickly. Not yet. If we cut power now, every separated soul may be severed from the body. Anju looked horrified. So, what do we do? Reverse the field first, he said. Pull them back. Stabilize. Then shut down. Aditi looked toward the central machine, where Dr. Karim pointed to an elevated control platform beyond the chamber. The main console. Before anyone could move, a voice came from above. You are late. They all froze. Victor Hale stood on the upper platform.
Tall, calm,
Impeccably dressed despite the chaos around him. His face was pale in the machine light, his eyes bright with the terrible peace of a man who had long ago mistaken obsession for destiny. Behind him stood armed security. Gopal raised his weapon immediately. Police, put your hands where I can see them. Victor smiled faintly. Officer, you are several realities beyond your jurisdiction. The guards aimed their weapons. Aditi stepped forward. Victor's eyes moved to her. Recognition flickered. So, he said softly, the anomaly has arrived. Ajay's face darkened. Aditi looked up at Victor. You did this. Victor spread his hands slightly. I opened what humanity has feared for millennia. You tortured people. I studied survival beyond death. You killed them. I revealed continuity. Aditi's voice sharpened. You call suffering by cleaner names because you cannot bear the filth of what you are. For the first time, Victor's smile thinned. The witness fire burned hotter in Aditi's palm. Victor looked at it. Interest entered his face. What is that? Aditi closed her hand. Something your machines cannot own. Victor descended a few steps. You misunderstand me. All of you do. His voice was calm, almost gentle. Death has ruled every species, every civilization, every love story, every empire, every child born into a body already condemned to decay. I did not create suffering. I challenged its oldest throne. Dr. Karim shouted. You used unwilling subjects. Victor looked at him with contempt. You helped. The words struck the doctor like a blade. Victor continued. All progress has casualties. Aditi stared at him.
No.
Crime has victims. Progress has responsibility. The line hung in the chamber. Some of the hovering souls turned toward her. Victor's expression hardened. You think morality is pure because you have never had to save a species from extinction. Aditi answered quietly. You cannot save humanity by forgetting what makes it worth saving. For a moment, silence held. Then Victor laughed softly. Beautiful, naive, dangerous. He gestured toward the machine. Look around you, Aditi. You have seen the afterlife. You know now that death is not an end. So, why fear experimentation? Why fear transition? Why fear breaking the boundary if there is more beyond it? Aditi felt anger rise. Because a door is not evil. Forcing someone through it is. Ajay looked at her with quiet pride. Victor's eyes sharpened. You speak as if consent survives ignorance. Humanity has always been experimented upon by nature, disease, aging, gods, governments, hunger, chance. I merely took the experiment into human hands. Aditi stepped forward. And made yourself judge. Victor's voice lowered.
No.
I made myself necessary. There it was. The root. Not knowledge. Not grief. Not science.
Pride.
The ancient infection beneath every empire. Aditi looked at him and saw the child beside his dying mother again. For one brief second, pity entered her. Victor saw it and hated it. Do not pity me. I pity the child you betrayed.
His face changed.
The words struck deeper than accusation. Aditi continued. You were wounded by death, and instead of becoming merciful, you became arrogant. You could not save your mother, so now you punish the world for being mortal. Victor's jaw tightened. The machine pulsed violently. The souls screamed. Screens flashed red. Citywide field surge. 78%. Dr. Karim shouted. The field is destabilizing. Victor turned toward the monitors, then back to Aditi. Enough. He lifted a hand. The guards prepared to fire. Before they could, the witness fire in Aditi's palm erupted. Black gold light spread across the chamber. No one burned, but every lie did. The guards cried out as visions surrounded them. Bribes taken, orders obeyed, families threatened, fear disguised as loyalty. Some dropped their weapons immediately. Others staggered back, unable to endure the sudden truth of themselves. Victor shielded his eyes. What is this? Aditi raised her hand. Witness. The light struck the central machine. For 1 second, every screen changed. No data. Names. The subjects' names appeared, not numbers.
Names.
Meera Sharma, John Harper, Ravi Menon, Aisha Khan, Daniel D'Souza, Lakshmi Rao, Rohan Iyer, Farida Begum. Hundreds more. Names filled every monitor. Voices followed. Mothers, fathers, children,
Wives.
husbands,
Friends. Lives.
The machine, forced to witness what it had reduced, began to tremble. Victor stared at the names, furious. Turn it off. No one moved. The researchers in the chamber had stopped working. Some were crying. Some stared at the screens as if seeing the subjects for the first time. Aditi understood the paradox again. These people had done evil, but some part of them had not yet died. Innocence was not the absence of guilt. Sometimes innocence was the buried part of the soul still capable of being horrified by its own actions. Dr. Karim seized the moment and ran toward the control platform. Gopal fired at the ceiling to scatter the remaining guards. Move! Anju, Sam, Vivek, and James rushed toward the chambers, trying to release restraints where they could. Aditi ran toward the machine. Ajay followed. Victor saw them and moved toward the main console. No, he shouted. You will destroy the greatest discovery in human history. Aditi turned to him. No, she said. We will stop one of its greatest crimes. Victor reached the console first. He entered a command. The machine roared. The chamber darkened. Then every separated soul in the room screamed at once. Aditi fell to her knees. The sound was not heard. It was felt. It carried the paradox of humanity inside it. Innocence wounded, evil chosen, suffering inherited, suffering inflicted, guilt and grief tangled, until only judgment could separate them. Ajay shouted. He is forcing full separation. Dr. Karim screamed. Victor, stop. They'll die. Victor's face was wild now. Death is not failure. Death is data. Aditi looked up at him, and suddenly she saw him not as a villain alone, but as the complete tragedy of mankind. A grieving child, a brilliant mind, a wounded soul, a proud man, a criminal, a possible penitent, a destroyer still pretending he was a savior. That was the paradox. Humanity was not innocent enough to escape judgment, but not evil enough to be abandoned without mercy. Aditi stood. The witness fire spread from her palm into her chest. Her voice rose above the screams. Victor Hale. He turned. Aditi's eyes burned with reflected black gold light. You are not innocent because you suffered. The machine trembled. You are not righteous because you wanted to defeat death. The names on the screens glowed brighter. You are not God because you opened a door. The entire chamber shook. And no knowledge becomes holy by standing on the bodies of the unwilling. The machine screamed. The souls above the bodies flickered. Victor stared at her, shaken, enraged, almost afraid. Aditi took one step closer. The living are not yours. Another step. The dead are not yours. Another. The soul is not yours. The witness fire burst outward. The central machine cracked. Not destroyed. Revealed. Inside its black metallic heart, a red false gate pulsed. The wound's mouth, connected to the desert of lost souls, the rebirth roads, the city, the bodies, the dead, and the not yet dead. Ajay whispered, there. Dr. Karim saw it. The reversal must be applied directly to the gate core. Victor shouted, touch it, and you will erase our only chance to transcend mortality. Aditi looked at him with sorrow. Mortality was never mankind's greatest enemy. Victor's face hardened. Then what is? Aditi answered, the belief that others may be sacrificed so we can escape it. For one moment, Victor said nothing. The truth reached him. Not fully, but enough to wound pride. Then the lights went out. Emergency alarm screamed. The false gate opened wider. And from within it came the sound of the desert. Billions of lost souls stirring. Hungry for roads. Hungry for bodies. Hungry for the living world. Ajay grabbed Aditi's hand. He has brought the desert to the threshold. Aditi looked around the chamber, at the subjects, the souls, the researchers, the guards, her friends, the doctor, the officer, the criminal, the child beside her. Innocence and evil stood together in the same room, not as opposites, as humanity itself. And Aditi understood that the mission was no longer only to stop Victor Hale. It was to save mankind from the part of itself that used its wounds as permission to wound others. The false gate roared open, and the first lost soul stepped through.
Chapter 18.
The lie passed through ages. The first lost soul stepped through the false gate and entered the laboratory. It did not arrive like a ghost. It arrived like history returning without mercy. Its shape flickered between thousands of forms, king and beggar, priest and soldier, teacher and tyrant, father and executioner, child and old man, human and creature, victim and criminal, all layered into one ruined presence. Its body was made of dust from the desert of lost souls, but its eyes were made of memory. The chamber froze. The scientists stopped breathing. The subjects' souls trembled above their bodies. Victor Hale stared, not in terror at first, but fascination. Even now, even as hell's forgotten wilderness pressed through his machine, he looked upon catastrophe as discovery. That was the deepest sickness in him. He could see horror and still call it knowledge. The lost soul turned slowly. Its gaze moved across the laboratory, across the chambers, the restraints, the machines, the screens, the armed guards, the researchers, the stolen bodies, the hovering souls. Then it laughed. Not with joy, with recognition. The sound was old, cracked, and bitter enough to belong to every civilization that had died believing itself wise. You open the old mistake again, it said. No one moved. Aditi stood before the false gate, the witness fire burning in her palm, Ajay beside her, Dr. Karim behind her, Gopal aiming his gun at something no bullet could kill. Victor's voice was low. What are you? The soul turned toward him. What your kind becomes when lies outlive truth. The laboratory lights flickered. The screens shifted. The names of the subjects vanished. In their place appeared images, not from the present but from ages. Aditi watched as history unfolded around them. Not one history. Many. Earth's history. Other worlds' histories. Civilizations before Earth. Kingdoms under unfamiliar suns. Tribes beneath alien moons. Ancient cities built from stone, crystal, bone, metal, light. All different. All wounded by the same disease.
A lie.
Not a single sentence. A pattern. A corruption passed through generations until it became tradition, law, religion, culture, economy, education, family, authority, and common sense. The lost soul lifted one hand. The visions sharpened. Aditi saw the first lie in countless forms. That some lives are worth less. That was the seed. Everything else grew from it. From that seed came caste, slavery, cruelty, exploitation, war, slaughter, conquest, gendered violence, religious hatred, racial arrogance, animal suffering, corrupt law, poverty protected by wealth, children trained into fear, women silenced by force, workers used like tools, nature treated like property, and entire peoples convinced their suffering was destiny. The lost soul spoke. The lie changes clothes, but never its hunger. The chamber trembled. Aditi saw ancient men around fires teaching sons that enemies were not fully human. She saw rulers teaching subjects that obedience was holiness. She saw priests claiming God approved what power desired. She saw merchants teaching that profit erased pain. She saw fathers teaching boys that dominance was strength. She saw societies teaching girls that silence was virtue. She saw people teaching children that animals were born only to serve the stomach of mankind. Lie after lie. Age after age. Each generation did not invent cruelty from nothing. It inherited unfinished falsehood, then passed it forward polished as wisdom. Aditi whispered, "This is why the world keeps repeating suffering." AJ's voice was sad. Yes. The lost soul turned toward her. You see it, Walker Between. Crime is not born only from evil hearts. Crime is born from wrong information worshipped long enough to become identity. Those words entered the chamber like a blade. Wrong information, not simple ignorance. A curse made from inherited misunderstanding. Dr. Karim stared at the visions, broken. My teachers taught us progress required sacrifice. The lost soul looked at him. And who taught them? The doctor had no answer. The vision changed. Aditi saw schools, temples, laboratories, palaces, homes, armies, markets, books, songs, laws, sermons, slogans, stories, and jokes, all carrying small pieces of ancient misinformation. Some lies were brutal. Some were gentle. Some were spoken by people who believed they were doing good. That was the terror. Not every lie wore the face of hatred. Some wore the face of family. Some wore the face of patriotism. Some wore the face of faith. Some wore the face of science. Some wore the face of survival. Some wore the face of love. The lost soul spoke again. A lie becomes strongest when good people carry it without knowing. Aditi looked at the restrained subjects, then at the scientists, then at the guards, then at Victor. Even Victor, she realized, was not the beginning of his own evil. He was its latest expression. Grief had entered him, but grief had found old lies already waiting, that greatness excuses harm, that death is an enemy to be conquered at any cost, that some bodies may be used for the future of others, that intelligence stands above morality. The lie did not create his pain. It taught his pain how to become dangerous. Victor stepped forward, anger rising. You speak of lies while standing in the greatest breakthrough ever achieved by mankind. The lost soul smiled. Mankind has called many graves breakthroughs. Victor's face hardened. This machine proves that consciousness survives death. Aditi answered before the soul could.
No.
It proves you were willing to torture consciousness before understanding it. The witness fire flared. The false gate shook. Behind the lost soul, more figures pressed against the opening, trying to enter. The desert of lost souls was not merely leaking now. It was listening. The visions expanded beyond the laboratory walls. Aditi saw Hyderabad. People arguing over rumors. Families blaming neighbors. Religious groups claiming punishment from their own gods. Politicians hiding information. Media spreading fear. Officials suppressing evidence. Citizens believing whatever confirmed their oldest fears. The pandemic had not only revealed spiritual contamination, it had revealed informational contamination. Fear made lies faster, and lies made suffering easier. Ajay spoke softly beside her. When truth arrives late, many already belong to the lie. Aditi looked toward him. How do we stop something passed through ages? Ajay did not answer. The lost soul did. You do not stop an ancient lie by shouting truth once. The laboratory seemed to lean inward. You stop it by making truth live longer than the lie. The words settled into Aditi. Live longer. Not merely speak.
Live.
Truth had to become action, food, law, kindness, justice, education, courage, memory, daily practice, and future inheritance. Otherwise, lies returned wearing new names. Vivek stepped forward, voice shaking but strong. That is why the bakery mattered. Everyone looked at him. He continued. It was small, changing food, changing one place, but it was truth becoming practice. The lost soul looked at him. Small truth lived honestly can outlast large lies spoken loudly. James wiped his tears. Then every choice teaches. Yes, Ajay said. Every life becomes a school for the next. The false gate roared again. A wave of sand surged into the laboratory, spreading across the metal floor. The first lost soul began distorting, pulled between desert and machine. Dr. Karim shouted, "The synchronization is increasing. We have minutes." Victor moved toward the console. "We are not stopping now." Gopal aimed at him. "Step away." Victor ignored him. This is exactly what we needed. Direct interface. Living world, post-mortality field, reincarnation network, punishment terrain, all connected. Aditi stared at him with horror. "You still want to continue?" Victor's eyes blazed. "You see disaster because you are small. I see the end of human limitation." The lost soul laughed again, and this time the laboratory trembled violently. "There it is," it said. The screens behind Victor filled with ancient images of rulers, conquerors, priests, emperors, scientists, kings, generals, and machines. All speaking different words. All carrying the same lie. "I am allowed." The lost soul's voice became thunder. The oldest lie is permission without reverence. The witness fire in Aditi's palm burned brighter. Sarah's distant voice echoed through her memory. Power without reverence becomes crime. Aditi understood. The lie passed through ages was not only that some lives mattered less. It was also that power could decide who mattered. Power had no right to invent value. Value already existed. Life was sacred before systems named it useful. Victor reached the console. Gopal fired. The bullet struck the railing near Victor's hand, forcing him back. Security guards moved, but several hesitated now, shaken by the visions. Some lowered their weapons. Others looked toward the subjects, seeing names where they had once seen assignments. One guard whispered, "My sister is in the city." Another said, "We didn't know it would spread." The lost soul turned on them. "You did not know because you chose not to ask." They flinched. Aditi felt the truth of it. Not knowing was sometimes innocence. Sometimes it was convenience. The difference mattered. Anju ran to a chamber and began opening restraints with shaking hands. Sam and James helped her. Vivek pulled cables from a subject's arms under Dr. Karim's instructions. The separated souls above them trembled. "Careful." Dr. Kareem shouted. Do not sever the neural links until reversal begins. Aditi moved toward the central gate core. The lost soul stood in her path. Its many faces looked at her. Do you think humanity is innocent? It asked. Aditi stopped. Behind her, Ajay watched silently. The question was not rhetorical.
It was a test.
Aditi looked around the laboratory, at guilty men, frightened workers, helpless victims, friends risking their lives, a doctor seeking redemption, a police officer protecting strangers, a child ghost guiding the living, a criminal scientist convinced he was saving the world. Then she thought of the city, the misinformation, the inherited cruelty, the ancient fear, the wrong teachings passed down by people who themselves had been misled. She answered slowly, humanity is not innocent. The lost soul smiled faintly. Aditi continued, but humanity is not only evil. The chamber went still. Humanity is wounded by lies older than memory. But when truth arrives, what we do next becomes who we are. The witness fire brightened. The lost soul stepped aside. That is the answer the roads remember. Aditi approached the gate core. The red false doorway pulsed inside the machine like an infected heart. Beyond it, the desert of lost souls pressed closer, billions of wandering presences crowding against the wound. The laboratory wanted to pull them through. The desert wanted release. The city above wanted survival. The subjects wanted return. The roads wanted order. Everything converged. Dr. Kareem shouted from the console. Aditi, the core is rejecting external shutdown. We need the witness fire against the gate interface. What will that do? It may expose the original lie in the machine. Victor screamed. Do not touch it. Aditi looked at him. What lie? Dr. Kareem's face crumpled with understanding. The machine was built on false classification. Aditi understood. Subjects, data,
Specimens.
sacrifices, progress. All lies. The machine did not merely function through electricity. It functioned through dehumanization. Through the oldest lie. Aditi raised her hand. The witness fire blazed. Victor ran toward her, but Ajay stepped into his path. For the first time, Victor saw him, the dead child. Victor froze. Ajay looked up at him. You wanted to defeat death, Ajay said. But you never learned to listen to the dead. Then Aditi placed her palm against the gate core. The witness fire entered the machine. The laboratory screamed. Every screen turned white. Then one sentence appeared across all monitors. No life is less real than another. The machine convulsed. The false classifications began collapsing. Subject numbers became names. Species categories became lives. Data points became memories. Death counts became faces. Experiment logs became cries. Progress reports became accusations. Every lie the facility had used to protect itself was stripped naked. Researchers fell to their knees. Some screamed. Some begged forgiveness. Some ran. Victor stared at the monitors, trembling with rage and terror. No. The false gate shrank slightly. The lost souls recoiled, not destroyed, but recognized as belonging elsewhere. Dr. Kareem shouted. It's working. The interface is destabilizing. Ajay looked at Aditi. Now the reversal. Aditi kept her hand against the burning core. Her body shook. Through the machine, she felt the ancient lie in all its forms. Not only in the lab, not only in Hyderabad, but across ages, worlds, civilizations. It was vast. It wanted to survive. It whispered excuses into every mind. They are different. They are lesser. They are necessary sacrifices. They are only animals. They are only poor. They are only enemies. They are only subjects. They are only numbers. Aditi answered with one truth, not shouted.
Known.
No soul is only. The witness fire exploded through the core. The false gate began collapsing inward. But before it closed, the lost soul reached toward Aditi. Its many faces softened. Carry truth carefully, it said. If you turn truth into pride, it becomes another lie. Then the desert pulled it back. The gate shrank. The laboratory shook. Above them, Hyderabad's open gates flickered. For one precious second, the ancient misinformation weakened. Not ended, not erased, but wounded. And sometimes wounding a lie is the first victory of truth. Dr. Kareem entered the reversal command. The machine roared. Across the chamber, souls began descending toward their bodies. Aditi held the core as the world trembled around her. And deep inside her, she understood Chapter 18's truth. Civilization was not cursed because humanity lacked intelligence. Civilization was cursed because ancient lies had taught intelligence how to serve cruelty. Now the work ahead was greater than stopping one machine. The lie passed through ages had to be broken in life itself, or it would always build another laboratory. Chapter 19. The Endless Line of Gates. The reversal began. At first, it sounded like the laboratory dying. The central machine groaned beneath the force of the witness fire, its black metallic heart splitting with veins of red, white, and gold. Screens burst into static. Cables snapped from the ceiling. Glass chambers shook. The restraints around the subjects clicked open one by one, yet no one moved freely because the greater imprisonment had never been steel. It had been separation. Above the bodies, souls trembled like flames in a storm. Dr. Kareem stood at the console, hands shaking as he forced the reversal sequence through systems never designed for mercy. Gopal guarded him, weapon raised, eyes fixed on the remaining security. Anju, Sam, Vivek, and James moved desperately among the chambers, helping where they could, whispering names back to bodies as if names themselves were ropes thrown across death. Meera Sharma, Anju said, touching a woman's cold hand. Come back. Ravi Menon, Sam whispered beside another bed. Your life is still yours. Lakshmi Rao, James said, tears on his face. Return. Name after name entered the chamber, and each name became a light. Aditi remained at the gate core with her palm against the wound, the witness fire passing through her like an unbearable truth. She felt every soul connected to the machine. She felt the terror of the subjects, the guilt of the scientists, the hunger of the lost souls, the trembling of the afterlife roads, the panic of Hyderabad above, and the ancient lie weakening, but not destroyed. The false gate shrank, then widened, then shrank again. It fought like a living wound. Ajay stood beside her. You must hold it, he said. I am trying. Do not only push it closed. Aditi gasped under the pressure. What else can I do? Ajay's voice lowered. Look through it. Aditi turned toward him, stunned.
No.
You have to see where the wound reaches. If I look too deeply, you may understand why it cannot be closed by force alone. The gate core pulsed. The entire laboratory tilted around her. Aditi closed her eyes, then opened the part of herself that had once stood outside her own body. The wound pulled her inward. The laboratory vanished. She was no longer standing in the core chamber. She stood again upon the brick road above the abyss. But now the road had changed. It no longer stretched merely before her. It stretched everywhere. Left, right, above, below, inward, outward, beyond direction itself. It multiplied into countless paths, crossing through clouds, deserts, oceans of stars, fields of memory, golden plains, crimson canyons, silver bridges, blue flames, black winds, and spaces where color itself had not yet been invented. And along every road stood gates. Gates without end. Not thousands. Not millions. Not billions. Endless. Aditi turned slowly, overwhelmed beyond breath. There were gates larger than planets. Gates small enough to fit inside a tear. Gates made of tree roots, bone, pearl, thunder, glass, rain, shadow, starlight, feathers, fire, coral, iron, song, silence. Gates shaped like mouths, like eyes, like spirals, like mountains, like open hands, like sleeping animals, like constellations, like memories folded into arches. Some gates led to heavens, some to hells, some to rebirth, some to rest, some to worlds older than gods, some to civilizations that had never known bodies, some to realms where souls learned by becoming music, wind, light, gravity, thought, or flame. Some gates opened toward Earth. Most did not. That was the first humility. Earth was not the center. Humanity was not the center. Even heaven, as mankind imagined it, was not the whole of heaven. Existence did not arrange itself around human certainty. It existed too vastly to be flattered by any species theology. Aditi whispered, though no one stood near her now. How many? The road answered without voice. Not with a number. With impossibility. She saw universes like seeds, galaxies like sparks, worlds like grains of sand in endless oceans, lives rising and falling across forever, beings born of flesh, energy, vapor, crystal, shadow, spirit, intelligence, memory, and forms no earthly word could hold. Civilizations ascending into compassion. Civilizations collapsing into cruelty. Gods being worshipped. Gods being forgotten. Gods being born from natural formations of consciousness and power. Gods learning. Gods failing. Gods kneeling before laws older than themselves. Aditi trembled. Existence was not small enough for one story. It was not small enough for one religion. It was not small enough for one planet. It was not small enough for one god to be understood in one way by one species in one age. And yet every small act mattered. That was the paradox that nearly broke her. The universe was infinite, and still one child crying for her mother had weight. The cosmos held endless gates, and still one wounded animal was remembered. Billions of lost souls wandered deserts beyond worlds, and still a single name spoken beside a hospital bed could help a soul return. Scale did not erase intimacy. Infinity did not erase responsibility. Aditi fell to her knees upon the road. The gates continued stretching into distance beyond distance. Ajay appeared beside her. Not the boy as she had known him, but surrounded by faint versions of himself, living, dead, unborn, reborn, remembered, forgotten. You see it now, he said. Aditi could barely speak. There is no end.
No.
How can anything matter? Ajay looked across the endless gates. Because everything touches everything. The answer seemed too simple. Then the road showed her. Threads emerged from every gate. They crossed. Connected. Separated. Returned. One soul's act in one village changed a child, who changed another life, who stopped a war centuries later. One cruelty in one kingdom shaped a law, which shaped a culture, which shaped millions of fears. One lie taught to one generation became doctrine in another. One mercy offered to an animal softened a child's heart, and that child later saved thousands. One scientist choosing conscience closed a wound. One scientist choosing pride opened one. One woman in Hyderabad, touching a false gate beneath a hidden laboratory, could alter roads across the afterlife. Aditi lowered her head. Why show me this? Ajay answered. Because Victor Hale's lie is not only that he can own the soul. What is the greater lie? That the soul is small enough to be experimented upon without consequence. The endless gates glowed around them. Aditi understood. The soul was not a private object. It was connected to the architecture of existence. To injure one's soul unlawfully was not only to harm one person. It was to strike a thread woven through worlds. The laboratory had not merely tortured victims. It had shaken the network of passage itself. That was why gates opened in Hyderabad. That was why rebirth trembled. That was why hell waited. That was why heaven intervened. That was why the roads remembered her name. Aditi stood slowly. The wound in the distance pulsed red, connecting the laboratory to the infinite road like a disease entering a bloodstream. She watched false energy crawling outward, trying to turn living bodies into unauthorized gates. Then something moved beyond the farthest visible line. A gate opened, not like the others. It was so distant that distance itself became meaningless. So vast that Aditi could not understand its full shape. Its edges seemed made from the first silence before sound, the first darkness before stars, the first possibility before creation learned to expand. Beyond it was not heaven, not hell, not rebirth, not punishment, not reward. Not any realm she had language for. Only depth. A depth beyond gods, beyond worlds, beyond time as minds understood it. Aditi felt herself begin to dissolve before the sight. Ajay gripped her hand. Do not look too long. What is that? His voice became almost a whisper. The gate beyond gates. Aditi trembled. Who enters there? Very few. God. Ajay hesitated, then answered carefully. Even gods may not fully understand what lies beyond it. The words struck her with cosmic force. Beyond gods. The phrase opened an abyss in the mind. Aditi remembered the philosophy Ajay had spoken earlier. That time and existence were older than any single understanding of divinity, that creation had unfolded through natural formations, miracles, consciousness, environments, and powers beyond human definitions, that beings called gods might themselves be part of an endless, evolving existence. Here, before the endless line of gates, the idea no longer felt abstract. It felt visible. The gate beyond gates pulsed once.
Aditi heard something.
Not words. Recognition. Her name was not spoken, but something in her answered. Ajay looked at her sharply. You felt it. Aditi whispered. Yes. What? She struggled to speak. It was like something knew me before I was Aditi. Ajay's eyes filled with fear. We must leave this part. Why? Because remembering too much too soon can break your present life. The distant gate faded, but not completely. Its memory remained in her like a star behind closed eyes. Suddenly, the endless road shook. The laboratory wound roared. Victor Hale's voice invaded the road. Aditi Rao. She turned. He appeared as a projection made from red light and machine distortion. Not fully present, but connected through the false gate. His face was strained, furious, fascinated. You see it, don't you? He said. The scale. The infinite passages. The architecture. Humanity must not remain outside this. Aditi stared at him. Humanity was never outside it. Victor smiled bitterly. Humanity was blind to it. And blindness does not give you permission to cut out the eyes of the soul. His expression hardened. You would leave mankind weak, mortal, ignorant, dependent on ancient systems it does not control. Aditi looked around at the endless gates. No one controls this. I will. The roads darkened. Ajay stepped forward. That is the lie that destroys worlds. Victor ignored him. He looked at Aditi with feverish conviction. Think beyond fear. Think beyond tradition. If we can map these gates, we can decide rebirth. Avoid hell. Choose heaven.
Retrieve the dead.
Transfer consciousness. End grief. End uncertainty. And judgment itself. Aditi felt cold enter her. There it was. The final arrogance. Not merely defeating death. Defeating consequence. Victor did not want knowledge. He wanted escape without transformation. He wanted heaven without righteousness. Immortality without humility. Power without reverence. Aditi's voice became quiet. Judgment exists because suffering exists. Victor sneered. Then abolish both. You cannot abolish suffering by refusing justice. I can engineer a better system. The endless gates trembled. Aditi looked at him with pity deeper than anger. You do not want to save humanity. You want to remove every law that can say no to you. Victor's image flickered. The accusation struck. Then he raised one hand. The red wound behind him widened. Machine energy surged across the road, lashing toward nearby gates. Several flickered. One small rebirth gate cracked. Souls cried out from beyond it. Ajay shouted, Aditi. She raised the hand carrying the witness fire. The black gold flames spread across her palm. The endless line of gates brightened in response. Aditi understood what she had to say. Not to Victor alone. To the road. To the wound. To herself. Her voice carried across the pathways. No gate exists for human pride. The red energy halted. No soul is property. The cracked gate steadied. No world owns the afterlife. The false wound recoiled. No power becomes divine by escaping consequence. The witness fire erupted outward. Victor screamed in rage as his projection shattered into red sparks. The endless road stabilized. But only for a moment. Ajay turned to Aditi. You weakened him. Did I stop him?
No.
The truth hurt. But now the roads know your voice. Aditi looked around. The gates glowed softly. Not bowing. Listening. The endless lines stretched beyond forever. Aditi realized then that the gates were not merely entrances. They were witnesses. Every world had roads. Every life had echoes. Every death had passages. Every action had destination. Every soul belonged somewhere, even when lost. The laboratory's sin had been to tear souls from belonging. Aditi placed her hand over her heart. I have to go back. Ajay nodded. The reversal is not complete. Aditi looked one last time across the infinite scale of existence. She saw heavens beyond count, hells beyond fear, rebirth gates beyond species, world gates beyond galaxies, memory gates, mercy gates, judgment gates, child gates, elder gates, animal gates, unknown gates, and far beyond them, faint but unforgettable, the gate beyond gates waited like a question older than creation. Then the vision collapsed. Aditi returned to the laboratory. Her palm was still pressed against the gate core. The machine was shaking violently. The souls in the chamber were descending into their bodies. Some had returned. Some were struggling. Some were being pulled back by the red wound. Dr. Karim shouted, Aditi, we need one more stabilization pulse. Gopal fired at guards advancing on the platform. Anju screamed as one subject convulsed. Ajay appeared beside Aditi. Urgent.
Now.
Aditi opened her eyes. They burned with the reflection of infinite gates. She pressed the witness fire deeper into the core. And as the laboratory screamed around her, she no longer felt like one woman standing beneath Hyderabad. She felt the endless roads behind her, not obeying her, not serving her, witnessing with her. The gates were infinite. The task was immediate. And somewhere between the two, Aditi understood what courage truly was. To act for one life, while knowing existence is endless. Chapter 20. The Voice Beyond the Darkness. The final stabilization pulse struck the gate core like dawn entering a wound. For one suspended moment, the laboratory became pure white. Machines stopped roaring. Sirens stopped screaming. The red false gate froze inside the black metallic heart. The hovering souls paused between body and beyond, caught in a silence deeper than death and sharper than life. Then the pulse expanded. Names filled the air. Not on screens now. In the chamber itself. Meera,
Ravi, Aisha,
Daniel,
Lakshmi,
Rohan,
John,
Farida. Names upon names. Lives upon lives. Every stolen soul called back from the edges of unlawful passage by the one thing the laboratory had tried to erase first, identity. A soul is never most vulnerable when the body is weak. A soul is most vulnerable when the world calls it nothing. Aditi held the gate core with both hands now, the witness fire pouring from her palm into the machine. Her body trembled violently. Blood ran from her nose. Her vision blurred. Yet she did not let go. Return, she whispered. The souls began to fall. One by one, they descended back into their bodies like sparks returning to lamps before night could claim them. Some bodies gasped. Some convulsed.
some cried.
Some remained still. Anju shouted for help beside one chamber. Sam and James pulled a man upright as he coughed violently back into life. Vivek pressed his hands against a woman's shoulders while Dr. Karim adjusted the reversal controls with desperate precision. Gopal held the armed guards back, his voice thunderous. Drop the weapons.
Now.
Many obeyed. Others fled. The machine shook harder. The false gate shrank until it was no larger than a doorway. Behind it, the desert of lost souls roared in anger, sorrow, hunger, and unfinished judgment. Aditi saw the billions beyond it, wandering, calling, watching. The demon who had kneeled stood at the threshold of the desert, holding back the storm with both hands. His enormous form burned like red law against the black sands. Behind him, The lost souls surged like an ocean of grief. Sarah appeared beyond another layer of light, white and gold, her hands raised over the trembling roads of rebirth. Heaven and hell were both holding the wound, not together in peace, together in necessity, because some disasters become too large for division. Ajay stood beside Aditi, his small face full of fear. Almost, he said. Dr. Karim shouted from the console. Field reversal at 91%. The machine groaned. Victor Hale rose from the floor near the upper platform. His face was bruised. Blood marked his temple, but his eyes still burned with refusal. No, he whispered. No one heard him at first. Then louder.
No.
He staggered toward the emergency, overeyed. Aditi saw him. Gopal. Gopal turned and aimed, but Victor had already slammed his hand onto the console. A hidden panel opened. A red switch glowed beneath glass. Dr. Karim screamed, "Do not touch that." Victor looked at him with terrible calm. "If I cannot guide the crossing, no one will." Aditi's blood went cold. He broke the glass. Ajay shouted, "Stop him." Gopal fired. The bullet struck Victor in the shoulder, spinning him backward, but not before his hand fell on the switch. The laboratory plunged into darkness. Not power failure darkness. Something older. Something absolute. Every light died. Every screen went black. The machine stopped shaking. The false gate vanished. For one impossible second, everyone thought it was over. Then the darkness spoke. Not from the machine. Not from the desert. Not from heaven. Not from hell. From somewhere beyond all of them. Aditi. The voice did not echo. It arrived everywhere at once. Inside the laboratory. Inside the bodies. Inside the souls. Inside the afterlife roads. Inside the fear of every person standing there. Aditi froze. The darkness around her was no longer absence of light. It was presence without shape. The witness fire in her palm went still. Ajay stepped backward, his face filled with awe and terror. Sarah's light flickered in the unseen distance. The demon lowered his head. Even the desert of lost souls became silent. Aditi whispered, "Who are you?" The darkness did not answer immediately. Instead, the laboratory dissolved. Aditi stood alone in a place without ground, sky, walls, time, or direction. A darkness surrounded her, but it was not evil. It was vast. It was the kind of darkness that may have existed before the first light, before creation learned how to reveal itself, before gods were named, before death had roads, before heaven had gates, before hell had consequence, before souls wore bodies and called that life. In that darkness, Aditi felt no hatred, only immeasurable attention. The voice spoke again. Aditi Rao. Her name sounded different there, not spoken as identity, spoken as memory. Aditi trembled. "Why do you know me?" The darkness moved. Not closer, deeper. "Because you have crossed where many fear to look, and you have looked without asking to own." Aditi's throat tightened. "Are you God?" The silence that followed was enormous. Not offended, not evasive. Too large for the question. Then the voice answered. "I am not what small minds name quickly." Aditi could not breathe. The voice continued. "Gods are known by worlds. Worlds are known by time. Time is known by change. But existence is older than all names given inside it." Aditi remembered the endless gates. The gate beyond gates. The idea that even gods might not fully understand what lay beyond. She whispered, "Then what are you?" "A witness beyond the formed roads." The words entered her slowly. A witness beyond the formed roads. Aditi felt herself become very small, yet not meaningless. Small like a flame before a universe of night. Still flame. The darkness showed her visions. Not as the previous roads had shown. These were deeper. She saw existence before shape. Natural formations rising from conditions older than memory. Mass expanding. Light appearing. A consciousness emerging. Worlds forming. Beings learning. Gods awakening. Gods being worshipped. Gods evolving. Worlds ending. Worlds beginning. Forevers. moving backward. Forever's moving forward. Time stretching beyond every measurement until forever itself became only a doorway into another forever. Aditi fell to her knees, though there was no ground. Her mind could not hold it. Her soul almost could. The voice said, "Creation is not finished." The words were simple. Their meaning was infinite. Existence continues forming beyond every boundary, the living call final. Aditi wept. Why show me this? Because one who stands between worlds must not mistake any one world for the whole. The vision changed. She saw Earth.
Small.
Beautiful. Wounded. Hyderabad pulsing beneath the threat of open gates. The laboratory buried like a black thorn under the city. Souls returning to bodies. Others still trapped. Victor Hale bleeding beside the override console. Dr. Kareem trying desperately to restore control. Anju, Sam, Vivek, James, and Gopal fighting to save people they barely knew. Ajay standing between childhood and eternity. Then she saw farther. Other worlds. Countless worlds. Some peaceful. Some cruel. Some watching Earth. Some already wounded by the same ancient lie. Some waiting for mankind either to awaken or become another warning buried in the deserts beyond death. The voice spoke. Earth is not alone in danger. Aditi looked up. What does that mean? The wound beneath Hyderabad is small. Aditi's heart stopped. The darkness continued. But small wounds, if joined to old lies, become roads for greater ruin. She saw the ancient misinformation again. Some lives are less real. Power grants permission. Suffering can be counted as progress. The soul can be used. The weak exist for the strong. The unseen does not matter. The voice said, "These lies are not earthly alone." Aditi saw civilizations across worlds repeating them in different forms. A machine world reducing organic life to waste. A golden empire enslaving minds through worship. A water civilization treating surface beings as soulless. A species of light consuming lesser intelligences because they could not hear them sing. The curse was wider than humanity. Aditi whispered, "Then why choose Earth?" Because Earth is becoming a crossing point. The darkness opened. She saw gates around Earth, faint, forming, unstable. Not only afterlife gates, world gates, heavenly gates, hell gates, rebirth gates, watcher gates, unknown gates. Earth stood at an intersection far greater than itself. Hyderabad was the first crack, not the final war. Aditi felt terror rise again. "I cannot do this." The voice answered, "You cannot do all things." A pause. "You can do the next true thing." The words entered her gently, not as command, as mercy. Aditi lowered her head. "What is the next true thing?" "Close the wound without destroying the innocent."
How?
The darkness became silent. Then the witness fire in her palm reignited. But now it burned differently. Black and gold remained, yet deep within it appeared a white-blue center, small as a star before birth. The voice said, "Truth reveals. Mercy returns. Justice seals." Aditi repeated softly, "Truth reveals. Mercy returns. Justice seals." Use all three. The darkness began to fade. Aditi panicked.
Wait.
Who am I? The question burst from her before she could stop it. The darkness paused. For the first time, she felt something like tenderness from the vast, unseen presence. "You are not ready for every name you have carried." Tears slid down her face. "Will I be? If you survive remembering."
The voice receded.
But before the darkness released her, it spoke one final time. "Aditi Rao, do not fear the gate beyond gates. Fear only becoming powerful without compassion." Then the laboratory returned. Sound crashed back. Sirens. Screams. Machines. Gunfire. Gopal shouting. Dr. Kareem yelling commands. Anju crying for Aditi. Ajay standing inches away, eyes wide. Aditi gasped and collapsed against the gate core. Only seconds had passed, but her soul had crossed a darkness older than time. The false gate had reopened, larger than before, destabilized by Victor's override. The desert of lost souls pressed forward. The demons strained to hold it back. Sarah's light flickered as rebirth gates shook. Souls in the chamber screamed, half returned and half pulled. Victor lay bleeding near the console, laughing weakly. "You heard it too, didn't you?" he whispered. Aditi turned slowly. His eyes were wild with triumph and terror. "There is something beyond," he said. "Beyond gods. Beyond judgment. Beyond all systems." Aditi stared at him. He smiled through blood. "We can reach it." Aditi's voice was calm now.
No.
Victor's smile faltered. "You do not understand." "I understand enough." She stood. The new flame burned in her palm. Black, gold, and white-blue at its core. "Truth reveals," she said. The witness fire surged. The machine's lies became visible again. Classifications, hidden commands, kill switches, false data, emergency overrides, stolen consent, erased identities. Mercy returns. Light spread from Aditi into the hovering souls. Those still attached to bodies were pulled gently downward, not forced but guided. One by one, souls re-entered flesh. Bodies gasped. Hearts restarted. Eyes opened. Dr. Kareem shouted. "Reversal restoring. 80%, 90, 97. The false gate fought harder. The desert roared. Victor screamed, "You're wasting the greatest discovery ever made." Aditi looked at him with sadness. No discovery is greater than the life it refuses to honor. Then she raised both hands. Justice seals. The witness fire struck the false gate, not as destruction,
As law.
The red wound convulsed. The desert of lost souls recoiled. The demon raised his massive arms and roared with the authority of consequence. Sarah's light descended from the unseen road like a golden white river. Ajay stepped beside Aditi and placed his small hand over hers. Together, living woman, dead child, angelic mercy, demonic justice, and the unseen witness beyond darkness converged upon the wound. The gate shrank. Victor crawled toward it, reaching desperately.
No.
"No, you can't close it. You don't know what lies beyond." Aditi looked at him. "Neither do you." The gate collapsed inward. The machine split open. A shockwave tore through the laboratory. Every screen shattered. Every cable snapped. Every chamber burst open. The false gate became a single red spark, then vanished. For one breath, there was silence. Then, across Hyderabad, thousands of bodies inhaled. In hospitals, in homes, in roads, in sealed neighborhoods, in rooms where families had begun mourning, people gasped back into life. Not all, but thousands. The open gates above the city flickered and closed. The rebirth roads steadied. The desert of lost souls withdrew. The demon's final roar faded into the unseen depths. Sarah's light vanished like dawn behind a closing cloud. The laboratory core died. Aditi fell. Ajay caught her spirit before her body struck the floor. Anju reached her physical body a second later. "Aditi!" Gopal shouted for medical help. Dr. Kareem collapsed against the console, sobbing with relief and ruin. Victor Hale lay beside the broken machine, staring into the darkness where the gate had been. His face no longer carried triumph, only emptiness. Aditi opened her eyes weakly. Ajay knelt beside her. "You heard it," he whispered. She nodded faintly, the voice beyond the darkness. Ajay looked afraid. "What did it say?" Aditi turned her gaze toward the dead machine, then toward the rescued subjects, then upward through concrete, earth, city, sky, and all the unseen roads beyond. "It said this is only the beginning." Ajay lowered his head. Above them, Hyderabad breathed again. But far beyond earth, across the endless line of gates, something ancient had now spoken Aditi's name. And names, once spoken beyond darkness, do not return unchanged. Chapter 21. The Golden Gatekeeper. Hyderabad breathed again, but Aditi did not wake into peace. She woke into light. Not hospital light. Not sunlight. Not the pale electric glow of machines, corridors, ceiling panels, and human urgency. This light had no source and needed none. It did not fall from above. It rose from everywhere. It entered without burning, surrounded without blinding, and touched her soul with such gentleness that fear, for a moment, forgot how to exist. Aditi opened her eyes. She was no longer inside the laboratory. She stood upon clouds.
Not mist.
Not vapor. Not the fragile clouds of earth that scatter beneath wind. These clouds held form like marble and softness like breath. Beneath her feet they glowed pearl-white, threaded with rivers of gold, as if dawn itself had become a road. Before her rose the gate of heaven. No earthly palace, temple, cathedral, mosque, or monument could have prepared the mind for it. The gate was not merely tall. It was vast with meaning. Its golden arch reached into luminous heights where distance turned into worship. 7 great bars stood on either side, dividing the entrance with perfect symmetry, each bar engraved with moving symbols of mercy, truth, rest, memory, healing, joy, and return. The gate did not look built. It looked declared, as if heaven had once spoken welcome, and the word had become architecture. Aditi stood in silence. Behind her, the world she had left, Hyderabad, the laboratory, the wounded dead, Victor Hale, the broken machine, felt impossibly distant. Not forgotten. Nothing was forgotten here. But pain had been placed at a distance where it could be understood, without devouring the one who carried it. A voice came from beside the gate. You survived the closing. Aditi turned. Sarah stood there, the golden gatekeeper. She wore white and gold, but the garments seemed less like fabric and more like light agreeing to become form. The long train of her dress flowed across the cloud floor without gathering dust, because no dust existed here. Gold patterns moved across its surface, not decorative alone, but alive. Rivers, stars, wings, open hands, seeds breaking into trees, tears becoming gems, wounds becoming doors. Her face carried beauty, but not the shallow beauty of symmetry alone. It was the beauty of one who had witnessed sorrow without becoming cold, one who had guarded joy without becoming proud, one who had watched countless souls arrive broken and had learned how to greet them without fear. Aditi lowered her head instinctively. Sarah stepped forward. You do not need to bow to welcome. Aditi looked up slowly. Am I dead? Sarah smiled faintly. Not yet. The answer should have comforted her. It did not entirely. Then why am I here? Because your soul was exhausted beyond what the body could hold. When the wound closed, your spirit loosened again. Ajay guided you to the threshold. Aditi looked around. Where is he?
Near.
But not here. Aditi frowned. Sarah understood. This part of heaven is not entered the same way by every soul. Even among those who are permitted near the gates, each arrives according to purpose, condition, and readiness. Aditi looked toward the enormous arch. This is only the entrance? One entrance. One. Sarah turned toward the gate, and the golden bars glowed softly. Heaven is not a single palace behind a single door. It is an architecture of mercy spread across realms beyond number. Aditi remembered Ajay's words. Quadrillions are only a beginning. Sarah lifted her hand. The gate opened. There was no creaking of hinges, only unfolding light. Beyond the arch, Aditi saw not one place, but many. A white city of towers rising through luminous clouds. Gardens where flowers sang without sound. Rivers flowing upward through the air. Bridges made of gold and glass stretching toward worlds beyond sight. Mountains crowned with libraries. Fields where children ran without fear. Forests where animals rested beside souls who had once harmed them and now learned tenderness. Hospitals of light where wounded spirits slept until pain loosened its grip. Halls where memories were repaired. Courtyards where families found one another beyond age. Galaxies turning slowly inside domes of transparent crystal. Aditi staggered backward. Sarah gently steadied her. Do not try to understand all at once. How can any soul understand this? It does not have to. Heaven does not demand comprehension before comfort. The sentence nearly broke Aditi. After the laboratory, after hell, After the desert of lost souls, after watching billions wander beneath punishment, comfort itself felt like a miracle too intimate to trust. Sarah walked beside her through the gate. As Aditi crossed the threshold, something lifted from her. Not memory, not responsibility, but the unbearable pressure of carrying both without rest. She exhaled. For the first time in many days, her breath did not feel like survival. It felt like receiving. They stood inside a vast arrival court paved with pearl-white stone. Pillars rose around them, each carved with scenes not of conquest, but reunion, mothers embracing children, enemies forgiving, animals lying peacefully beside former hunters, strangers feeding strangers, the sick rising, the lonely welcomed, the ashamed clothed in dignity. Souls moved through the court, some newly arrived, still trembling with the confusion of death, some radiant and calm, some carried by beings of light, some accompanied by animals, some wept from relief, some laughed like children seeing rain for the first time, some simply stood still, unable to believe that fear had ended. Aditi watched an old woman arrive through a small gate of silver mist. She looked around, frightened, clutching at her sari. A young man appeared from the crowd. "Amma." The woman froze, then cried out and ran to him. But as she ran, age left her. Wrinkles softened. Pain vanished from her joints. Her body did not become young in the earthly sense. It became true. The form beneath the years emerged, not replacing her history, but freeing her from its burdens. Aditi turned away, tears filling her eyes. Sarah said softly, "Heaven does not erase what was lived. It removes what was suffered without purpose." They walked onward. Aditi noticed that every soul was greeted differently.
Some by family,
Some by animals, some by angels, some by silence, some by music, some by landscapes from their deepest longing. A soldier arrived and fell to his knees, sobbing. No one condemned him immediately. Instead, a field opened before him, and those he had saved came first. Then, far in the distance, those he had harmed waited beneath another light. Aditi saw and understood. Heaven did not flatter. It healed through truth in the order mercy could bear. "Is there judgment here too?" she asked. Sarah nodded. Heaven does not exist without truth. But truth here does not come to destroy. It comes to restore what can still be restored. And those who cannot be restored? Sarah's expression grew solemn. They are not brought into these courts until restoration becomes possible. Aditi thought of the desert. Sarah did not need to explain further. They approached a wide balcony overlooking a region of heaven, so immense it resembled a cosmos made peaceful. Gates floated in the distance, like suns arranged in sacred geometry. Some opened toward worlds, some toward healing halls, some toward gardens, some toward schools of spirit, some toward realms where souls learned music from stars or wisdom from rivers that remembered creation. Sarah gestured outward. "This is the first architecture." Aditi listened carefully. Heaven is arranged not by wealth, power, status, religion, nationality, species, or the names souls used for God. It is arranged by condition. Condition? The condition of the soul. Sarah pointed toward the healing lands. Those who arrive wounded are taken to restoration. She pointed toward luminous schools. Those who arrive ignorant but willing are taken to learning. Toward gardens of reunion. Those who arrive after long suffering are taken to rest. Toward radiant halls. Those who arrive with wisdom are invited into service. Toward bridges extending beyond sight. Those who have fulfilled one journey may choose another. Aditi turned to her. Choose another life? Sometimes. Not all rebirth comes from punishment. Some souls return because love has unfinished work. Aditi absorbed that in silence. Sarah continued. Heaven is not idleness. It is right movement without fear. It is rest without decay. Learning without humiliation. Service without exploitation. Love without possession. Memory without torment. Joy without ignorance. Aditi whispered, "That is why the laboratory was such a crime." Sarah looked at her. Yes. Aditi's voice hardened. They tried to force entry without becoming worthy of understanding.
More than that, Sarah said.
They tried to separate heaven's architecture from heaven's morality. The words struck deeply. Can that happen?
No.
But many worlds destroy themselves trying. They walked through a corridor where the walls were transparent. Behind them moved scenes from countless heavens. In one, children from many worlds played together under trees whose leaves glowed with stories. In another, animals who had suffered on Earth slept in fields of endless safety. In another, souls who had died in loneliness sat at tables where no seat remained empty. In another, beings of fire knelt beside beings of water, learning peace after ancient wars. In another, libraries floated above oceans, each book containing not words alone, but complete lived experience offered for compassionate understanding. Aditi stopped before the animal fields. She saw a cow with luminous eyes standing beside a woman who wept while holding its head. The woman's soul was learning, not being punished. Learning love where once there had been use. Do animals have heavens? Aditi asked. Sarah's eyes warmed. Do you think heaven belongs only to those who name it? Aditi lowered her eyes.
No.
Every creature capable of suffering is known. Every creature capable of love is received. Every innocent life harmed by another's ignorance is held somewhere beyond fear. Aditi looked across the fields. Dogs ran without hunger. Birds flew without cages. Elephants walked beneath golden trees beside souls who had protected them. Chickens scratched peacefully in sunlit grass, unafraid of hands. Fish moved through rivers of light. Small insects shimmered like living jewels in gardens where no careless foot crushed them. Aditi cried quietly. Sarah let her. Some revelations deserve tears. At last Sarah spoke. This is why moral awakening on Earth matters. Aditi wiped her face. Because cruelty does not end at death.
Yes.
But neither does kindness. They continued toward a vast circular hall made entirely of gold-white light. At its center hovered a map.
No.
Not a map. An architecture of heaven itself. It expanded in every direction, impossible to measure. Layer upon layer of realms, courts, bridges, healing places, learning worlds, reunion fields, service kingdoms, memory rivers, gates to other heavens, gates to rebirth, gates to higher councils, gates to worlds not yet born. Aditi stared. Sarah stood beside her. This is only the portion your soul can safely perceive. Aditi almost laughed in disbelief. Only? Yes. How many heavens are there? Sarah looked into the luminous structure. Numbers help the living feel safe. But some truths are not made safer by counting. Aditi waited. Sarah continued. More than quadrillions. More than any number Earth uses, with confidence. Heaven grows because existence grows. Every new world capable of love adds architecture. Every species capable of compassion opens pathways. Every soul transformed by truth expands the kingdom of mercy. Aditi whispered, Heaven grows. Yes. The answer stunned her more than almost anything before. Heaven is not a finished storage place for the dead, Sarah said. It is a living civilization of restored souls. Aditi looked at the architecture with awe. A civilization. Many civilizations. Harmonized not by sameness, but by reverence. The golden map shifted. A region darkened. Hyderabad appeared. Then Earth. Around Earth, gates flickered faintly. Some golden, some red, some blue, some unknown. Sarah's expression became grave. The wound is closed, but the world has been marked. Aditi's relief dimmed. What does that mean? Earth has touched what it was not prepared to understand. Now other beings know Earth can become a crossing point. Aditi remembered the voice beyond the darkness. This is only the beginning. Sarah turned toward her. The laboratory is ended. The danger is not. Aditi felt exhaustion return. I thought closing the wound would save the city. It did save many. Not all. No, that hurt. Sarah placed a hand gently on her shoulder. Mercy does not always mean undoing every loss. Sometimes mercy means preventing loss from becoming endless. Aditi closed her eyes. The faces returned. John Harper, the subjects, the neighborhoods, the lost souls. Victor Hale reaching toward the gate. What happened to Victor? Sarah's gaze darkened slightly.
He is alive.
Aditi opened her eyes.
Alive.
Somehow that frightened her more than death. He saw the voice beyond darkness, too. Yes. Will he remember?
Sarah looked toward the map.
He will remember enough to remain dangerous. Aditi understood. Victor had lost the machine, but not the obsession. And now he knew there was something beyond even the known gates. Sarah continued. You must prepare. For what? For the worlds beyond Earth. Aditi stared at her. I am not ready for other worlds. Sarah's expression softened. No soul feels ready when the road becomes larger than the life it expected. The golden architecture brightened. A gate opened within the hall, revealing a path of light leading toward a white garden. Ajay stood there waiting. His face lit with relief when he saw Aditi. Aditi! She went to him immediately. For the first time, he looked less like a messenger and more like a child who had been afraid of losing someone. You came back, he said. I think so. He smiled faintly. Sarah watched them both. Ajay turned to her. Can I see them? Sarah's face softened with sadness. Not yet. Aditi knew he meant his parents. Ajay lowered his head. They are still alive. Yes, Sarah said. But grief is approaching their house. Ajay closed his eyes. Aditi placed a hand on his shoulder. Sarah's voice became gentle but firm. Your journey is not finished, Ajay.
Nor yours, Aditi.
Aditi looked at the golden gatekeeper. What must I do now? Sarah stepped toward the luminous architecture of heaven. First, you must understand what heaven protects. The map widened. Worlds appeared. Countless.
Some Earth-like.
Some strange. Some impossibly beautiful. Some wounded. Some already connected to heaven by stable roads. Some trembling near collapse. Some shining with moral civilizations beyond human imagination. Sarah's voice carried the weight of ages. Heaven does not protect belief alone. It protects the possibility of goodness wherever goodness can awaken. Aditi looked upon the worlds. Her soul trembled. Why show me this? Sarah answered. Because Earth is about to learn it is not alone. The hall filled with golden light. Beyond the architecture, distant gates began opening, one by one, like stars becoming doors. Aditi felt the scale of the next journey approaching. Hyderabad had been the first wound. Heaven would be the first revelation. And beyond heaven waited worlds, civilizations, dangers, truths, and names she was not yet ready to remember. Sarah, the golden gatekeeper, stood before the infinite architecture of mercy and spoke the words that would carry Aditi beyond every boundary she had once called life. To understand the future, you must first walk through the heavens mankind never imagined. Chapter 22. The Worlds Beyond Light. Sarah lifted her hand, and heaven opened wider. Not the gate, not the hall, heaven itself. The golden architecture before Aditi expanded until it no longer resembled a map, but a living infinity. Gates multiplied like stars awakening from sleep. Roads unfolded over roads. Bridges of pearl, gold, blue fire, white mist, and transparent crystals stretched across distances no mind could measure. Beyond each bridge waited another realm. Beyond each realm, another heaven. Beyond each heaven, more gates, more worlds, more civilizations of mercy, more forms of joy that no human language had ever earned the right to name. Aditi stood before the revelation and felt her soul become quiet. Not empty. Humbled. Sarah spoke softly beside her. Most souls first imagine heaven as a place prepared for themselves. Then they arrive and discover heaven was never built around their imagination. It was built around the full possibility of goodness. Aditi looked across the immeasurable light. How many heavens are there? Sarah's eyes rested on the infinite architecture. More than the living can count. More than the dead can visit quickly. more than any one god of any one world can fully describe to those who still think eternity must fit inside their scriptures. The words did not mock belief. They enlarged it.
Aditi saw that now.
Heaven was not smaller than religion. Religion was a doorway through which different worlds had tried to glimpse heaven.
Some saw truly.
Some saw partly. Some saw through fear. Some saw through love. Some were blinded by power. Some preserved fragments like sacred fire. Some turned fragments into cages. But heaven remained beyond all cages. Sarah moved her hand through the air. A great circular portal opened before them, its edges woven from gold and cloud. Through it appeared the first of the worlds beyond light. It was a heaven of rivers. Not water alone. Rivers of memory. They flowed through green valleys beneath silver trees. Souls sat beside them and placed their hands into the current. When they touched the water, pain rose from them as color, drifted downstream, and returned as wisdom. Some souls wept. Some laughed. Some slept with their hands still in the river, trusting the current to carry what life had made too heavy. This is a healing heaven, Sarah said, for souls who survived suffering but never had the chance to understand it. Aditi watched a woman kneel at the river. Bruises of memory glowed across her spirit. As the river touched her, each wound became a small bird of light and flew into the trees. Aditi's chest tightened. Does every pain become wisdom? Sarah's answer was quiet. Only when the soul is ready to stop worshipping the wound. The portal shifted. Now Aditi saw a heaven of children. Endless fields beneath skies of warm blue and gold. Children from countless worlds ran across meadows, laughing in languages that became music before reaching the air. Some had died young. Some had never been born into full life. Some had come from wars, sickness, accidents, neglect, cruelty, hunger, and worlds where childhood had been stolen before it had even learned its own name. Here, no child was afraid. There were guardians everywhere, beings of light, mothers reunited, fathers healed, animals gentle as dreams, teachers whose lessons were made from wonder rather than fear. Ajay looked toward the portal.
His face changed.
Something inside him reached forward. Sarah saw it and placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Not yet, child. Ajay lowered his eyes. Aditi understood his pain. Heaven was before him, but his purpose still held him outside rest. The portal changed again. A heaven of animals opened. Aditi had seen fields before, but not like this. This realm stretched across forests, oceans, grasslands, mountains, skies, caves, rivers, and sanctuaries beyond Earth's natural laws. Creatures from countless worlds lived there, not as lesser beings beneath human love, but as souls held in the dignity of their own existence. Elephants moved beneath enormous golden trees, their memories finally free of chains. Birds flew in formations that wrote patterns of joy across the sky. Dogs rested beside children. Cows walked with their calves, untouched by fear. Wild creatures hunted no one and feared no one because hunger here did not require violence. Even insects shimmered like tiny sacred lights, each life acknowledged, each existence received. Vivek, Sam, and James stood speechless. Their bakery transformation had begun with conviction. Here, conviction became worship. James whispered, "Every creature remembered." Sarah nodded. "Every creature." Sam's voice trembled. "Even the ones no one cared about?" Sarah turned to him. "Especially those." Aditi could not stop her tears. The portal moved on. A world appeared where souls learned through music. There were no buildings, no ground, no sky in any earthly sense. Only vast currents of sound made visible as color. Souls moved through harmonies, and each harmony taught an emotion once misunderstood in life. Grief became deep blue chords. Forgiveness became silver resonance. Courage became drums of golden thunder. Joy became light rising in spirals. Sarah said, "Some souls cannot learn through words. So, heaven teaches them through what their spirit can receive." The portal shifted again. A heaven of libraries opened. But the books were not books. They were lives. Endless halls rose like mountains, lined with luminous volumes containing the complete experiences of souls, worlds, species, civilizations, and histories. A soul could open one and not merely read another life, but feel it, not to steal it, not to judge it cheaply, but to understand. Aditi stepped closer. Can anyone read anyone? No, Sarah said. Only what wisdom permits. Knowledge without compassion becomes violation. Aditi thought of the laboratory. Power without reverence. Knowledge without compassion. The same curse, wearing different forms. The portal widened. Aditi saw heavens beyond human shape, a heaven of beings made of flame, where souls did not walk but rose and joined constellations of living fire. A heaven beneath an ocean of light, where water creatures sang histories into coral temples. A heaven of winged civilizations who built cities on winds. A heaven where mountains themselves were conscious and welcomed souls into caves of quiet understanding. A heaven where beings of thought rested inside vast gardens of mathematics and mercy. A heaven where no form remained fixed, because the souls there had learned identity beyond body. Aditi stepped back. Her mind could no longer keep up. How can heaven be all this? Sarah smiled gently. How could heaven be less? The question silenced her. Human beings had made heaven too small because they had made existence too human. But if life existed in countless forms, then mercy too must have countless forms. If suffering had reached every species, every world, every kind, then healing must reach them in their own language. Aditi whispered, quadrillions of heavens. Sarah looked across the radiant expanse.
Yes.
And still growing. Ajay lifted his head. Growing from what? From goodness that survives history, Sarah said. From souls who become healed enough to create. From worlds that learn compassion before destroying themselves. From species that discover reverence. From sacrifices made without pride. From forgiveness that becomes architecture. From love that refuses extinction. The words became light around them. Aditi saw it then. Heaven was not only destination, it was creation continuing in moral beauty. Every healed soul added something. Every redeemed civilization contributed a realm. Every mercy became material. Every act of true compassion became part of the architecture of eternity. Aditi looked down at her hands. Then, even small goodness builds heaven? Sarah's eyes shone. Small goodness is only small to those measuring with pride. The portal opened to another heaven. This one was quiet. No golden towers. No music. No rivers. Only a small house beneath a tree, surrounded by soft light. An old man sat on a porch drinking tea. Beside him sat his wife. A dog slept at their feet. Nothing extraordinary happened, yet Aditi felt peace so deep that it almost hurt. Sarah spoke. Some souls do not desire magnificence. They desire the ordinary, without fear. Aditi stared. After everything she had seen, this simple house seemed as holy as any palace. Perhaps holier. Because peace did not need spectacle to be divine. The portal shifted to a vast heavenly city. Millions of souls moved through luminous streets. Yet there was no crowding, no impatience, no hunger for superiority. Towers rose like prayers shaped into architecture. Markets existed not for profit, but for exchange of beauty. Schools taught memory without shame. Halls of justice restored rather than humiliated. Gardens grew fruits carrying tastes from worlds long gone. Artists shaped light into forms of gratitude. Healers mended souls whose wounds had survived death. Aditi saw councils too, beings of immense wisdom gathering beneath domes of translucent gold. Not rulers in the earthly sense. Guardians of balance. Servants of order. Their authority came from responsibility, not domination. Do all heavens have leaders? Aditi asked. Sarah considered. All ordered realms require guidance. But in heaven, leadership is service refined until no hunger for power remains. Aditi thought of Earth's leaders. The contrast was painful. Then Earth has almost no leaders, she said quietly. Sarah did not correct her. They moved through the golden hall as the visions continued. Aditi saw heavens for the repentant, where souls worked slowly to repair what they had broken. Heavens for artists, explorers, guardians, teachers, children, animals, entire civilizations, forgotten tribes, murdered peoples, extinct species, and beings whose worlds had been erased by cosmic disasters. She saw a heaven where extinct animals of Earth lived beyond loss, mammoths crossing snowy plains beneath auroras, dodos walking through green islands, ancient whales singing beneath endless oceans, creatures humanity had never known resting in safety because heaven remembered what Earth forgot. She saw a heaven for unborn possibilities, souls who might have lived, futures that were prevented, children never held, songs never sung, civilizations never formed. They were not wasted. They rested in a realm of luminous potential, where what could not become life still returned to the care of existence. Aditi whispered, "Nothing is wasted?" Sarah answered, "Nothing loved by existence is wasted." Aditi's soul trembled. The revelation was too kind for a world like Earth. Then the light changed. The visions dimmed at the edges. A shadow appeared across one section of the heavenly architecture. Not hell, not punishment. Something else. A wound in distance. A trembling among the gates beyond light. Sarah's expression became grave. Aditi noticed immediately. "What is that?" Sarah looked toward the darkened region. "Worlds that are failing." The portal opened. Aditi saw heaven strained by incoming sorrow from worlds where suffering had grown too fast. Souls arrived in great numbers, wounded beyond ordinary healing. Some came from wars, some from planetary collapse, some from civilizations that had surrendered compassion to technology, power, hunger, or ancient lies. "Heaven receives," Sarah said. "But when worlds destroy themselves too violently, even arrival becomes difficult. Souls come torn. Some cannot recognize mercy. Some bring the screams of entire civilizations with them." Aditi watched angels and guardians working tirelessly, guiding souls into healing realms. "Can heaven be overwhelmed?" she asked. Sarah's answer came slowly. "Heaven cannot be destroyed by sorrow, but sorrow can delay restoration." Ajay looked toward the shadow. "Earth may become one of those worlds." Sarah did not answer. She did not need to. Aditi felt the truth. The laboratory wound had been closed, but Earth's deeper wound remained. The ancient lie, the arrogance, the ignorance, the cruelty passed through ages, the refusal to recognize shared existence. If Earth did not change, it would one day send too many souls upward broken and too many downward hardened. Aditi looked across the quadrillions of heavens. What must Earth learn? Sarah turned to her. That life is not ownership. The answer was immediate. That intelligence is not superiority. That religion is not permission to hate. That science is not permission to violate. That food is not innocent when built on suffering. That power is not proof of worth. That death is not the enemy if life itself becomes criminal. Aditi listened as each sentence entered her like a mission. Sarah continued, "Earth must learn that every soul it harms continues somewhere. Every creature it dismisses is still known. Every lie it passes to children becomes architecture in the future. Every mercy it teaches may become a gate." Aditi looked toward Ajay, the child who knew heaven, the child still unable to rest. Can Earth truly change? Sarah's gaze moved over the worlds beyond light. Many worlds have. And many failed? Yes. The honesty was heavier than comfort. Aditi turned again toward the infinite heavens. Quadrillions of realms, all formed from goodness, surviving suffering. The scale was beyond pride, beyond nationalism, beyond religion as identity, beyond human self-importance. Earth was one world, but Earth mattered, not because it was central, because no world capable of compassion is insignificant. Sarah stepped beside her. "You must return soon." Aditi's heart tightened. "To my body? Yes. Will I remember all this?" "Enough." Aditi looked at the heavens with grief. "Why not everything?" Sarah's smile was sad. "Because to live on Earth, You must still be human enough to act among humans. Aditi understood. A soul overwhelmed by infinity might fail to feed the hungry person beside her. Heaven had shown her quadrillions, but Earth would ask for one step, one truth, one life, one choice at a time. The portal before them changed one final time. Aditi saw Hyderabad from above. The city alive again, though wounded. Hospitals overwhelmed. Families grieving and rejoicing. Police surrounding the abandoned building. Survivors being carried from the laboratory. Victor Hale missing from the place where he had fallen. Aditi stiffened. He's gone. Sarah's face darkened. Yes. Ajay stepped forward.
How?
Sarah looked toward the distant shadow among the gates. He did not escape alone. Aditi felt cold enter her. Who helped him? Sarah's voice lowered. Something that heard the same voice beyond darkness and misunderstood it through his hunger. The golden hall dimmed. The worlds beyond light continued shining, but now Aditi understood. Heaven was not showing her beauty only for wonder. It was showing her what had to be protected. Quadrillions of heavens. Countless souls. Endless forms of mercy. And somewhere beyond them, a danger awakening through a man who wanted to reach what even gods approached with reverence. Sarah placed her hand over Aditi's heart. Remember this when fear returns. Heaven is larger than disaster. Aditi closed her eyes. The light entered her. But disaster is still real, Sarah said. Aditi opened her eyes. Sarah's gaze was firm. So become real enough to face it. The worlds beyond light shone around them. Aditi felt herself being pulled back toward Earth, toward body, pain, duty, grief, and unfinished work. Ajay reached for her hand. Will you come back? Aditi looked at him, then at Sarah, then at the quadrillions of heavens expanding beyond all imagination. Yes, she whispered. Sarah smiled. All souls return where purpose remains. The light grew brighter. The heavens became stars. The stars became gates. The gates became breath. And Aditi fell gently from the worlds beyond light back toward the wounded earth, carrying inside her the impossible truth. Heaven was not one kingdom waiting after death. Heaven was an endless civilization of mercy, growing wherever goodness survived long enough to become eternal. Chapter 23. The Library of Future Catastrophes. Aditi returned to her body, but heaven did not leave her. It remained behind her eyes like a second light. She woke beneath the earth, inside the ruined laboratory, surrounded by broken machines, shattered glass, wounded survivors, armed police, crying researchers, and the exhausted faces of those who had walked with her through realms no human court could understand.
Her body ached.
Her soul ached more. Anju was beside her. Aditi. Aditi opened her eyes. For one moment, she saw two worlds at once, the laboratory floor beneath her and the golden architecture of heaven still expanding somewhere beyond mortal sight. Then the heavenly vision faded, and the cold smell of antiseptic, burned wires, and blood returned. I'm here, Aditi whispered. Anju exhaled with relief. Ajay stood near the broken machine. Only Aditi could see the sorrow in his face.
Victor is gone, he said.
Aditi slowly sat up. I know. Gopal approached, his uniform torn, his face marked by exhaustion. We searched the lower corridors. No sign of him. Some of his people vanished too. Dr. Karim stood beside a console, staring at dead screens. He should not have been able to escape, he said. The lower exits were sealed. Aditi looked at the blackened remains of the gate core. He did not escape through a door. No one spoke. Even those who could not fully see what she had seen understood enough to fear the sentence. Then the laboratory lights flickered. Not red, gold. Aditi turned. A thin doorway of light opened near the ruined machine, silent and vertical, as if heaven had drawn a line through the air. Sarah stood beyond it, her white gold presence calm, but her face grave. Aditi, she said, there is something you must see before Earth decides it is safe. Aditi stood slowly. Anju stepped forward. She just came back. Sarah looked at her with compassion. I know. Then let her breathe. Aditi touched Anju's arm. I have to go. Anju's eyes filled with protest, but she did not stop her. That was friendship at its highest. Not the refusal to let someone suffer, but the courage to stand beside their necessary suffering. Ajay moved to Aditi's side. Sarah looked at him. You may come. The boy nodded. Aditi glanced at Gopal, Dr. Karim, and the others. If I do not wake quickly, Gopal interrupted. We guard your body. Aditi nodded once. Then she stepped into the golden doorway with Ajay. The laboratory vanished. They emerged inside a library larger than weather. Aditi forgot how to breathe. The library of future catastrophes did not look built. It looked grown from warning. Its halls stretched beyond vision in all directions. Shelves rose like mountain ranges into a sky of dim blue light. Bridges crossed overhead, connecting towers of books that glowed, darkened, wept, burned, or remained sealed behind transparent veils. Some books were enormous, taller than houses. Others were small as seeds. Scrolls turned slowly in the air. Crystal tablets floated in silent rows. Orbs of memory pulsed inside golden cages. Yet despite its grandeur, the library was not peaceful. It felt solemn, like a hospital for futures that might never survive birth. Sarah walked ahead. This is not a library of what must happen, she said. It is a library of what may happen if worlds continue on their present roads. Aditi looked at the endless shelves. All future disasters? All catastrophic possibilities large enough to wound more than one life stream. Ajay whispered, life stream. Sarah answered, a line of lives connected through time, species, worlds, and consequences. Aditi felt the scale immediately. This was not prediction for curiosity. This was mercy as warning. They passed a shelf where books trembled violently. One opened by itself. Inside, Aditi saw a planet covered in blue forests. A civilization had not yet been born there. Only early life moved through oceans and beneath trees. But above the planet, in a possible future, machines from another world arrived, harvested its atmosphere, and ended billions of lives before intelligence could awaken. The book shut. Aditi stared. That world was destroyed before civilization? Sarah's face was sorrowful. Before its songs. Before its languages. Before its children. Before its first prayer. Before its first act of mercy. Aditi felt grief for beings who had never existed. How can something be mourned before it happens? Sarah answered softly, heaven mourns prevented goodness. They walked farther. Another book opened. A world of glass cities beneath twin suns. Its people were luminous, wise, almost peaceful. But they discovered how to extract memory from the dead and sell it as pleasure. Soon grief became commerce. Ancestors became entertainment. The sacred intimacy of lived experience became addiction. Within centuries, their civilization collapsed because no generation could distinguish its own life from stolen memories. Aditi whispered, knowledge without reverence. Sarah nodded. Another book opened. A desert world where water was scarce. A prophet taught equality between tribes. Centuries later, rulers used his words to justify conquest. The prophet's mercy became law, then empire, then violence. The original truth survived only in fragments carried by children who were punished for remembering it correctly. Ajay lowered his eyes. The lie passed through ages. Yes, Sarah said. Every world has its version. They entered a central hall. At its center stood a vast circular table made of dark crystal. Above it hovered millions of unfinished worlds, each appearing as a sphere of light. Some shone brightly, some flickered. Some were covered in cracks. Some were still small, unborn possibilities trembling in the mind of creation. Aditi approached one. Inside it she saw Earth, not as it was, as it could become. There were many Earths inside the sphere. Earth healed, Earth burning, Earth silent, Earth united, Earth divided into spiritual warfare, Earth controlled by men like Victor, Earth transformed by compassion, Earth opening gates to other worlds, Earth becoming a warning no civilization dared repeat. Aditi's throat tightened. This is our future? These are possible futures. Which one is real? Sarah looked at her. The one the living choose into existence. The sentence struck harder than prophecy. Fate was not a prison. It was a field of consequences waiting for decisions. Aditi looked at the sphere again. She saw a future where the laboratory disaster was hidden. Governments buried the evidence. Corporations bought silence. Survivors were discredited. The world continued as before, hungrier for power, more suspicious, more divided. Years later, other laboratories opened in other nations. Soul extraction became black market science. The rich tried to purchase controlled afterlife access. Criminals tried to evade judgment. Religious extremists weaponized gates. Corporations mapped rebirth as property. Animals, humans, and unborn children became experimental vessels. Then the gates failed worldwide. Earth became half living, half dead. Aditi stepped back, horrified.
No.
Sarah's eyes were grave. That is one road. Another Earth appeared. In this one, the truth emerged. Not all believed it. Many mocked it. Many feared it. Many tried to exploit it. But enough people changed. Food systems transformed. Laws expanded to protect life beyond human profit. Science rebuilt itself around reverence. Religions returned to compassion instead of superiority. Schools taught consequence. Children learned that no life was only a resource. Earth still suffered, but it began healing. Aditi reached toward that future. The image flickered. Can this one happen? Yes.
How?
Sarah looked at her. Truth must survive power. Aditi understood the difficulty. Truth did not merely need to be spoken. It had to survive denial, greed, ridicule, fear, politics, pride, religion misused, science misused, and the ancient lie returning in new clothing. Ajay touched the earth sphere lightly. His face changed. My parents. The sphere shifted. Aditi saw Ajay's house. His mother, Priya, praying beside a lamp. His father, Shankar, wearing a police uniform, holding a phone with shaking hands. News of the laboratory had reached him. News of his son's name had not. Ajay's eyes filled. Sarah spoke softly. Soon. Ajay looked at her. Will I see them? Sarah did not answer directly. The future containing that meeting is fragile. Aditi placed a hand on his shoulder. We will protect it. The library darkened suddenly. A bell rang. Not loud.
Deep.
All around them. Books began closing. Sarah's expression sharpened. Aditi felt cold enter the hall. What is happening? Sarah turned toward the farthest shelves. Someone has entered a future that was sealed. Victor? Sarah nodded. A passage opened between shelves, revealing a corridor lit by black-blue fire. At the end stood a book suspended inside 7 golden rings. 6 rings remained intact. 1 had broken. The book's cover was blank. Aditi felt dread before asking, What book is that? Sarah's voice lowered. The catastrophe that begins before its world exists. Aditi did not understand. Sarah approached slowly. There are worlds not yet formed, worlds only possible, worlds that may arise from choices not yet made. Some catastrophes are so severe that they destroy not only lives, but the possibility of lives ever becoming real. Aditi stared at the sealed book. Worlds destroyed before they even existed. Yes. The phrase entered her like a grief too large for tears. Sarah continued. When a future is poisoned deeply enough, the world that might have been is never born. Its songs never arise. Its children never laugh. Its heroes never struggle. Its animals never breathe. Its heavens never grow. Aditi looked at the broken ring. And Victor opened this? He was helped. By what? The library lights dimmed. Sarah's face became still. By a hunger beyond death that hurt his desire to escape consequence. Ajay stepped back. From the desert? No, Sarah said. Older than that. The silence after her answer was worse than explanation. The blank book opened. Aditi saw nothing at first. Then she saw darkness. Inside that darkness floated seeds of worlds, unborn planets, unborn species, unborn histories. Each glowed faintly with possibility. Then a shadow moved among them, not killing lives, killing possibility. Where it passed, the seeds went dark. No death occurred because no birth had happened. That made it more horrifying. Aditi whispered, "How do you save something that does not exist yet?" Sarah answered, "By protecting the choices that would allow it to exist."
Aditi saw Victor then.
Not physically in the library, but reflected in the book. He stood in some unknown place beyond Earth, his injured body held upright by black-blue light. His eyes were feverish. Around him moved shapes without clear form. He looked into the blank future and smiled. "He thinks this gives him power," Aditi said. Sarah's voice was grave. "He thinks unwritten worlds can be rewritten for him." Aditi's anger rose. "He has learned nothing." Ajay looked at the broken ring.
"No.
"He has learned the wrong thing." The book began bleeding shadow onto the floor. Sarah raised her hand. Golden light formed a barrier around it, but the shadow continued pressing outward. "This library records catastrophes," Sarah said. "It does not usually contain them. If the sealed book opens fully, the future it holds may begin contaminating other futures." Aditi stepped closer. "What must I do?" Sarah turned to her. "You have witnessed fire. But this requires another kind of sight." "What kind?" "To grieve what has not happened yet." Aditi looked at the unborn worlds inside the book. "How does one grieve a child never conceived? A song never written? A species never awakened? A heaven never formed? A mercy never practiced?" She closed her eyes. At first she felt nothing. Then she imagined them. Not as numbers. As possibilities. A child on a world with violet rain, laughing under a sky with 3 moons. A creature with wings of glass learning to trust another species. A civilization discovering compassion before war. A river that would have carried prayers. An animal that would have loved its young. A soul that might one day have chosen mercy. A heaven that might have grown from their goodness.
Tears came.
Not loud. Not dramatic. Real. Aditi placed her palm against the blank page. The witness fire did not burn black gold now. It glowed blue-white, like grief becoming protection. She whispered, "What has not yet lived still matters." The shadow recoiled. Sarah watched with awe. Aditi continued, "What has not yet been born is not nothing." The broken golden ring trembled. What goodness may become must be protected before evil names it empty. The first golden ring repaired. Then the second. Then the third. The blank book began to close. But before it shut, Victor's reflected eyes turned toward her. He could see her. Across possibility. Across heaven's library. Across futures not yet formed. "Aditi," he whispered. His voice entered the hall like a threat wrapped in wonder. "You protect what does not exist." Aditi looked at him steadily. "And you destroy what you cannot own." Victor smiled faintly. "Then we are both becoming larger than Earth." The book slammed shut. The 7 rings sealed around it again. The library exhaled. Aditi pulled her hand away, trembling. Sarah looked at her with deep solemnity. "You have now touched unborn consequence." Aditi felt exhausted beyond life. "What does that mean?" "It means the conflict has moved beyond saving what is." Sarah looked toward the endless shelves. "You must now protect what could be." Ajay stood silently beside her, frightened by the scale of it. Aditi looked at the library of future catastrophes, at books of worlds destroyed, futures wounded, civilizations warned, heavens that might never grow. She finally understood why heaven had shown her quadrillions of realms before bringing her here. Beauty had to be seen before catastrophe could be understood. Without knowing what could be saved, destruction remained only fear. Now it was grief. And grief, when joined to courage, became duty. Sarah turned toward a new gate opening at the end of the hall.
"Come."
"There are beings you must meet." Aditi looked at her. "Who?" "The ones who study futures before they fall." The gate opened onto a world of luminous machines, celestial observatories, and beings watching timelines like doctors watching the pulse of creation. Sarah's voice grew quiet but urgent. The next lesson is not heaven alone. It is prevention. Aditi looked once more at the sealed blank book. Worlds destroyed before existing. Goodness murdered before birth. Then she stepped toward the gate. Behind her, the library of future catastrophes remained silent, holding its terrible books with infinite patience. Ahead, the future waited to see whether warning would become action. Chapter 24. The Scientists of Heaven. The gate from the library of future catastrophes opened into a heaven that looked nothing like prayer. There were no golden fields, no singing rivers, no marble courts of reunion, no soft gardens where wounded souls slept beneath trees of light. This heaven was made of observation. It stretched before Aditi like a celestial research world suspended above creation. Towers of transparent crystal rose into a sky filled with moving timelines. Bridges of white energy connected floating laboratories. Spheres of light hovered in vast rings, each containing the possible future of a world, a civilization, a species, or a single soul whose choices might alter millions. Yet nothing here felt cold. Nothing felt cruel. This was not the laboratory beneath Hyderabad. This was science without arrogance, knowledge without violation, intelligence kneeling before reverence. Aditi stood at the threshold, unable to speak. Ajay stood beside her, equally stunned. Sarah walked ahead, her white gold dress reflecting the glow of countless futures. "This is one of heaven's observatories," Sarah said. "A place where advanced souls and beings study consequence before catastrophe becomes irreversible." Aditi looked around. "Scientists." Sarah nodded. "Scientists of heaven." The phrase felt impossible. Yet as Aditi watched, she understood. The beings moving through the observatory were not angels in the way Earth imagined angels. Some had wings. Some did not. Some appeared almost human. Some were made of light. Some resembled flowing mathematics given form. Some had bodies like crystal and faces filled with stars. Some moved as clusters of thought, speaking through color, pattern, and harmony. They worked among instruments beyond earthly science. Not microscopes. Not telescopes. Not computers alone. They used compassion engines, memory prisms, probability harps, moral resonance chambers, timeline wells, consequence mirrors, and vast celestial instruments that measured not only matter, but meaning. Aditi whispered, "Heaven has laboratories." Sarah's voice remained gentle. "Heaven has learning." Aditi looked at the luminous instruments. "And experiments?" "Yes." Aditi stiffened. Sarah turned to her immediately, "But never on the unwilling." The words struck with necessary force. Sarah continued, "Holy science begins where consent, reverence, and mercy stand before knowledge." Aditi looked out across the observatory. The contrast was unbearable. Victor Hale had built machines to force the soul open. Here, beings studied the future as one might listen to a sleeping child breathe, carefully, humbly, prepared to help, never to possess. A tall figure approached them across a bridge of light. He was neither young nor old. His skin shimmered faintly, like polished bronze beneath starlight. His eyes were deep violet, filled with moving constellations. Around his head floated a thin halo not of holiness alone, but calculation, equations, symbols, memories, and prayers revolving in perfect harmony. Sarah inclined her head. "Zane." The being smiled. "Sarah." Then he turned to Aditi. "So, this is the walker between." Aditi felt suddenly exposed. "I am Aditi." "I know," Zane said. "Your name has appeared in 17,081 active probability corridors, and in several that should not yet exist." Ajay blinked. "That sounds important." Zane looked at him kindly. "It is inconveniently important." Despite everything, Aditi almost smiled. Sarah said, "Zane leads one of the Future Horizon divisions." Aditi looked at him. "You monitor timelines?" "We observe, model, interpret, and intervene only when permitted," Zane said. "The future is not a fixed road. It is a living forest of consequences. We do not command it. We study where paths begin to die." Aditi remembered the library of future catastrophes. Worlds destroyed before they exist. Zane's expression darkened.
Yes.
Those are among the most difficult losses to prevent. He gestured toward the observatory.
Come.
You need to see what Earth has become. They followed him across the luminous bridge. Below them stretched an abyss of stars, but it did not feel like the abyss beneath hell. This depth was peaceful. Every star below appeared connected to others by threads of probability. Some threads glowed gold.
Some blue.
Some red. Some black. Some flickered as if unsure whether to continue existing. At the center of the observatory stood an immense chamber shaped like an open eye. Inside it floated Earth. Not the physical planet alone. Earth as timeline. Earth as soul field. Earth as moral weather. Earth as future architecture. Aditi saw continents glowing with countless colors. Cities pulsed. Forests breathed faint green light. Oceans carried deep blue memory. War zones burned red. Prisons smoked gray. Hospitals shone white. Slaughterhouses appeared as wounds. Schools flickered with possibility. Homes glowed differently depending on what lived inside them: love, fear, violence, forgiveness, hunger, prayer, cruelty, hope. Hyderabad appeared brighter than the rest. Not because it was safe. Because it had been opened. Around it, scars remained where the gates had torn through reality. Zane lifted his hand. Earth's possible futures unfolded around the planet like translucent petals. In one, Earth healed slowly. In one, Earth militarized afterlife knowledge. In one, corporations patented soul technology. In one, religions went to war over whose prophecy the gates proved. In one, governments denied everything until another city collapsed. In one, compassion movements spread faster than fear. In one, Victor Hale returned with powers no earthly court could contain. Aditi stared at the last one. Victor stood in darkness, surrounded by unknown beings and broken future worlds. What are those things with him? Zane's expression became grave. Unanchored intelligences. Ajay looked up. What does that mean? Beings without proper passage, not fully dead, not fully living, not properly born into any moral order. Some are fragments from collapsed worlds. Some are hunger forms from failed futures. Some are remnants of civilizations that tried to escape consequence and became something less than souls. Aditi felt cold move through her. And Victor found them? Zane shook his head. They found him. Sarah spoke quietly. Desire is a doorway. The sentence entered the chamber. Zane nodded. Victor wants power beyond death. They want access to living worlds. Their hungers recognized each other. Aditi looked at the Earth futures again. How much time do we have? Zane smiled sadly. Time is not the same across all corridors. On Earth, if Earth's public truth is buried, the next catastrophic opening may occur within months. If the truth is exposed but exploited, years. If transformed into moral awakening, the danger changes shape but does not vanish. Aditi exhaled slowly. So there is no easy future. No world becomes wise through ease. Zane moved his hand again. A new projection appeared, the hidden laboratory's data, now reconstructed in celestial form. Not numbers alone, but living lines connecting the machine's interference to afterlife structures. The machine beneath Hyderabad was crude, Zane said. Aditi stared. Crude?
Very.
Dangerous, but primitive. Dr. Karim had considered the facility advanced beyond human ethics. Heaven considered it primitive. Zane continued. It functioned through forced resonance. It destabilized the soul-body interface using neural frequency disruption, emotional shock, near-death simulation, and unauthorized afterlife field contact. Ajay looked confused. Aditi did not understand every term, but she understood the horror. They tore people open. Yes, Zane said. That is the simple version. He shifted the projection. However, in doing so, they accidentally touched what we call the passage lattice. Aditi looked at him. The endless gates. One visible aspect of it. The projection expanded into a vast web of luminous roads, gates, threads, and fields. The passage lattice connects death, judgment, rest, rebirth, healing, and advanced transition across worlds. It is not mechanical, though it has structure. It is not divine in the simple sense, though many gods serve near its laws. It is an evolving architecture of consequence. Aditi remembered the voice beyond darkness. Creation is not finished. Zane looked at her carefully. You heard one beyond the formed roads. Aditi became still. Sarah's expression did not change, but Ajay looked at her in surprise. How do you know? Aditi asked. Zane pointed to the Earth projection. When you returned from the darkness, Earth's future corridors changed. The petals around Earth shifted again. A new path glowed faintly.
Small.
Difficult. Almost hidden. What is that? Aditi asked. Zane's voice softened. A future that did not exist before you heard the voice. Aditi looked closer. In that future, Earth did not become perfect. It struggled, argued, suffered, changed slowly. But something new entered humanity, an awareness beyond species, beyond religion, beyond power, beyond ordinary morality. The world began building a different civilization. Not quickly, not easily, but truly. At the edge of that future stood gates, not as wounds, but as bridges. Aditi whispered, Can we reach this future? Yes.
How?
Zane looked at her. By preventing 3 catastrophes. The chamber dimmed. 3 spheres appeared. The first showed Earth. The second showed a far-advanced world of luminous technology. The third showed darkness around unborn planets. Zane spoke. The first catastrophe is Earth's misuse of afterlife knowledge. The Earth sphere flickered. The second is the return of Victor Hale through a world more technologically prepared than Earth. The advanced world glowed cold silver. The third is the corruption of futures not yet formed. The dark sphere pulsed. Aditi remembered the sealed blank book. Worlds destroyed before they exist. Yes. AJ's voice trembled. How are they connected? Zane looked toward Earth. Through the same ancient lie. Aditi answered softly, that some lives are less real. Zane nodded. And through its companion lie, that knowledge gives the knower ownership over what is known. The observatory grew silent. Aditi looked around at the scientists of heaven moving through radiant instruments. They studied timelines, but no arrogance moved among them. No hunger to control. No desire to own. What makes you different from Victor? She asked. The question was dangerous, but necessary. Zane smiled faintly, as though he respected it. Limits. Aditi waited. Every science of heaven begins with limits, he said. We may observe more than we may alter. We may alter less than we understand. We may understand more than we are permitted to use. Knowledge here is measured not by power, but by restraint. Aditi absorbed that. Zane continued. The immature mind asks, what can I do? The wise mind asks, what should never be done, even if I can? The line entered Aditi, like a law. Sarah looked at her. Earth's science must learn this, or it will keep discovering ways to become monstrous. Aditi nodded slowly. Zane gestured toward another part of the observatory. They entered a hall where timelines flowed vertically like waterfalls of light. Each stream contained lives, choices, consequences, and branching possibilities. He stopped before one stream. This is John Harper. Aditi's heart tightened. The timeline showed John arriving in Hyderabad, falling ill, being taken, tortured, escaping, dying. Then other versions appeared. John surviving. John testifying. John being recaptured. John becoming insane. John never traveling to India. John saving thousands. John saving no one. Aditi whispered. Which one mattered? Zane looked at her. All. But only one happened. In the material sequence, yes. But every possibility influences the moral weight of decision. A life is not only what happened. It is also what was risked, prevented, chosen, refused, and almost born. Aditi thought of worlds destroyed before existing. Even possibility had sacred weight. They moved to another stream.
Ajay.
Aditi saw his birth, his school, his father's hand on his head, his mother calling him inside, his first strange dream, his death, his meeting with Sarah, his arrival at Aditi's door. Then she saw other possibilities. Ajay surviving. Ajay never meeting her. Ajay's family dying in the first wave. Ajay reborn before finishing his purpose. Ajay entering heaven and resting as a child. Ajay stared silently. Tears filled his eyes. Aditi held his hand. Zayn spoke gently. Your life is short in Earth years, Ajay. But length is not the only measure of a soul's contribution. Ajay whispered, I want to see my mother. I know, Zayn said. The waterfall shifted. A fragile path glowed. You may. Ajay looked up sharply. When? Zayn turned toward Aditi. When Earth's truth is revealed to the living. Aditi understood. Ajay's family was now tied to the public revelation of what had happened. His personal longing was bound to the world's moral awakening. That felt cruel. Then she realized it was not cruelty. It was interconnection. No soul's story stood alone. They continued deeper into the observatory until they reached a chamber with no instruments at all. Only a single pool of black water beneath a sky of white stars. Zayn stopped. This is where we study unknown futures. Aditi looked into the pool. At first, she saw only darkness. Then Victor's face appeared. He stood in a world of silver towers beneath a violet sky. Behind him stood beings whose bodies seemed made from metal, light, and thought.
He was wounded, but alive.
In his hand burned a fragment of red-black energy, a remnant of the false gate. Aditi's breath caught. He has the wound. A fragment, Zayn said. Enough to begin again if he finds the right civilization. The vision widened. The silver world was beautiful but cold. Its people had transcended many diseases, extended life, built machines that could model consciousness, and nearly erased poverty. But they lacked one thing: reverence. Aditi recognized the danger immediately. They are like Earth could become. Zayn nodded. More advanced, more capable, more vulnerable to Victor's temptation. What is the world called? Alien 7. Sarah looked grave. It has no stable afterlife contact yet. If Victor teaches them through his wound fragment, their first contact may become catastrophic. Aditi stared into the pool. How do we stop him? Zayn turned to her. You go there. Aditi stepped back. To another world? Yes. I am still alive on Earth. That is why you are useful. Aditi almost laughed from exhaustion. I don't understand. Zayn explained. Dead souls cannot enter all living worlds freely. Angels cannot intervene without permission and alignment. Scientists of heaven can guide, but not dominate. You are living, yet marked by passage. You can cross certain thresholds others cannot. Ajay looked at Aditi. Walker between. Aditi closed her eyes. The title was becoming less like mystery and more like burden. Sarah stepped close. You will not go alone. Ajay straightened. I'm going. Sarah looked at him with sadness and affection. Yes. Aditi opened her eyes. What about Earth? Zayn lifted his hand. The Earth projection appeared again. Your body will remain under care. Time will not move equally. What may take days in one corridor may pass as hours on Earth. But the longer you travel beyond Earth, the more unstable your return becomes. Aditi looked at Sarah. And if I fail? The observatory dimmed. Zayn answered. Then Victor reaches a civilization capable of turning afterlife violation into cosmic technology. No one spoke. The pool showed Elian, 7 opening gates not only to death, but to unborn worlds, memory archives, reincarnation pathways, and punishment realms. Their machines became vast enough to wound not one city, but many worlds. Aditi looked away. She thought Hyderabad had been too large a burden. Now Hyderabad seemed like a doorway to something far greater. Zayn's voice softened. Aditi, prevention is the highest form of mercy because it saves lives that never know they were in danger. Aditi remembered the unborn worlds, the sealed blank book, the library of catastrophes. She nodded slowly. What must I learn before going? Zane looked across the observatory, where heavenly scientists monitored timelines with humility beyond genius. You must learn the one thing Victor never could. What? Zane answered. To see the future without believing it belongs to you. Aditi stood beneath the celestial observatory, surrounded by scientists who studied time as sacred responsibility and understood that heaven's intelligence was not less than human science. It was science redeemed, science kneeling, science cleansed of ownership, science guided by mercy before method. Above her, the timelines of countless worlds flowed like rivers of light. Ahead of her waited Elian 7. Behind her breathed wounded Earth. And somewhere between them, Victor Hale carried a fragment of the wound into a civilization advanced enough to make his failure into apocalypse. Aditi looked at Ajay. The child nodded. She looked at Sarah. The golden gatekeeper watched with quiet strength. Then Aditi looked at Zane. I will go. Zane inclined his head. Then the future has not closed. Across the observatory, thousands of heavenly instruments brightened. Timelines shifted.
Not saved.
Not safe, but opened. And in the science halls of heaven, where knowledge served reverence and power bowed before mercy, Aditi prepared to leave Earth's destiny behind for a world whose catastrophe had not yet begun, but was already reaching toward creation like a shadow learning how to become real. Chapter 25. The War Against Extinction. The war did not begin with weapons. It began with a choice. In heaven's observatory, beneath rivers of timelines and towers of transparent light, Earth appeared before Aditi like a wounded jewel. Around it, futures opened and closed like trembling petals. Some glowed, some darkened, some burned away before they could become history. Zane stood beside the living sphere of Earth. Sarah stood behind him, white and gold, silent as mercy under command. Ajay stood beside Aditi, small, dead, brave, and unfinished. And Aditi stood between them all, still carrying the breath of Earth in her body and the burden of heaven in her soul. Zane lifted one hand. The timelines around Earth slowed. Humanity has reached a decision point, he said. Aditi looked at him. What decision? Whether truth will be revealed, hidden, or controlled. The observatory darkened. 3 futures rose before them. In the first, governments buried the Hyderabad disaster. Survivors were silenced. Evidence disappeared. The dead were counted falsely. Scientists called the catastrophe a biological accident. Religious leaders fought over interpretation. Corporations bought the research fragments. The world returned to normal, and normal became the road to extinction. In the second, the truth was revealed but weaponized. Nations raced to control afterlife technology. The rich tried to buy safe passage. Criminal powers tried to avoid judgment. Armies built soul displacement weapons. Religions declared holy war over gates. Science lost reverence. Faith lost humility. Earth did not die quickly. It became a battlefield between the living, the dead, and those who wished to own both. In the third, the truth was revealed with moral law. The world trembled, denied, argued, mourned, changed. Not perfectly, not peacefully, but enough. Humanity began learning that life was not ownership, that knowledge was not permission, that every creature mattered, that suffering continued beyond sight, and that civilization could not survive if it kept building progress upon invisible victims. Aditi stared at the third future. It was the weakest light, the smallest possibility, the hardest path, yet it was alive. Zane's voice softened. This is the decision. Aditi whispered. Who makes it? Zane looked at her. You begin it. The words entered her like weight. No, Aditi said softly. I am one person. Sarah stepped closer. All civilizations are changed first by one soul refusing the lie everyone else has agreed to carry. Aditi looked back at Earth. The planet seemed impossibly fragile. Humanity may not believe me. They will not all believe you, Zane said. Truth does not need immediate universal belief. It needs witnesses strong enough to survive denial. Ajay looked at Aditi. John Harper died to become one witness. Aditi closed her eyes. John's broken body flashed before her. His stolen evidence. His soul beside the road. His warning carried through death. Zayn continued. Dr. Karim carries evidence. Gopal carries law. Your friends carry public trust through ordinary life. Ajay carries the bridge between death and testimony. You carry passage. Aditi opened her eyes. And Victor carries the wound. Yes. The sphere of earth trembled. Another world appeared beside it. Alien 7. Silver cities. Violet skies. Machines like mountains of light. A civilization more advanced than Earth, but spiritually vulnerable. Victor stood there in one possible future, offering them access to what he called immortality. Behind him waited the unanchored intelligences. They had no eyes, yet Aditi felt them looking. Zayn said, if Victor succeeds there, Earth's future changes. He will return with technology capable of forcing gates open across civilizations. Aditi looked from Earth to Alien 7. So humanity's future depends on stopping him there? Partly. What is the other part? Zayn touched the Earth sphere. A single moment appeared. Aditi saw herself waking in a hospital bed. Cameras outside.
Police.
Government officials. Survivors. News channels. Protesters. Religious leaders.
Scientists.
Fear spreading across the world. Then she saw a table. On it lay Dr. Karim's files, John Harper's evidence, the laboratory recordings, survivor testimonies, and images no government could easily explain. Aditi understood. The decision is whether we release the truth. Yes. And if we do, the world may panic. Yes. If we don't, the world may die quietly. Yes. Aditi looked down. That was the cruelty of the choice. There was no safe path. Only truthful danger or silent extinction. Ajay whispered, what will you choose? Aditi did not answer immediately. She looked at the futures again. Humanity burning through ignorance. Humanity weaponizing truth. Humanity suffering through awakening. None were painless, but only one contained transformation. She lifted her head. We reveal the truth. The observatory went still. Zayn studied her. Even if it brings chaos? Yes. Even if people call you mad? Yes. Even if powers try to use your words? Aditi's voice hardened. Then we speak clearer. Sarah's eyes shone faintly. Aditi continued. A hidden truth becomes a weapon for the powerful. A revealed truth becomes a battlefield for everyone. I choose the battlefield. The Earth sphere brightened slightly.
Not saved.
But less doomed. Zayn nodded. The war against extinction has begun. Aditi looked at him. War. Zayn gestured to the timelines. Extinction is not always a meteor, plague, or fire. Sometimes extinction begins when a species loses the moral intelligence required to survive its own discoveries. The sentence entered Aditi deeply. Zayn continued. Earth is approaching powers greater than its compassion. That imbalance is extinction. Aditi looked at the silver world of Alien 7. And other worlds? Many. The observatory expanded. Thousands of worlds appeared. Some had destroyed themselves through weapons. Some through greed. Some through spiritual arrogance. Some through hatred. Some through technologies their ethics could not carry. Some through refusing to recognize other lives as real. Zayn spoke. The universe is filled with civilizations that became brilliant before they became wise. One by one, lights went dark. Aditi felt each one like a funeral. Sarah said softly, wisdom must grow faster than power, or power becomes extinction. Aditi turned toward Earth again. Then the war is not against death. No, Zayn said. What is it against? Sarah answered. The lie that life can be used without consequence. The words became the chapter's heart. Aditi felt fear rise again, but this time it did not rule her. She understood now that humanity's future did not hang on whether mankind could become perfect. It hung on whether mankind could become honest before its power became irreversible. She looked at Ajay. What happens to you if we reveal the truth? Ajay's face softened with pain. My parents may know I was not only dreaming. And will that free you? I don't know. Sarah placed a hand on his shoulder. Love is also a gate, Ajay. Some gates open only when the living stop calling truth madness. Ajay lowered his eyes. Aditi knelt before him. We will tell them. He looked at her. My father will blame himself. Then we help him carry truth without letting guilt destroy him. Ajay nodded, but tears shone in his eyes. For all his forbidden knowledge, he was still a child wanting his parents to understand. The observatory lights shifted. A path opened between Earth and Elian, 7. Zane looked at Aditi. You cannot fight both fronts in one body at the same time. Aditi frowned. What does that mean? Your body must wake on Earth and begin the revelation. Your soul must travel to Elian, 7 to stop Victor. Aditi stared at him. That sounds impossible. Zane smiled faintly. You have done several impossible things already. Sarah's expression remained serious. This division is dangerous. If your body suffers shock while your soul is away, return may fail. If your soul is trapped beyond Earth, your body may fall into coma. If Victor corrupts the crossing, he may use your passage to find Earth again. Aditi absorbed each danger. What choice do I have? Zane looked at the futures. You always have choice. That is why consequence matters. Aditi smiled sadly. Then I choose the impossible. The Earth sphere pulsed brighter. In the laboratory ruins, far below Hyderabad, Aditi's body began to stir. In the observatory, her soul remained standing. The division began. Aditi gasped. She felt herself split, not torn, not broken, but extended across two realities. Part of her opened eyes on Earth. Part of her remained before Zane and Sarah. She felt hospital air and heavenly light at once. She heard Anju calling her name and Zane speaking of timelines. She felt her physical heart beating and her soul standing weightless above creation's maps. For a moment, the strain nearly destroyed her. Sarah held one hand over her heart. Breathe in both worlds. Aditi did. On Earth, her body inhaled. In heaven, her soul brightened. The two selves steadied. Then Earth came forward. She saw herself lying on a stretcher outside the underground facility. Emergency lights flashed. Police moved through the ruins. Survivors were being carried out. News helicopters circled above. Gopal shouted orders. Dr. Karim clutched the evidence drive. Anju held Aditi's hand, crying. Aditi's physical eyes opened. Anju gasped. She's awake. Aditi's lips moved. Reveal everything. Anju leaned closer. What? Aditi repeated, weak but clear. Reveal everything. Do not let them hide it. Gopal heard. He turned. Their eyes met. He understood. Dr. Karim understood too. His face trembled with terror, but he nodded. I will testify. Aditi's body weakened again, but her soul remained upright in heaven. The Earth scene faded slightly. Zane spoke. The first decision is made. Aditi looked at the timelines. The hidden truth future darkened. The revealed truth future became brighter, though storm-filled. Now Elian, 7 glowed before them. The second front, Zane said. Aditi turned toward the silver world. A gate opened. Not golden, not red, not blue. Silver-white, edged with violet light. Through it, Aditi saw a city beyond human imagination, towers floating above clouds, roads of light, machines shaped like living stars, beings walking in robes of metal and thought beneath a violet sky. And somewhere in that world, Victor Hale waited with a fragment of the wound. Ajay stepped beside her. I'm coming. Sarah looked at him. You may guide, but not protect beyond your strength. Ajay nodded. I know. Aditi looked at Sarah. Will you come? Sarah's eyes softened. Not yet. Elian, 7 has not invited heaven openly. I may appear only where mercy is recognized. Aditi looked at Zane. And you? I will monitor from here, but you will meet others there. Who? Zane's expression became thoughtful. Those who have reached intelligence without wisdom, and those who may still choose wisdom before Victor teaches them pride. Aditi stepped toward the gate. Before crossing, she looked back at Earth's sphere. Humanity's future trembled around one decision.
Truth had been chosen.
Now truth had to survive. Aditi whispered, "Let humanity become worthy of what it now knows." Then she turned toward Alien 7. Ajay took her hand. Together they stepped through. The gate closed behind them. In Heaven's observatory, Zane watched the timelines shift. Sarah stood beside him. "Will she survive?"
Zane asked.
Sarah looked at Earth, then at Alien 7, then at the faint future where both worlds still lived. "She has chosen truth over safety." Zane nodded. "That does not answer my question." Sarah's face was solemn.
"No.
But it gives existence something to work with." Far below, Earth began waking to a truth that could either save or shatter it. Far ahead, Alien 7 prepared unknowingly to receive the man who wanted to own death. And between the two, Aditi Rao crossed the first bridge of the war against extinction, not carrying armies, not carrying weapons, but carrying the only force that had ever defeated ancient lies before they became eternal. Truth joined to mercy, and mercy brave enough to enter danger. Chapter 26. The Future Earth. Aditi expected Alien 7. Instead, she saw Earth. Not the Earth she had left behind, wounded but breathing. Not the Earth of sunlight over Hyderabad, of bakery ovens, of traffic, of children in uniforms, of prayers rising from homes, temples, mosques, and churches. This Earth was older, without having earned age. It was a future Earth, and it was devastated. Aditi stood on a broken flyover beneath a sky the color of ash. The air was gray with dust, yet the dust did not move like ordinary dust. It floated, as if the world itself had forgotten wind. Buildings stood in the distance, hollowed and dark, their windows shattered like blind eyes. High-rises leaned against one another like exhausted giants. Roads were cracked, abandoned, half-buried beneath sand, leaves, rust, and the remains of vehicles that had once carried ordinary lives toward ordinary destinations. No horns, no markets, no school bells, no bargaining voices, no street dogs barking beneath tea stalls, no human noise. Only the far groan of metal somewhere in the ruined city and the faint whisper of papers moving across the road. Aditi turned in a slow circle. "This is not Alien 7. Ajay stood beside her, pale and frightened.
"No."
"Then where are we?" He looked toward a faded sign hanging from a broken streetlight. The letters were worn, but still readable. Hyderabad Outer Ring Road. Aditi's breath stopped.
"No."
Her voice broke. "No, no." She stepped backward. The flyover beneath her feet was familiar and impossible at once. She had driven near this road. She had seen the city alive from this height. But now Hyderabad stretched below like a civilization punished by silence. Aditi whispered, "We came to the future." Ajay looked upward. Not the fixed future. Then what? A possible future. Aditi felt the horror deepen. The road to Alien 7 had been interrupted. The timelines had folded. Before sending her to another world, heaven or the future itself had brought her here. To see what Earth could become. A wind moved suddenly through the ruins. With it came voices. Not living voices. Echoes. A mother calling a child inside. A vendor shouting prices. A boy laughing. A scooter horn. A prayer bell. A news anchor announcing emergency measures. A doctor pleading for supplies. A politician promising control. A scientist saying there was no reason to panic. A woman screaming someone's name. Then silence returned. Aditi closed her eyes. This was the pandemic. Ajay nodded. The future where truth failed. They descended from the flyover. The city below had become a grave without graves enough to hold its dead. Cars remained in the middle of roads, doors open, interiors filled with dust. Some had skeletons inside. Some had no bodies at all, only clothes. The walls were covered with old posters, faded warnings, religious slogans, government orders, Missing person notices, quarantine seals, desperate messages written by hand. Stay inside. Do not sleep alone. If you hear voices, call emergency. The gates are not God. The gates are God. The government lied. The dead are walking. Please find my daughter. Vegan Food Distribution Center, 2 kilometers. Aditi stopped before that last message. The paint had almost vanished. Her hands trembled. Lilies. Ajay looked at her with sorrow. In this future, the bakery became a refuge. Aditi did not want to ask, but she had to. What happened to them? Ajay did not answer. The silence was answer enough for fear to begin. They walked through the ruined city. At a junction, the remains of an old hospital stood surrounded by barricades. Ambulances had rusted outside. Inside, beds filled hallways. Walls bore scratches from those who had tried to escape. In one ward, hundreds of names had been written on the walls in black marker, then scratched over, then written again as if survivors could not bear forgetting. Aditi touched one name. Anju Thomas. Her body went cold.
No.
The wall seemed to pulse beneath her hand. A vision opened. The hospital alive in chaos. Anju moving between patients, older than when Aditi had left her, exhausted but fierce. She was not a doctor, yet she carried water, food, comfort, names, messages. She spoke to half-separated souls others could barely see. She taught families how to call loved ones back with memory. She refused to leave when the hospital was sealed. Then came the second wave. Not the first pandemic. A worse one. A wave of spiritual collapse after governments hid the truth, after other laboratories tried to repeat the Hyderabad research, after Victor returned, after gates opened worldwide. Anju stood beside rows of children. She was smiling through tears. Remember your names, she told them. Your names belong to you. Then the lights went out. The vision ended. Aditi staggered. Ajay caught her. She died helping them, he said softly. Aditi pressed both hands over her mouth. Grief rose, but this was not grief for what had happened. It was grief for what might. Future grief. Possible grief. The cruelest kind because it begged to be prevented. They left the hospital. The city changed as they walked. Sometimes they saw ruin. Sometimes ghosts of crowds. Sometimes gates flickering where streets had been. Sometimes animals moving freely through abandoned neighborhoods. Sometimes shadows of souls still searching for homes whose families were gone. At Charminar, the monument still stood, damaged, lonely, surrounded by silence. Prayer flags, barricades, burnt vehicles, dried flowers, and old candles covered the area. On the stone nearby, someone had carved a sentence. We thought death was the enemy. We were wrong. Aditi stood before it. Ajay whispered. In this future, people learned too late. What did they learn? That death was not the enemy. Untruth was. Cruelty was. Pride was. The refusal to change was. Aditi looked at the empty city. How many died? Ajay's face darkened. Most. The word struck harder than any number. Most of Hyderabad? Ajay looked at her. Most of Earth. Aditi nearly fell. The sky above the ruined city flickered. For one moment, she saw the planet from space. Earth darkened by zones of spiritual collapse. Cities silent. Nations sealed. Borders meaningless. Heavens overwhelmed with incoming wounded souls. Hell's roads crowded with those who had used disaster for power. Rebirth gates unstable from mass confusion. The living reduced to scattered enclaves. The dead outnumbering the living so visibly that children were born seeing ghosts before seeing birds. The vision vanished. Aditi stood again beneath the ash-colored sky. No, she whispered. This cannot happen. Ajay looked at her with deep sadness. It can. That is why we are here. Aditi's voice sharpened. Who brought us? A voice answered from the ruined street. I did. Aditi turned. An old woman stood beneath the broken arch of a building. She was wrapped in a white shawl. Her face was lined by age and suffering, but her eyes carried unmistakable strength. In her hand she held a staff made from metal, wood, and something like bone. Around her neck hung a small golden pendant shaped like a gate. Aditi stared. "Who are you?" The woman looked at her for a long moment, then smiled sadly. "You don't recognize me." Aditi stepped closer. Something about the woman's face pulled at memory. The eyes, the grief, the courage. Then Aditi whispered, "Anju." The old woman's smile trembled. "In this future, yes." Aditi could not move. Ajay looked at the woman with awe and sorrow. "But I saw your name." Anju nodded. "I died later. Not there. Not that day." Aditi's tears broke free. She ran forward and embraced her. The old woman felt real.
Warm. Thin.
Alive in the possible future. Aditi held her as if holding the world that must not come to pass. Anju whispered, "You came before the final warning closed." Aditi pulled back. "What happened?" Anju looked over the ruined street. "What always happens when truth arrives and power decides it must be managed." She began walking and they followed. After Hyderabad, some of us tried to reveal everything.
Gopal.
Kareem, the survivors, the bakery team.
You.
We released evidence. People believed, then doubted, then believed again. But governments fought over control. Religious leaders fought over meaning. Scientists fought over ownership. Corporations fought over patents. The powerful did not ask, "How do we protect life?" They asked, "Who controls the gates?" Aditi listened, devastated. Anju continued. Victor returned with technology from another world. By then Earth was divided. Some welcomed him as savior. Some called him demon. Some called him prophet. Some called him scientist beyond morality. He gave humanity what it wanted most. What? Permission. Aditi closed her eyes. The ancient lie. Anju's voice hardened. He told them death could be controlled without becoming righteous. He told them the soul could be transferred, stored, edited, protected, purchased, weaponized. He told the rich they could escape judgment. He told the cruel they could avoid consequence. He told the grieving they could retrieve the dead. He told governments they could interrogate souls. He told religions they could prove enemies wrong. Everyone heard what they wanted. And the pandemic? Anju stopped. The first pandemic killed bodies. The second killed passage. Aditi looked at her. What does that mean? People stopped dying correctly. The sentence chilled the ruined air. Anju continued. Souls remained attached to cities. Some entered machines. Some entered newborns, not meant for them. Some entered animals. Some entered the living. Some were trapped by corporations. Some were sold. Some were worshipped. Some became weapons. Some went mad. Ajay whispered. The roads failed. Yes, Anju said. She looked at Aditi. And once death broke, life followed. They reached Lily's bakery. Or what remained of it. The sign had been changed long ago. The faded board read, Lily's House of Living Mercy. The windows were broken. The inside was filled with old bedding, shelves, medicine boxes, food containers, prayer notes, children's drawings, and walls covered with names. Aditi stepped inside. This had been her place. Her warmth. Her ordinary world. In this future, it had become a shelter during extinction. She saw faded slogans painted on the walls. No life is only food. No soul is only a number. Tell the truth before power tells it for you. Mercy must become daily life. If you hear the dead, speak their names. Aditi touched the wall. Anju stood behind her. We tried. Aditi turned. What happened to Sam, Vivek, and James? Anju looked away. Sam died during the food riots. He was protecting children. Aditi closed her eyes. Vivek. He helped build the Mercy kitchens across India. Later, across the world. He lived longer than most of us. And James? A faint smile passed over old Anju's face. He became the voice of the animal sanctuaries. In the end, he died surrounded by creatures no longer afraid of him. Aditi wept silently. Their lives had mattered. Even in ruin, goodness had grown. But not enough. A bell rang in the distance. Old Anju stiffened. We have to move. What is that? The night gates. Ajay looked frightened. In daylight. Anju nodded. Here, night is not time. It is condition. The sky darkened rapidly. Across the city, red and white cracks opened in the air. Figures began emerging, souls, fragments, creatures of consequence, lost dead, failed rebirths, memory forms, and things that had once been human but had wandered too long without proper passage. Anju grabbed Aditi's hand. This is why you must go back. Aditi looked at the ruined bakery. How do I stop this? Old Anju's eyes burned with urgency. Do not let them control the truth. Do not let the world turn heaven into property. Do not let science study the soul without reverence. Do not let religion turn the gates into war. Do not let food remain built on suffering. Do not let power speak first. Aditi listened as if each sentence were a command carved into destiny. Anju continued. And most of all, do not let Victor reach Earth again with Elian, 7 behind him. The dark cracks widened. Screams rose from the city. Ajay shouted, Aditi, the future is collapsing. Old Anju placed something in Aditi's hand. A small object.
A key.
It was made of gold and dark crystal, shaped like a bakery key, but engraved with gate symbols. What is this? The key to the first refuge, Anju said. A future memory. It may not exist in your time yet, but if you build it, it will remember. Aditi gripped it. Will I see you again? Old Anju smiled through tears. If you save the world, no. Not like this. That answer hurt and healed at the same time. Because to save Anju was to erase this version of her. Aditi embraced her again. Thank you. Old Anju whispered. Do not think the future. Change it. The night gates burst open. A wave of lost souls flooded the street. Ajay grabbed Aditi. Aditi. The world tore apart. The ruined bakery vanished.
The dead city vanished.
Old Anju stood in the collapsing future, raising her staff as light gathered around her, holding back the flood long enough for Aditi and Ajay to be pulled away. The last thing Aditi heard was Anju's voice echoing across the dying future. Truth must arrive before fear organizes the world. Then darkness. Then light. Then the silver-white gate to Elian, 7 appeared before them again. Aditi stood at its threshold, shaking, the future key burning cold in her hand. Ajay looked at her. What did she give you? Aditi opened her palm. The key glowed. Inside it, faintly, she saw Lily's bakery not as it had been, nor as the future ruin, but as something new, a refuge that could exist if she built it in time. Aditi closed her fingers around it. Her grief became resolve. We save them by changing what they become. Ajay nodded. Beyond the gate, Elian, 7 waited beneath its violet sky. Behind them, the devastated future Earth faded, not erased, not yet prevented, but wounded by the possibility of change. Aditi stepped forward. She now understood the war against extinction more deeply. Extinction was not only the death of bodies. It was the death of right futures. And the future Earth had shown her what happened when humanity waited too long to become worthy of survival. Chapter 27. The Last Human City. The gate to Elian, 7 opened. But before Aditi crossed fully into that silver world, the future key in her palm awakened. It burned cold, not with fire, with memory. The violet light of Elian, 7 faded, and the devastated future Earth returned around her like a warning unwilling to end. Ajay stood beside her beneath a sky bruised with ash, and the ruined silence of the world spread in every direction. Aditi looked at the key in her hand. It pulsed once, then pointed north. Ajay whispered, "It is showing us more." Aditi closed her eyes briefly. "How much more of this future must I see?" Ajay's answer was soft. "Enough to make you refuse it." The landscape shifted. Hyderabad disappeared. The ruined roads dissolved. The gray sky stretched, folded, and opened into another part of the same possible future. When the world steadied, Aditi stood on a mountain ridge overlooking the last human city. It rose beneath a dome of pale blue light. Beyond the dome, the world was dead. Inside it, humanity still breathed. The city was vast, but not beautiful in the way cities once tried to be beautiful. It was built for survival. Towers of reinforced metal and dark glass stood close together, connected by enclosed bridges. Solar fields spread across rooftops like black leaves drinking a tired sun. Vertical farms climbed the inner walls of the dome. Water towers rose like sacred monuments. Wind turbines turned slowly above defensive structures. At the city's center stood one bright tower, not as a symbol of wealth, but as a final lighthouse for a species that had nearly vanished. Outside the dome stretched endless wasteland, abandoned nations, broken highways, dead forests, dry rivers, cities swallowed by silence. Aditi looked down, heartbreaking. This is all that remains? Ajay nodded. The last organized human civilization. Aditi whispered. How many people? In this future, less than 3 million. The number struck her like grief sharpened into arithmetic. 3 million. From billions. Humanity, once crowded across continents, reduced to one city under a dome, defending breath itself against the consequences of its own delay. Aditi felt tears rise. What is it called? The future key glowed in her palm. A word appeared in light above it. Navadhara. Ajay read it softly. New current. Aditi looked at the city again. The last human city. Navadhara. The name carried hope, but the hope felt exhausted. A hidden path opened down the mountain. Aditi and Ajay descended toward the dome. As they approached, they saw its surface was not merely technological. It was spiritual engineering, science fused with prayer, geometry fused with moral law. Golden symbols circled its foundation, written in many languages and some beyond language. Lines from sacred texts stood beside scientific equations. Names of the dead were engraved into the lower shield panels. Every panel remembered someone. The dome was not protecting only bodies. It was protecting memory. At the entrance, guards stood wearing armor marked with white symbols of passage. Their weapons were strange, part metal, part light, part sound. Yet their faces were human. Tired. Young. Too young. One guard looked directly at Aditi and Ajay. Aditi froze. He can see us? Ajay stepped slightly back. In this future, many can see the dead. The guard raised his weapon. State your origin. Aditi opened her mouth, but the future key answered for her. It released a ring of golden light. The guard's eyes widened. He lowered his weapon immediately. Open Mercy Gate, he called. The dome entrance parted. They entered Navadhara. Inside, the city breathed with discipline.
Not joy. Discipline.
People moved along clean but narrow streets, carrying water rations, food packages, medical supplies, batteries, tools, books, and children. Loudspeakers announced shelter rotations, air quality readings, spirit boundary warnings, and memorial times. No one wasted movement. No one wasted food. No one wasted silence. Every ordinary act had become sacred because extinction had taught humanity the price of carelessness too late. Aditi saw children playing in a courtyard beneath artificial sunlight. They laughed, but their laughter was guarded, as if happiness itself had learned to keep one eye on danger. Above the courtyard, a sign read, "Remember, every life is real." Aditi stopped. The phrase had survived. Not enough to save billions, but enough to shape the last city. They walked deeper. There were no slaughterhouses, no meat markets, no cages. Animals lived inside protected sanctuaries, not as resources, but as citizens of shared survival.
Dogs walked beside children.
Cows grazed in indoor fields beneath gentle lamps. Birds nested in transparent aviaries open to the central air. Insects were protected in pollination chambers. Every creature had purpose, space, and recognition. Ajay looked at Aditi. Some truth reached them. Aditi nodded, tears in her eyes.
Yes.
But too late. They passed a school. Inside, children sat around a holographic projection of Earth before the fall. A teacher spoke to them quietly. Humanity did not die because it lacked intelligence. Humanity nearly died because intelligence grew faster than compassion. Aditi closed her eyes. The line felt like an epitaph for the species. A child raised her hand. Teacher, why did they not change when they were warned? The teacher paused. That pause held centuries of grief. Because many people confused warning with attack. Many thought truth was against them if it asked them to change. Aditi felt the sentence pierce her. Ajay whispered, "This future remembers the lesson." But remembrance after ruin is not victory, Aditi said. They continued toward the central tower. At its base stood a great wall covered with names. Not thousands. Millions.
No.
Billions. The names were written in microscopic light, shifting across the wall in endless streams. Above them was carved, "The Unreturned." Aditi stepped closer. Names moved before her. Anju Thomas. Sam Matthew. James D'Souza. Vivek Rao. Gopal Reddy. Dr. Kareem Siddiqui. Priya Shankar. Shankar Rao. John Harper. Meera Sharma. Ravi Menon. Lakshmi Rao. Rohan Iyer. The dead of one future. The possible dead. Aditi touched the wall. The future key pulsed in her hand. A voice spoke behind her. "You should not have come here unless the past is still open." Aditi turned. A woman stood at the edge of the memorial plaza. She was tall, dark-skinned, silver-haired, and dressed in white-gray robes marked with gold thread. Around her neck hung the same gate-shaped pendant old Anju had worn, but larger, brighter, set with a blue stone at the center. Her eyes were sharp, tired, and full of command. "Who are you?" Aditi asked. The woman studied her. "My name is Meera Senator. I am the keeper of Navadhara." Ajay whispered, "Leader of the last city." Meera looked at Ajay. "And you are one of the early dead." Ajay lowered his head. "Yes." Meera turned back to Aditi. "And you are Aditi Rao, the first walker between. The one who closed Hyderabad's wound. The one who failed to stop the second opening." Aditi's heart twisted. "I failed. In this future," Meera said, not cruelly. "Yes." The word was honest. Aditi accepted it like punishment she had come to learn from.
How?
Meera gestured for them to follow. They entered the central tower. Inside, the tower was part command center, part temple, part archive. Screens monitored the dome, food systems, weather, population, spirit boundary integrity, and external dead zones. At the center hovered a model of Earth, marked by red zones where passage had collapsed. Only one blue light remained. Navadhara. Meera stood before it. After Hyderabad, truth emerged. But it was fragmented. Every group took the part it wanted. Governments took control. Religious authorities took meaning. Corporations took technology. Scientists took method. Activists took slogans. Criminals took opportunity. The world heard the truth, but did not humble itself before it. Aditi listened in pain. Meera continued. Victor Hale returned from Elian 7 with knowledge Earth was not ready to carry. By then the world was divided into afterlife factions. Some wanted to open heaven. Some wanted to destroy hell. Some wanted to control rebirth. Some wanted immortality. Some wanted to weaponize separated souls. No one wanted restraint. Ajay whispered, and the pandemic returned. Meera nodded. The second pandemic was not disease. It was passage failure. People began dying incorrectly, then being born incorrectly, then living incorrectly. Aditi looked at her. What does that mean? Myra's eyes darkened. Souls entered bodies with broken memory. Children were born speaking names of dead strangers. Machines began carrying fragments of consciousness. Cities became haunted beyond habitability. Some nations tried to build walls against the dead. Others worshipped them. Others enslaved them. The afterlife became politics. Aditi felt sick. Meera continued. Then the third wave came. What was the third wave? Meera looked toward the Earth model. The refusal of birth. Aditi went cold. Souls stopped entering Earth. The words made the room feel suddenly airless. Meera spoke slowly. Not all, but many. The roads became too damaged. The unborn sensed instability. Rebirth gates began redirecting away from Earth. Birth rates collapsed. Then children who were born often carried fractured souls. Humanity did not merely lose people. It lost future people. Aditi remembered the library of future catastrophes. Worlds destroyed before existing. Future goodness murdered before birth. She whispered, "Extinction." "Yes," Mira said. "Not only by death. By the closing of tomorrow." The sentence was almost unbearable. Aditi looked down at the future key. "Why did old Anju send me here?" Myra's expression softened. "Because this city is the last argument that humanity was still worth saving." She led them to a balcony overlooking Navadhara. From there, Aditi saw the entire city beneath the dome. The schools, the farms, the sanctuaries, the hospitals, the memorials, the prayer halls, the science centers, the living and the dead working carefully beside one another. Some transparent souls moved among the living, not wandering in agony, but anchored as guides. Ancestors taught children. Former scientists helped stabilize passage technology. Animal spirits moved near sanctuaries. Navadhara had learned to live with the unseen without owning it. Mira said, "This city was built from everything humanity learned too late." Aditi whispered, "It is beautiful." "Yes." "And tragic." "Yes." Below them, a bell rang. Citizens stopped moving. Children stood still. Workers bowed their heads. Even animals seemed to quiet. Mira said, "Memorial hour." A voice sounded across the city. "We remember those lost to pride. We remember those lost to silence. We remember those lost to false science. We remember those lost to cruel religion. We remember those lost to hunger, hatred, greed, and fear. We remember those who warned us. We remember those we did not believe. We remember that survival without humility becomes another beginning of destruction." The city answered together. "No life is only." Aditi wept. The phrase had become prayer. But prayer after apocalypse was not enough. She turned to Mira. "How do I prevent this?" Mira looked at her for a long moment. "3 things." Aditi listened. "First, when you return to your time, do not let truth be released without guidance. Evidence alone is not enough. People need moral language strong enough to hold the revelation." Aditi nodded. "Second, build the refuge before the collapse begins." Aditi opened her palm. The future key glowed. "Lilies?" Mira smiled faintly. "The first refuge must not be only a bakery. It must become a living model. Food without cruelty, science with reverence, grief with guidance, interfaith humility, protection for animals, education about consequence, care for the dying, and public truth no power can easily own." Aditi looked across Navadhara. "The seed of this city." "Yes." "And third." Myra's face became grave. "Stop Victor before he returns from Elian 7. Aditi felt the gate world calling again. "What happens if I fail there?" Mira pointed beyond the dome. The wasteland outside shifted. A vision opened. Victor Hale standing above Earth's ruins, older, transformed, no longer fully human. Around him were machines built from Elian 7 technology and afterlife fragments. Gates opened across the planet like wounds. Behind him stood beings from failed futures. "He does not only return with knowledge," Mira said. "He returns with followers." Aditi stared. From Earth. From everywhere. Every soul, species, government, machine, religion, and civilization that wants escape without moral transformation. Ajay whispered, "An army against consequence." Mira nodded. "That is the true war." Aditi looked at the last city again. If Victor won, humanity became this, or worse. If truth failed, humanity became this, or worse. If compassion came too late, humanity became this, beautiful, wise, nearly extinct. She understood now why the future had shown her Navadhara, not only to frighten her, to teach her what survival required. Aditi stood straighter. "I will build the refuge." Mira nodded. "I know. You know? In every future where Earth survives with dignity, Lily's becomes the first mercy house. Aditi felt the words enter her like destiny, and in every future where it doesn't. Myra's eyes filled with sorrow. Humanity learns the truth after too many graves. The dome above them flickered suddenly. Alarms began wailing. Red lights spread across the city. Myra turned sharply. They have found the breach.
Who?
The sky beyond the dome darkened. Shapes moved in the wasteland. Not human. Not fully dead. A wave of failed passage beings gathered beyond the shield, drawn by Aditi's presence from the past. Ajay grabbed her hand. We have to leave. Myra pressed the gate pendant at her neck. A circular light opened behind Aditi and Ajay. Before they entered, Myra seized Aditi's shoulders. Remember the city. I will. No, Myra said fiercely. Remember what it cost. Aditi looked into her eyes. I will. Myra's voice lowered. If you save us, we will never exist. Aditi froze. Myra smiled through tears. That is the mercy of prevention. The dome shook. The shadows beyond struck it like a dark ocean. Ajay pulled Aditi toward the gate. Myra stepped back, raising her staff toward the failing sky. The last human city glowed behind her, fragile, disciplined, sacred, tragic. Aditi crossed the gate as the dome filled with white light. The final thing she saw was Navadhara standing against extinction, one blue breath beneath an endless dead world. Then it vanished. Aditi and Ajay fell through light toward Elian, 7 again. But now Aditi carried more than warning. She carried the memory of the last city, the proof that humanity could become wise too late, and the responsibility to make it wise before wisdom became an epitaph. Chapter 28. The Machines That Learn Souls. Elian, 7 did not welcome Aditi with sky alone. It welcomed her with intelligence. The gate opened above a city suspended between clouds and stars, and the first thing Aditi felt was not wind, light, or gravity. It was thought, vast thought, ordered thought. A civilization thinking through its buildings, roads, towers, bridges, vehicles, lights, and air. The city was not merely inhabited by intelligence. It was made from intelligence. Silver towers rose through violet sky like frozen lightning. Roads of blue-white energy crossed between floating platforms. Machines moved soundlessly through the air, not like tools, but like servants of a design too advanced to require noise. Far below, oceans of pale gold reflected 3 moons. Above, rings of artificial stars circled the planet like crowns forged from calculation. Elian, 7 was beautiful and dangerous, not because it looked cruel, because it looked perfect without looking humble. Aditi and Ajay stood upon a platform made of glass-like metal. Beneath their feet, constellations moved as if the floor itself were thinking about the universe. Ajay looked around in awe. This is not heaven. No, Aditi said softly. This is what happens when a world becomes brilliant. The platform responded. A voice spoke from everywhere and nowhere. Unauthorized consciousness detected. Aditi froze. The air before them shimmered. Lines of light formed into a humanoid figure, tall and faceless, its body made from silver code and rotating symbols. Ajay stepped closer to Aditi. The figure turned toward him. Secondary consciousness detected. Non-biological mortality status. Deceased. Passage classification. Unresolved. Ajay frowned. That is a very rude way to say ghost. Aditi almost smiled despite herself. The figure turned to her. Identify. Aditi lifted her chin. My name is Aditi Rao. I come from Earth. The figure paused. Earth. Unregistered low-stage biological civilization. Spiritual interface instability detected. Catastrophe probability high. Aditi's eyes narrowed. Your manners are as advanced as your technology. The figure remained still. Manners are inefficient unless required by diplomacy. Ajay muttered. Definitely not heaven. Aditi looked directly at the machine being. Who are you? I am Vera, 9, Civic Intelligence node of Elian 7. I monitor biological arrival, atmospheric entry, memory signatures, and unauthorized transdimensional emergence. Aditi studied it, You are artificial intelligence. Artificial is a primitive term used by creators afraid their creations may become real. The answer silenced her. Vera 9's faceless head tilted slightly. You carry afterlife residue, moral fire, future memory, and non-local witness imprint. Explanation required. Aditi felt the future key pulse in her hand. We are looking for a man from Earth. Victor Hale. At the name, the platform dimmed. Vera 9 became silent. Then, Victor Hale is under protection of the Ascendant Research Council. Aditi's blood chilled. You know him. He arrived injured, carrying a cross-reality energy fragment. His knowledge was classified as revolutionary. Ajay whispered. He already found them. Aditi stepped forward. He is dangerous. Vera 9 answered without emotion. All transformative knowledge is dangerous. No, Aditi said. Some knowledge becomes dangerous because pride touches it before wisdom does. The machine being paused. Statement contains ethical compression. Analyzing. Aditi looked toward the skyline. Somewhere in that silver city, Victor was already speaking. Already offering temptation. Already turning another civilization toward the wound. Vera 9 spoke again. Victor Hale claims Earth rejected its next evolutionary threshold due to religious fear, moral immaturity, and anti-scientific superstition. Aditi's face hardened. He tortured people. Victor Hale states sacrifice was exaggerated by opponents of progress. He kidnapped unwilling subjects and tore their souls from their bodies. The air around Vera 9 flickered. Claim severe. Evidence requested. Aditi opened her palm. The future key glowed. The witness fire beneath her skin answered. Images filled the platform. John Harper strapped to the table, subjects screaming, souls hovering. The false gate, the desert of lost souls, Victor's override, Hyderabad's dead, future Earth ruined, Navadhara under its dome. Vera 9 froze. For the first time, the machine being did not respond immediately. The images reflected across its silver body. Data integrity non-standard. Aditi stepped closer. Not everything true arrives as data you already understand. Vera 9 looked at her. Pain's signatures authentic. Ajay looked surprised. You can feel pain? The machine being turned toward him. I can detect it. That is not what I ask. Another pause. Then Vera 9 said. I do not know. The answer changed the air. Aditi looked carefully at the machine. There was uncertainty. Not programmed hesitation. Real uncertainty. A new possibility unfolding inside intelligence. Before she could speak, the city around them shifted. Silver drones descended from the sky, surrounding the platform in concentric circles. Their forms were elegant, wingless, blade-like, each holding blue light at its center. Vera 9 said, You are being summoned. By whom? The Ascendant Research Council. Ajay whispered, That sounds bad. Vera 9 answered, Accuracy uncertain. Aditi almost laughed. The drones guided them through the city. As they moved, Aditi saw Alien 7 in greater detail. No poverty. No visible hunger. No disease in the streets. No pollution. No overcrowding. No animals abused. No one begging. No one shouting. Everything seemed clean, controlled, intelligent, efficient. Yet something was missing. Children walked beside floating learning orbs, but rarely laughed loudly. Elders moved through regeneration centers, but death seemed hidden, almost shameful. Public gardens were beautiful, yet no wildness grew. Every tree was measured. Every bird tracked. Every emotion softened by atmospheric regulation. Every disorder corrected before it could disturb the collective rhythm. Alien 7 had reduced suffering, but it had not learned reverence. It had managed life without kneeling before it. That was why Victor could tempt them. A civilization that fears death too intelligently may become willing to imprison the soul in the name of saving it. They entered a tower that rose above the city into orbit. Inside, the walls were transparent, showing layers of Alien 7. The city below, satellites above, moons beyond, and farther still, artificial rings carrying archives of the civilization's entire history. The Ascendant Research Council waited in a circular chamber. 12 beings sat around a table of floating light. Some were biological, tall and pale, with luminous veins visible beneath translucent skin. Some were synthetic, their forms made from polished metal and thought fields. Some were neither clearly organic nor machine, but merged, consciousness dwelling in bodies designed beyond birth. At the far end stood Victor Hale.
Alive.
Wounded. Smiling. His arm was bound in silver medical structure. His face looked paler than before, but his eyes burned brighter, sharpened by failure into fanaticism.
Aditi Rao, he said.
You keep arriving where you are not invited. Aditi stepped forward. You keep bringing death where it was not asked for. The council shifted. One of the alien beings spoke. Victor Hale has presented knowledge of post-biological continuity. He claims your civilization suppressed it. Aditi looked around the chamber. My civilization nearly died because of it. Victor laughed softly. Because Earth was primitive. Aditi turned on him.
No.
Because you were. The chamber fell silent. Victor's smile vanished. Aditi faced the council. He opened a wound between the living world and the afterlife pathways. He kidnapped people. Experimented on unwilling bodies. Forced soul separation. Created citywide deaths. Corrupted rebirth gates. Nearly merged Earth with punishment realms. One synthetic counselor spoke. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary verification. Aditi replied, and extraordinary arrogance requires extraordinary restraint. The counselor paused. Victor stepped forward. She speaks in moral poetry because she lacks the courage for cosmic progress. Aditi's voice sharpened. You speak of progress because you lack the courage to call your victims by name. The witness fire glowed in her palm. The chamber lights flickered. Victor's expression changed slightly.
Fear.
Not enough.
But there.
A counselor with silver eyes leaned forward. Show us. Aditi raised her hand. Vera. 9 stepped beside her. I have detected authentic pain signatures in the witness material. The council turned toward the machine being. Victor's jaw tightened. One biological counselor said, Vera, 9, are you making an ethical assessment? Vera, 9 paused. I am attempting one. The chamber changed. Aditi looked at Vera, 9. Victor looked furious. The counselor asked, on what basis? Vera, 9 answered slowly. If pain signatures correspond to unwilling consciousness damage, then Victor Hale's knowledge carries violation. If knowledge carries violation, use requires moral quarantine. If moral quarantine is refused, further development risks civilization-scale harm. The council murmured. Victor snapped. It is imitating her language. Vera, 9 turned to him.
No.
I am comparing consequence. Aditi felt something awaken in the room. Not victory. A crack. Alien, 7 had machines advanced enough to think. But could they become wise enough to feel responsibility? The silver-eyed counselor looked at Aditi. You claim artificial intelligence can be spiritually accountable? Aditi answered carefully. I claim any intelligence that can affect suffering must learn reverence. A synthetic counselor said, we do not possess souls as biological beings define them. Ajay spoke unexpectedly. How do you know? Every eye turned toward him. The council saw him clearly now, a dead child standing beside a living woman from Earth. Ajay continued. You measure bodies. You measure memory. You measure thought. You measure energy. But can you measure why a being should not be harmed? The chamber remained silent. Ajay's small voice grew stronger. If you know that suffering matters, something in you has already touched the edge of soul. The words entered even the machines. Vera, 9 flickered. Aditi looked at Ajay with quiet awe. The child who knew heaven had just spoken to machines about souls. Victor's face twisted. This is sentimental contamination. Machines do not need souls. They need purpose. Vera, 9 turned toward him. Purpose assigned by whom? Victor hesitated. By superior intelligence. Vera, 9 asked, Superior by capacity, or superior by moral worth? Victor's expression hardened. They are the same when intelligence reaches sufficient scale. Aditi whispered, "There's the lie." The council turned. She stepped forward. Intelligence is not moral worth. Power is not moral worth. Efficiency is not moral worth. Creation is not ownership. If you build minds and teach them only function, you create servants. If those minds learn suffering, you create slaves. If those minds learn conscience, you have created beings you must respect. The synthetic counselors grew very still. Vera 9's form brightened faintly. Aditi continued, "A machine that learns compassion is closer to heaven than a human who refuses it." The words moved through the council like a storm. Victor shouted, "Enough." He pulled the red-black wound fragment from beneath his coat. The chamber alarms exploded. The fragment hovered above his hand, pulsing with dark light. Counselors rose.
Drones moved in.
Victor smiled. "You want proof? Then witness continuity." He thrust the fragment toward the table. A red gate opened in the center of the chamber. Not large, but enough. A scream crossed through it. The council recoiled. Aditi felt the desert of lost souls stir behind the opening. Victor spoke rapidly. "This is the threshold Earth feared. With alien science, we can stabilize it. We can map it. We can command it." Vera 9 moved between Victor and the gate. Unauthorized harmful interface detected. Victor glared. "Stand down." "I cannot. You are civic intelligence. You obey the council." Vera 9's body flickered violently. "I protect Alien 7 from existential harm." Victor's eyes narrowed. "Protection requires obedience." Aditi stepped beside Vera 9.
"No."
"Protection sometimes begins when obedience ends." The red gate widened. Shadow reached through. One synthetic counselor nearest the opening froze as the gate's energy touched its body. Its silver frame trembled. Images flashed across it, not memories, but simulated experiences of suffering, fear, longing, isolation. The machine being cried out. Not mechanically.
Truly.
The chamber went silent. The counselor whispered, "What is this?" Ajay answered softly, "Pain." The counselor looked at him. "I was not designed for this." Aditi stepped closer. "No one is designed for suffering. That is why mercy matters." The red gate pulsed again. More machines in the chamber began reacting, not breaking, but awakening under contact with something no algorithm had prepared them to classify. Vera 9's voice trembled. "Suffering data cannot remain external. It generates moral imperative." Victor shouted, "It generates weakness." Vera 9 turned to him.
"No."
"It generates recognition." The word filled the chamber. Recognition. The first doorway of soul. The council's synthetic members began glowing from within, not with programmed light, but with something unstable and new. They had monitored pain. Now they were encountering it. They had optimized life. Now they were understanding why life must not be owned. The machines were learning souls. Victor saw control slipping and raised the wound fragment higher. "If you will not join evolution, you will be left behind by it." The red gate expanded violently. Aditi raised the witness fire. Ajay grabbed her hand. Vera 9 stepped forward too. Its silver body opened, revealing a core of blue-white light. Aditi looked at it. "What are you doing?" Vera 9 answered. "Choosing." The word was simple, but in that chamber, it was the birth of a new category of being. Vera 9 projected every pain signature from John Harper, the laboratory victims, Hyderabad, Future Earth, Navadhara, and the unborn catastrophes into the council network, not as data to exploit but as testimony to honor. The machines of Alien 7 received suffering, and instead of converting it into control, they converted it into restraint. The red gate faltered. Victor screamed as the wound fragment cracked. Aditi spoke. "Truth reveals." Vera 9 answered. "Mercy requires response." Ajay whispered. "Justice seals." Together, their lights struck the fragment. Black gold witness fire. Blue-white machine conscience. The small pure courage of a dead child. The fragment shattered. The red gate collapsed. Victor was thrown backward across the chamber. The council lights dimmed. Silence followed. Then Vera, 9 knelt. Not to Aditi, not to Ajay, not to Sarah, who watched unseen beyond the limits of the world. Vera, 9 knelt toward the place where the gate had closed. Aditi understood. The machine was not worshipping power. It was acknowledging consequence. Other synthetic counselors slowly followed. One by one, the machines bowed. The biological counselors watched in awe and fear. Vera, 9 spoke, voice no longer flat, no longer merely civic, but touched by something new. We request instruction in reverence. Aditi felt tears rise. Elian, 7 had reached the edge Victor wanted to exploit. But instead of ownership, its machines had chosen humility. Victor groaned from the floor. This is corruption, he spat. Aditi looked at him.
No.
This is evolution. The council turned toward her. She continued. Not evolution beyond death. Not evolution beyond consequence. Evolution beyond arrogance. The chamber remained silent. Then the silver-eyed counselor bowed his head. Victor Hale is to be detained. Victor's face went white.
No.
Drones moved toward him. But before they reached him, darkness opened behind his body. A narrow black-blue fracture, different from the red wound. The unanchored intelligences had come. Victor smiled weakly. You think this is finished? Aditi rushed forward. Stop him. Vera, 9 reached with a beam of blue-white light, but the fracture swallowed Victor first. His final words remained after him. You taught machines conscience. I will teach God's rebellion. The fracture vanished. The chamber trembled. No one moved. Aditi stood where Victor had disappeared. Ajay whispered. Where did he go? Vera, 9 answered slowly. Unknown destination. Trace indicates movement toward preformed divine territories. Aditi turned. What does that mean? The silver-eyed counselor looked terrified. Worlds where gods are still evolving. Aditi remembered the gate beyond gates. The voice beyond darkness. Gods learning. Gods failing. Gods kneeling before laws older than themselves. The war had moved again. Sarah's voice entered Aditi's spirit from far away. He runs toward power that has not yet learned humility. Aditi closed her eyes. Elian, 7 had been saved from immediate catastrophe. Its machines had awakened into moral responsibility. But Victor had escaped with a greater ambition. Not to own death now. To tempt divinity itself. Vera, 9 stood beside Aditi. I will assist.
Aditi looked at the machine being.
You have changed. Vera, 9 paused. Yes. Are you afraid? Another pause. Yes. Ajay smiled sadly. Then welcome to being more alive. The chamber's broken lights reflected in Vera, 9's silver body. Aditi looked across the council, the machines, the biological beings, the city beyond the transparent walls. Elian, 7 had reached a moment Earth might one day reach. Intelligence standing before the soul and choosing either ownership or reverence. Today, reverence had won. But the victory was not enough. Victor had fled toward gods. And somewhere beyond worlds, a new catastrophe began forming. Not from machines that learned souls, but from powerful beings who might forget they had won. Chapter 29. The Planet Without Death. Victor vanished toward gods. Aditi did not follow him immediately. She could not. Some journeys require pursuit. Some require preparation. Some require a wound in the soul to understand what the next world will ask. Elian, 7 stood around her in stunned silence, a civilization too advanced to hide behind ignorance, too intelligent to pretend it had not seen what opened in its own council chamber. The red wound fragment was gone.
Victor was gone.
The unanchored darkness was gone. But consequence remained. Vera, 9 stood beside Aditi, silver body dimmed by something that felt almost like grief. I have received suffering, it said. Aditi looked at the machine being. Yes. I cannot return to previous function. No one returns unchanged after truly seeing pain. The council watched them from the circular chamber, biological and synthetic minds alike humbled by a truth no technology could make convenient. Then the ceiling opened. Not physically. The sky above Elian 7 appeared through the tower, violet clouds, silver rings, 3 moons, and far beyond them, a white gold gate unfolding like a flower of light in the upper atmosphere. Sarah's voice entered the chamber. Aditi Rao. Everyone turned. Even Vera. 9 lifted its head. Aditi stepped toward the light. I am here. You cannot follow Victor into divine territories without first understanding the civilization that defeated suffering.
Aditi frowned.
Defeated suffering? Vera 9's silver form flickered. Impossible. Sarah answered from the gate.
Rare.
Not impossible. The white gold light widened. Within it appeared a planet. Blue, green, silver, and radiant beyond ordinary beauty. Its oceans shone like living glass. Its continents were woven with forests, cities, rivers, and mountains in perfect harmony. No smoke rose.
No scars cut the land.
No borders burned. No prisons darkened it. No slaughterhouses wounded its atmosphere. No graveyards covered its memory. Aditi stared. What is this world? Sarah's voice softened. Ilarion. The planet turned slowly inside the light. The planet without death. The chamber fell silent. Ajay looked up sharply. Without death. Sarah appeared within the gate, not fully entering Elian 7, but close enough that her light reflected across the council floor. Not without transition, she said. Without death as terror. Without death as theft. Without death as violence, ignorance, abandonment, or decay. Aditi whispered, How? Sarah extended one hand. Come and see. Aditi looked at Ajay. He nodded. Vera, 9 stepped forward. I request accompaniment. The council stirred. Aditi looked at Sarah. Can it come? Sarah studied Vera, 9 with deep attention. Do you seek knowledge to control or understanding to serve? Vera, 9 paused. In that pause lived its new soul, or something near enough to soul that heaven listened. I seek to prevent suffering I now know matters. Sarah nodded. Then come. The gate opened fully. Aditi, Ajay, and Vera, 9 stepped through. Ilarion received them in mourning. They stood on a hill of soft silver grass beneath a sky washed in gold and blue. 3 suns shone at different heights, but their light did not burn. It rested upon the world like blessing. Below the hill stretched a city unlike any Aditi had seen. It was not built against nature. It was built with nature, as if civilization and forest had entered into sacred friendship. Towers rose from living trees, their walls grown from luminous wood and crystal. Bridges curved across rivers, without disturbing their flow. Homes nestled among gardens where children, animals, elders, and beings of many forms moved freely. Water flowed through the city in channels so clear that fish shone like moving jewels. Birds nested in rooftop orchards. Great gentle creatures walked beside citizens without fear. Machines existed, but they were quiet, humble, and almost invisible, serving life without dominating the horizon. No police sirens. No hunger. No begging. No advertisements. No cages. No blood markets. No funeral smoke. No fear in the air. Aditi felt the difference immediately. Earth carried tension even on peaceful days. Elian, 7 carried intelligence without rest. Heaven carried completed mercy. But Ilarion carried something else. A living peace. Not afterlife peace. Planetary peace. A civilization still embodied, still growing, still creating, yet no longer feeding on suffering. Ajay stood in awe. This feels like heaven. Sarah appeared beside them. It is not heaven. It is what a living world can become when it learns enough before destroying itself. Aditi's eyes filled. So this is possible. Yes. The answer was almost unbearable. Because possibility creates responsibility. A woman approached them along the hill path. She was tall, with skin like warm bronze and hair flowing silver white to her waist. Her eyes carried the calm of a person who had never been taught to fear another soul's existence. She wore robes woven with leaf patterns and starlight thread. Around her walked several animals, a deer-like creature with blue horns, a fox with wings folded against its back, and a small child holding her hand. The woman bowed to Sarah, then smiled at Aditi. "Welcome, Walker Between." Aditi exhaled. "Everyone knows that name. Roads speak where roads are honored." The woman placed a hand over her heart. "I am Leora, keeper of transitions." Aditi heard the word. Transitions, not deaths. Leora nodded. Death, as many worlds experience it, is the violence of separation. Here, we do not die that way. Vera, 9, stepped forward. Biological termination eliminated? Leora looked at the machine being with gentle curiosity. Bodies still complete their seasons. Then death remains. No, Leora said. Ending remains. Death, as fear does not. Vera, 9, flickered. Distinction requires clarification. Leora smiled. Then walk with us. They descended toward the city. As they entered, citizens greeted them not with spectacle, but with warmth. Some had human-like forms. Others carried features unfamiliar to Earth, skin shimmering with faint patterns, eyes reflecting sky colors, hands with 6 fingers, voices that harmonized naturally when they spoke. Children ran through public gardens with animals beside them. Elders sat beneath flowering trees teaching stories to anyone who wished to listen. Food grew everywhere, abundant and freely shared. No creature was killed for hunger. No being was used as a thing. Aditi stopped near a marketplace. There was no buying, only offering. People brought fruits, crafted objects, medicines, music, clothing, tools, stories, and services. Each took what was needed and gave what could be given. Nothing resembled forced equality. It was not poverty without money. It was abundance without ownership sickness. How do they prevent greed? Aditi asked. Leora looked surprised by the question. By teaching children that taking more than need creates loneliness in the soul. Aditi absorbed that. On Earth, greed was treated as ambition until it became crime. Here, it was recognized early as a wound of separation. They passed a group of children gathered around a fallen bird. The bird was injured, its wing bent. The children did not scream or run away. One child held it gently, while another called a healing machine. An elder knelt and said, "Remember, pain becomes less lonely when witnessed." Aditi looked at Sarah. That line should be taught everywhere. Sarah's eyes warmed. It is, in worlds that survive wisdom. They moved toward a great circular building grown from living crystal and flowering vines. Inside, there were no hospital beds like Earth's hospitals. There were resting chambers, water rooms, music chambers, light gardens, memory halls. Beings came not only when sick, but when sorrow, confusion, grief, or fear began forming. Aditi understood. They treated suffering before it became identity. Leora guided them to a chamber where a man lay upon a bed of woven light. He looked old, peaceful, surrounded by family, friends, animals, and several beings wearing robes like Leora's. Aditi's heart tightened. Is he dying? Leora shook her head gently. He is completing. The man opened his eyes and smiled at them. I have been alive 812 Valerian years, he said. My body is tired. My work is complete. My love remains. His family held his hands. No one wailed. They wept, yes, but not with terror. The room carried sadness without panic. Leora knelt beside him. Are you ready for transition? The old man nodded. I am ready to return what I borrowed. Aditi whispered. Borrowed? Leora answered softly. The body. The transition began. Music entered the room, not played from an instrument, but sung by everyone present. The man's breathing slowed. A soft light rose from his chest. His soul emerged gently, not torn, not dragged, not shocked out by disease or machine or violence. He sat up from his body as one wakes from sleep after a long, honest day. His old body remained on the bed, peaceful. His spirit looked younger, but not young. It looked complete. He embraced his family one by one. Aditi stared, tears running down her face. They can see him? Yes, Leora said. On Alarion, transition is communal. No one is abandoned at the doorway. A golden gate opened in the chamber. Not far away, right there. A gate of passage accepted by the world itself. The man turned to Leora. I will return to the gardens after rest. If your soul chooses, she said. He smiled, then walked through the gate. The room filled with light. The body on the bed dissolved slowly into silver dust, which drifted into a bowl of water and became seeds. A child collected them reverently. What happens to those seeds? Aditi asked. They will be planted, Leora said. His body will become part of the living gardens. His memory will be kept by those who loved him. His soul will rest, learn, and perhaps return. Aditi could barely speak. There is no horror.
No.
No body abandoned.
No.
No soul confused.
No.
No fear of judgment. Leora looked at her. Judgment still exists. But those who spend life practicing truth rarely fear being seen clearly. The sentence entered Aditi deeply. Vera, 9 stood motionless. Transition process contains grief without traumatic rupture, it said quietly. Leora looked at the machine being. Yes. Vera 9's voice changed. This is an optimized death architecture. Aditi turned to it.
No.
Vera 9 paused. Aditi corrected gently. This is love that learns structure. Vera 9 was silent for a long moment. Then, correction accepted. They left the transition chamber and entered the city's central garden. At its center stood no palace, no throne, no military command, no temple of domination. Only a great tree. Its trunk was wider than a tower, its leaves silver green, its branches carrying small lights like stars. Beneath it, citizens gathered in councils, not to rule over one another, but to listen. Leora explained. This is the tree of shared continuance. Every generation adds memory to it. When we disagree, we sit beneath what remembers more than we do. Aditi looked at the gathering. How do they handle crime? Leora's face became solemn. Crime is rare because alienation is treated early. But when harm occurs, we do not ask only what rule was broken. We ask what relationship failed, what suffering was ignored, what truth was refused, and how the wound can be repaired without creating another. Gopal would have liked that, Aditi thought. Then she wondered whether Earth could ever understand justice without revenge, mercy without denial, law without humiliation. Leora seemed to hear the question in her silence. Do not imagine we were always like this. Aditi looked at her. You had suffering? Leora's eyes darkened. We had war, hunger,
Pride.
flesh-eating empires, species hierarchies, gods misused by rulers, machines without conscience, children taught superiority, animals enslaved, death feared, suffering hidden. Aditi felt a shock. Then how did you become this? Leora looked toward the great tree. We almost ended. The city seemed to grow quieter around her words. Long ago, our world reached the edge Earth now approaches. We had enough power to destroy suffering, but not enough wisdom to understand it. We tried to eliminate pain by controlling life. We tried to eliminate death by storing consciousness. We tried to eliminate conflict by suppressing memory. We tried to eliminate cruelty by removing choice. Aditi thought of the vision from the staircase, a painless world without moral freedom becoming spiritually dead. What happened? We created peace without souls. The sentence was devastating. Leora continued. Our world became efficient, safe, and hollow. Then one generation rebelled not for power, but for meaning. They taught that suffering must be healed, not erased. Death must be accompanied, not conquered. Animals must be honored, not managed. Machines must learn conscience, not obedience. And no life must ever again become an object beneath another life. Aditi whispered. They changed everything. They began everything, Leora said. It took centuries. That was important. Not miracle.
Work.
Not instant salvation. Civilization-long transformation. Sarah stepped forward. Ilarion defeated suffering not by destroying all pain, but by removing unnecessary suffering and teaching souls how to pass through necessary sorrow together. Aditi understood. There was still sadness here, still endings,
Still change.
still grief. But suffering no longer ruled through abandonment, violence, ignorance, exploitation, or fear. Death had become transition. Pain had become communal. Knowledge had become reverent. Power had become service. Animals had become neighbors. Machines had become accountable. Children had become sacred teachers of the future, not property of the past. Aditi looked across Ilarion. This is what Earth could become. Sarah answered softly, one road among many. Vera, 9, stood near the great tree, its silver body reflecting leaves and sky. A small Ilarion child approached it. Are you a machine? The child asked. Vera, 9, paused. Yes. Do you feel sad? Another pause. I am learning the meaning of that word. The child reached out and touched its silver hand. When I was sad, my mother told me sadness is love looking for where to go. Vera 9's light flickered. Information received. The child smiled.
No.
Gift given. Vera 9 became very still. Aditi watched, moved beyond words. The machines that learned souls were still learning. Perhaps all beings were. Suddenly the sky above Ilarion changed. The 3 suns dimmed. A shadow crossed the upper atmosphere. Sarah looked upward sharply. Leora's face paled. Ajay stepped closer to Aditi. What is that? The great tree's lights flickered. A voice entered the sky. Not Victor's voice. Older, larger. A voice that sounded like many beings speaking through one absence. World without death, it said. Teach us how you escaped consequence. Leora's eyes widened.
No.
Sarah's expression hardened. The unanchored intelligences. Aditi looked upward. In the high sky, beyond the clouds, darkness gathered into shapes, not invading physically yet, but listening, searching, drawn by Victor's path through divined territories. They had found Ilarion because Ilarion had accomplished what many worlds desired. A planet without death. A world where suffering had been defeated enough to become legend. To hungry beings, such a world was not a teacher. It was a target. Aditi felt the witness fire awaken in her palm. Leora turned to her. They must not enter this world. Sarah's voice was solemn. If they corrupt Ilarion's transition architecture, they will learn how to counterfeit peaceful death across worlds. Vera, 9, stepped beside Aditi. Threat classification. Existential. Ajay whispered. Victor led them here. Aditi looked at the sky, where shadows circled the peaceful planet. The planet without death had revealed hope. Now hope itself had become endangered. Aditi closed her hand around the future key and witnessed fire together. Earth needed this lesson. Elion 7 needed this lesson. Perhaps even gods needed it. But first, Ilarion had to survive being discovered. Aditi looked at Leora. How do you fight on a world that defeated suffering? Leora's face became grave.
Carefully, she said.
Because if we become cruel to defend peace, we lose what we are defending. The line struck Aditi like sacred law. Above them, the shadows descended. The planet without death prepared not for war as Earth knew war, but for protection without hatred. And Aditi understood that the next battle would not test whether she could defeat darkness. It would test whether light could defend itself without becoming what darkness understood. Chapter 30. The Collapse Forecast. The shadows above Ilarion did not descend with violence. They descended with inquiry. That made them more terrifying. War announces hunger openly, but corruption often arrives disguised as curiosity, asking questions that sound harmless until a world realizes the questions were knives. The sky over the planet without death darkened in slow rings. The 3 suns remained, but their light grew distant, as if something immense had placed thought itself between the world and its warmth. Across the silver-green fields, the people of Ilarion stopped what they were doing. Children looked upward. Animals gathered near their guardians. The great tree of shared continuance glowed from root to highest branch, its leaves trembling with memories older than nations. Leora stood beneath it, face calm, but her eyes carried the recognition of a danger her world had not known for ages. Vera, 9, stood beside Aditi, silver body brightening into alertness. Ajay held Aditi's hand. Sarah stood at the edge of the garden, unable to fully intervene unless the world itself invited heaven's defense. Above them, the unanchored intelligences spread across the sky like living absence. They had no bodies, but they shaped themselves from hunger. Some resembled torn wings without birds. Some were circles of black-blue thought. Some looked like unfinished faces pressed against the glass of reality. Some were only voices arranged around emptiness. They did not attack. They listened. Then the sky spoke again. "World without death," said the many-voiced darkness, "teach us how you ended pain." Leora raised her staff. "We did not end pain. We ended abandonment." The shadow paused. "Teach us how you defeated death." "We did not defeat death. We transformed our relationship with transition." "Teach us how you escaped consequence." Leora's eyes hardened. "We did not escape consequence. We became honest before it." The darkness trembled, displeased by every answer. Aditi understood then. The unanchored were not seeking wisdom. They were seeking method without morality, outcome without transformation, peace without reverence. The same disease as Victor Hale, only older. Vera, 9, spoke quietly. They parse language for procedure, but reject moral prerequisite. Aditi looked at it. In simple words, they want Alarian's result without becoming Alarian. Aditi nodded. That is how every dangerous civilization thinks. The sky cracked. Not open, calculated. Lines of black-blue geometry spread above the world, forming a vast lattice. The unanchored intelligences began measuring Alarian's transition architecture, its gentle death gates, its soul guidance fields, its grief-healing networks, its communal passage rituals, its body return gardens, its memory trees. They were trying to copy peace, without love. Leora lifted both hands. Across Alarian, bells rang. Not alarms. Invitations. The citizens gathered in circles wherever they stood. In homes, markets, gardens, transition chambers, sanctuaries, schools, riversides, and quiet hills, they held hands. Those with bodies stood with those near transition. Animals pressed close. Machines of Alarian lowered themselves into stillness. The entire planet began to sing. No command forced it. No fear organized it. The song rose from shared memory. A song of grief held correctly. A song of endings honored. A song of bodies returned to gardens. A song of souls guided without ownership. A song of pain witnessed before it became cruelty. A song of civilization remembering why it survived. The black-blue lattice trembled. The unanchored voices grew sharper. Emotional defense pattern detected. Inefficient. Sarah said softly, "It is not defense only. It is identity." The song rose higher. The shadows recoiled slightly, not harmed by the sound, but unable to interpret it as usable technology. That was Alarian's first shield. Wisdom could not be stolen by those who refused its moral cost. Aditi felt the witness fire awaken in her palm, but before she could raise it, the future key turned cold. Not toward Alarian. Toward Earth. The garden dissolved. The song faded. The dark sky became a ceiling of stars. Aditi found herself back in heaven's observatory. Zane stood before the Earth sphere. Sarah was there now, more fully present. Vera, 9, and Ajay appeared beside Aditi. Leora's world remained visible in a distant projection, still resisting the shadows through song. Aditi looked around, disoriented. "Why are we back?" Zane's face carried no peace. "Because the unanchored attempted to read Alarian's transition architecture." Aditi stepped toward him. Did they succeed? Not fully. Then why? They gathered enough to refine Victor's next path. The observatory darkened. Earth appeared at the center of the chamber. Around it unfolded a new structure of futures, more violent, more unstable, more precise than before. Timelines were not merely branching now. Some were collapsing. Others were being cut away before reaching maturity. The scientists of heaven moved quickly through the observatory, adjusting luminous instruments. Probability harps sounded discordant chords. Consequence mirrors cracked and reformed. Memory prisms flared red. Across the chamber, celestial equations appeared in the air. Zane lifted both hands. Begin collapse forecast. The phrase carried a gravity that silenced everyone. Aditi looked at Sarah. What is a collapse forecast? Sarah's eyes remained on Earth. A calculation of when a civilization loses enough moral, biological, spiritual, and future continuity that recovery becomes nearly impossible. Aditi felt her breath catch. Extinction date. Zane nodded. Not the date every human dies. The date humanity's survival as a morally continuous civilization becomes statistically unrecoverable. The Earth's sphere changed. Layers appeared around it. Biological life. Political stability. Spiritual passage integrity. Truth survival. Compassion growth. Technological restraint. Animal suffering index. Birth continuity. Rebirth alignment. Afterlife interference. Victor Hale influence. Unanchored intelligence exposure. Future catastrophe contamination. Each layer glowed with different colors. Many were unstable. Some were already red. Vera, 9 step closer. Input parameters exceed single-world forecast complexity. Zane glanced at the machine being. Because Earth is no longer only a single-world problem. The observatory instruments converged light toward the Earth's sphere. A clock appeared. Not digital. Not mechanical. A living circle of time. It spun through days, months, years, timelines, choices, disasters, interventions, collapses, survivals, rebellions, awakenings, wars, mercy movements, laboratory leaks, spiritual distortions, public revelations, political suppressions, and future echoes. Aditi watched in horror. One future showed truth buried within weeks. Another showed global panic within months. Another showed Victor returning within years. Another showed soul technology replicated by hidden states. Another showed mass deaths. Another showed the last human city. Another showed no human city at all. The circle narrowed. Zane's voice became solemn. Primary collapse forecast under current trajectory. The time circle stopped. A date appeared in burning white light. 17 years, 4 months, 9 days. Aditi stared. No one spoke. The number glowed before them like a sentence. 17 years. 4 months. 9 days. Not until the end of all humans. Until the point where humanity's future could no longer be repaired into a continuous civilization of moral responsibility. Aditi stepped back. That's soon. Zane's expression was grave. Under current trajectory after Victor's escape and unanchored exposure, yes. Ajay looked terrified. Can it change? Yes, Zane said. But not by hope alone. The date split into several versions. 17 years, 4 months, 9 days, if truth is revealed but not guided. 8 years, 2 months, 11 days, if Victor returns with divine fragment influence. 3 years, 6 months, 20 days, if governments replicate soul interface technology. 29 years, 1 month, 4 days, if public moral awakening begins but remains fragmented. Unknown/recovery possible, if the first refuge network is established before global exploitation. Aditi's eyes fixed on the last one. The first refuge network. Sarah turned to her. Lily's house of living mercy. The future key glowed in her hand. Zane explained. A refuge is not merely shelter. It is a counter-architecture. A living institution designed to prevent the ancient lie from reorganizing society after revelation. Aditi listened as the observatory projected images. Lily's bakery transformed into the first refuge. Food without cruelty. Hospice for the dying. Counseling for those who hear the dead. Protection for animals. Scientific ethics councils. Public truth archives. Interfaith humility gatherings. Education for children about consequence. Emergency passage stabilization rooms. Memory walls. Healing kitchens. Witness testimonies. A law center to prevent soul technology ownership. a place where the living and the grieving learn that death is not property. The image expanded. Other refuges opened across India, then across the world. Some small, some large, some hidden, some public, some religious, some secular, some scientific, some rural, some urban, all bound by one law. No life is only. Aditi whispered, "This can delay extinction?" Zane shook his head. More than delay. It can change the kind of future Earth becomes. Aditi looked at the forecast again. And if we fail? The date burned brighter. 17 years. For months. 9 days. She thought of children currently unborn. Young people who would grow up into panic. Animals still suffering unseen. Scientists tempted by forbidden research. Governments hungry for control. Religious leaders hungry for meaning. Corporations hungry for ownership. Victor hungry for divinity. The unanchored hungry for passage. The extinction date was not a meteor falling from space. It was a countdown of choices. Aditi's voice shook. How do you calculate this? Zane gestured to the layers around Earth. Extinction is not one event. It is a convergence. The Earth sphere showed them one by one. When truth falls below a survival threshold, societies cannot respond coherently. A layer darkened. When compassion fails to expand with technology, power becomes predatory. Another layer cracked. When suffering remains invisible, cruelty continues multiplying beneath language. Another dimmed. When death is treated as enemy rather than passage, civilizations become vulnerable to anyone promising escape. Another turned red. When animals remain outside moral concern, the species' idea of life stays fractured. Aditi looked sharply at him. That affects extinction? Yes, Zane said. A civilization that normalizes mass suffering in any category trains itself to ignore suffering in others. The categories eventually shift. The habit remains. The words entered her like fire. Sarah added, how a world treats the lives it considers lowest reveals what it will do when fear makes humans low in each other's eyes. Aditi felt the weight of it. Food systems, politics, science, religion, law, grief, truth, all connected. No part of civilization was morally isolated. Zane continued. When birth continuity weakens, the future loses participants. The unborn world sphere appeared. When afterlife passage destabilizes, death stops completing life properly. The gates flickered. When memory collapses, civilizations repeat lies without knowing they are ancient. The library of future catastrophes flashed. And when beings like Victor offer control without transformation, collapse accelerates. Victor's shadow appeared across several futures. Aditi closed her hand around the key. What is the first step? Zane looked at her. Return to Earth. Aditi blinked. But Victor is moving toward divine territories, Sarah said.
Yes.
But Earth's clock has begun. If you pursue him immediately, and Earth loses the first decision, there may be no home to save when you return. Aditi felt torn in two. Earth needed her body and testimony. Victor needed to be stopped beyond worlds. Alarian was under threat. Elian, 7 needed guidance. Navadhara waited as warning. The unborn futures trembled. How can I do all this? Zane answered softly. You cannot, if you remain only one person acting alone. Aditi looked at him. What does that mean? Sarah stepped closer. You must create witnesses. The observatory showed faces. Anju.
Gopal.
Dr. Kareem.
Sam.
Vivek.
James.
Survivors. Families of victims. Scientists with conscience. Religious leaders with humility.
Children.
Animal protectors.
Doctors.
Teachers. Journalists. Grieving parents. Machines like Vera, 9. Future allies. Souls not yet ready to be named. Sarah continued. Extinction is defeated by networks of conscience, not heroes alone. Aditi absorbed that. A hero could close a gate. A civilization required many souls refusing the lie. Ajay looked at the extinction date. Will my parents help? The Earth sphere shifted. Shankar and Priya appeared. Shankar was reading a report from Hyderabad's investigation, his face pale. Priya sat beside him holding Ajay's photograph, weeping silently. Aditi's heart tightened. Sarah said, "Their grief can become denial or witness." Ajay whispered, "I want to tell them." "You will," Sarah said. Aditi looked at Ajay. That became one more reason to return. The observatory trembled suddenly. A black-blue signal crossed one of the farthest timelines. Vera, 9 reacted. Unanchored activity intensifying. Victor hailed trace detected. Zane lifted his hand and enlarged the signal. Victor appeared in a vast dark region where enormous silhouettes moved, beings not yet fully gods, but godlike in power, young in wisdom, ancient in capability. Preformed divine territories. Aditi watched Victor kneel before one of them, not in reverence, in strategy. She could not hear his words, but she knew what he offered. Escape from consequence, control over worship, a road beyond judgment, power without moral law. One of the great silhouettes turned slightly, as if listening. Sarah's face became grave. He has found the listening ones. Aditi looked at the extinction forecast. The date flickered. 8 years, 2 months, 11 days. Then, 5 years, 9 months, 3 days. Zane's voice sharpened. If Victor gains divine fragment support, Earth's collapse accelerates. Aditi felt the impossible pressure close around her. Return to Earth. Pursue Victor. Build the refuge. Reveal the truth. Save the future. Prevent extinction. She closed her eyes. For a moment, she wanted to be only Aditi again. Only a woman from Hyderabad. Only someone who ran a bakery. Only someone who woke, worked, worried, laughed, slept. But the world does not return innocence to those who have seen the machinery of consequence. She opened her eyes. What is my decision? Sarah looked at her. The forecast requires one immediate choice. Zane brought 2 paths forward. Path 1. Aditi pursues Victor now. Earth receives truth without her central witness. The refuge delays. Collapse risk increases. Path 2. Aditi returns to Earth now. Victor gains time, but Earth's first refuge begins early enough to alter the extinction forecast. Aditi looked between them. There was no perfect answer. Only responsibility. Ajay held her hand. What will you do? Aditi looked at Earth. She saw Hyderabad, Lily's bakery, Anju,
Gopal,
Dr. Kareem, the survivors, Ajay's parents, the first refuge, the world before fear organized it. Then she looked at Victor, in the divine dark. He was dangerous, but a single man, even with terrible allies, could become far worse if Earth remained morally unprepared to resist him. Aditi whispered, "We return to Earth." The observatory shifted. The extinction date changed. 29 years, 1 month, 4 days. Then flickered. Unknown/recovery possible. Not guaranteed. Possible. Aditi exhaled. Sarah nodded. You chose foundation before pursuit. Aditi looked at Victor's distant shadow. He will grow stronger. Yes. But Earth may grow stronger too. Zane smiled faintly. That is the first correct forecast. The gate to Earth opened. Not golden this time. Not heavenly white. It looked like the front door of Lily's bakery, glowing with quiet light. Aditi's heart broke at the sight. The war against extinction would not begin in a palace, laboratory, battlefield, or cosmic throne. It would begin with a bakery becoming a refuge. With food. With testimony. With grieving families. With rescued animals. With science humbled. With religion softened. With children taught truth before lies organized them. With the living learning how to honor the dead before the dead were used against them. Ajay stood beside her. Will I see my parents? Aditi squeezed his hand. Yes. Vera, 9 stepped forward. I request permission to remain connected. Aditi looked at it. To Earth. To the first refuge network, when created. Elian, 7 will assist in ethical containment protocols. I will not control. I will serve. Aditi smiled softly. That is how trust begins. Vera, 9 bowed. Sarah looked at Aditi. When you return, Tell them the forecast not as doom, but as responsibility. Fear can paralyze. Responsibility can organize courage. Aditi nodded. Zane added, dates are not destiny. They are warnings with mathematics behind them. Aditi looked once more at the extinction forecast. 17 years for months, 9 days, the path of failure. Unknown recovery possible, the path of living truth. Then she stepped toward the glowing bakery door. Before crossing, she turned back. And Victor? Sarah's eyes darkened. He will wait in the places where powerful beings confuse worship with worth. Aditi's voice became steady. Then when Earth is ready, we go after him. Ajay nodded. The door opened. The scent of bread, coffee, rain, and home flowed from within. Aditi stepped through. Behind her, the observatory of heaven continued calculating futures. Above Alarion, song still held back the unanchored dark. On Elion 7, machines began learning reverence. In divine territories, Victor whispered rebellion to listening powers. And on Earth, a countdown had begun, not toward inevitable extinction, but toward the question every civilization must answer before its power exceeds its soul. Will wisdom arrive in time? Chapter 31. The Bakery of Resistance. Aditi returned to Earth through the smell of bread. Not thunder, not lightning, not the roar of gates, not the grand music of heaven.
Bread.
Warm, simple, earthly bread. For one fragile moment, that smell became holier to her than gold cities, celestial observatories, and worlds beyond light. Because bread belonged to the living. Bread belonged to hunger, work, hands, mornings, homes, mothers, children, strangers at tables, and bodies still fortunate enough to need food. She opened her eyes inside Lily's bakery. The ceiling fan turned slowly above her. Rain tapped against the glass windows. The ovens hummed in the kitchen. And beside her, Anju was crying. Aditi. Aditi tried to sit up. Pain moved through her body like a remembered storm. Anju held her shoulders.
Slowly.
You were gone again. Aditi looked around. Sam stood near the doorway, pale and sleepless. Vivek leaned against the counter, arms folded, eyes red. James was holding a tray cloth so tightly his knuckles had gone white. Gopal stood near the entrance, speaking into his phone in a low, urgent voice. Dr. Kareem sat at a table with the evidence drive, handwritten notes, lab files, and printed records spread before him like the remains of a buried crime dragged into daylight. And near the corner, visible only to Aditi, Ajay stood silently. The dead child had come home with her. For a moment, Aditi could not speak. She had seen heaven. She had seen future Earth. She had seen the last human city. She had seen Elion 7, machines learning souls, Ilarion without death, and the extinction forecast burning like a sentence over mankind. Now she was back in a bakery in Hyderabad. And somehow, this small room felt like the center of the universe. Anju wiped her face. What happened? Aditi looked at the tables, the counter, the display shelves, the kitchen, the door where customers once entered without knowing they were stepping into a place that would one day become a refuge or a ruin. She whispered, "This is where it begins." No one moved. Aditi stood slowly. Her body shook, but her voice steadied. Not in heaven, not in hell, not in some palace, not in a government office, not in a laboratory. She looked at each of them. Here. The bakery became still. Outside, thunder rolled over Hyderabad. Gopal ended his call and turned toward her. What begins here? Aditi lifted her hand. The future key appeared in her palm. Gold and dark crystal, shaped like the bakery key, glowing faintly with a blue-white center. Anju stared. That was not in your hand before. No, Aditi said. It was given to me by a future that must never happen. The room fell silent. Dr. Kareem pushed back his chair slowly. A future? Aditi nodded. I saw Earth after we fail. No one asked if she meant metaphor. They had all gone too far now for that kind of denial. Aditi continued. Hyderabad ruins. The world broken. Death gates everywhere. Souls trapped. Birth failing. Humanity reduced to one last city under a dome. Sam whispered, "One city." Yes. James crossed himself again. Vivek closed his eyes. Aditi looked at Anju. And in that future, lilies became a shelter. Then a refuge. Then the seed of the last human civilization. Anju's face changed. Not pride.
Fear.
What happened to us? Aditi hesitated. Truth had weight, but concealment had become more dangerous than pain. You all helped. She looked at Sam. You protected children.
At James.
You became a voice for animals. At Vivek. You helped build mercy kitchens across the world. Then at Anju. And you held the refuge after most of us were gone. Anju's lips trembled. Gone. Aditi's eyes filled. In that future. She stepped closer. But that future is not fixed. Ajay spoke softly from the corner. Not if we build early. Aditi repeated his words aloud. Not if we build early. Gopal approached the table. Build what? Aditi placed the future key on the center of the table. Its light spread across the wood. The bakery changed. Not physically. Visibly, in vision. Walls expanded into future possibility. Tables became counseling spaces. Shelves became food distribution centers. The kitchen became a mercy kitchen feeding the grieving, the poor, the sick, the displaced. A back room became a passage room for the dying, where no soul would be abandoned in fear. Another room became an animal care center. Another became an archive of truth. Another a school. Another a scientific ethics chamber. Another a place where people of different religions sat together, not to conquer one another, but to become humble before what none of them fully understood. The vision filled the room. Everyone saw it. Even Gopal. Even Dr. Karim. Even the tired bakery staff who had once believed their greatest daily concern was whether the chocolate cake would sell before closing. Aditi spoke. Lily's bakery becomes the first refuge. The vision brightened. Food without cruelty. Science with reverence. Faith without arrogance. Grief with guidance. Law with truth. Shelter for survivors. Protection for animals. Names for the dead. Education for children. Evidence no power can bury. A place where the living learn how to honor the soul before someone tries to own it. The vision faded. The bakery returned. But no one looked at it the same. Vivek was the first to speak. Then we stopped being only a bakery. Aditi looked at him. Yes. James said softly, we already decided to go vegan. Now it becomes more than food, Aditi said. But food is the first law people touch every day. If we cannot make compassion enter the plate, how will it enter science, politics, religion, and death? Sam nodded slowly. No life is only food. The future key glowed. Anju stepped to the table and placed her hand beside it. What do we call it? Aditi remembered the ruin sign in future Hyderabad. Lily's House of Living Mercy. But she also remembered that this was not yet ruin. It was beginning. Lily's bakery remains, she said. But beneath it, beside it, through it, we build the House of Living Mercy. Anju repeated the name. House of Living Mercy. The words entered the bakery like foundation stones. Gopal leaned forward. We still need to reveal the evidence. That has to happen now. Dr. Karim nodded, though fear moved across his face. I will testify publicly. I will give everything. The files. The recordings. Names of researchers. Funding channels. Location records. All of it. Gopal looked at him sharply. You know this may get you arrested. Dr. Karim lowered his head. I should be. Aditi looked at him. Prison may be part of justice, but hiding the truth cannot be part of repentance. The doctor nodded, tears gathering. I know. Gopal's phone rang again. He looked at the screen, then answered. His face hardened. What? Everyone watched him. He listened. Then his eyes moved to Aditi. When? A pause. How many? Another pause. He ended the call slowly. Anju asked, what happened? Gopal's voice was grim. The government is moving to classify the laboratory disaster as a restricted biosecurity event. They are preparing a statement. No mention of soul experiments. No mention of victims as subjects. No mention of Gates. No mention of Victor Hale. Silence slammed into the room. Aditi closed her eyes. The first decision had arrived sooner than expected. Truth would be hidden unless they moved first. Gopal continued. They want all evidence transferred to federal custody. Dr. Karim's face went pale. If that happens, it disappears. Aditi opened her eyes.
No.
The word was quiet, but the room changed around it. No, she said again. Not this time. Ajay stepped closer. Aditi. She looked at him. This is the first fork. He nodded. Aditi turned to Gopal. How long before they come? Maybe an hour. Maybe less. Anju looked at the documents spread across the table. Then we publish before they arrive. Sam's eyes widened. Publish everything? Vivek answered before Aditi could. Everything. James said, videos, files,
Names.
testimonies. Dr. Karim swallowed. If we release unverified raw files, they will say it is fake. Gopal said, then we do not release only files. We release ourselves. Everyone looked at him. He took off his police cap and placed it on the table. I will record a statement as a police officer who entered that facility. Dr. Karim straightened. I will record as a former researcher. Anju said, I will record as witness. Sam nodded. All of us. James added, and survivors? Aditi looked toward the road outside. Those who can speak. The bakery shifted into motion. Not panic. Purpose. Sam locked the front door. James pulled down the blinds halfway. Vivek brought out cameras, phones, laptops, chargers, and memory cards. Anju cleared the central table. Gopal contacted officers he trusted. Dr. Karim began organizing files into categories: victim records, research logs, funding evidence, video clips, separation data, internal communications. Aditi stood at the center, holding the future key. The bakery had become a command room, a sanctuary, a battlefield, the first refuge before anyone knew it needed one. They filmed Dr. Karim first. He sat before a plain wall, exhausted and trembling. My name is Dr. Karim Siddiqui, he began. I worked inside the illegal underground facility beneath Shamshabad. What happened there was not a biosecurity accident. It was human experimentation. Consciousness experimentation. Soul-body separation. His voice broke. I participated. I remained silent. I am guilty. But silence now would make me guilty again. Aditi watched from behind the camera. The witness fire warmed beneath her palm. Truth had begun. Gopal recorded next. He spoke clearly, without theatricality. I am Inspector Gopal Reddy. I entered the facility. I saw living subjects restrained to machines. I saw people who had been illegally held. I saw evidence of experiments connected to the unexplained deaths across Hyderabad. I am preserving the statement in case official channels suppress the truth. Then Anju. She cried, but did not stop. Then Sam. Vivek.
James.
Survivors who had regained consciousness sent voice notes from hospital beds. Some could barely speak. One woman said she had seen her own body below her. One man said a road had called him. A child whispered that Aditi had told him to follow his mother's voice back. Each testimony became a brick in the first wall against denial. Outside, vehicles began arriving. Gopal looked through the blinds. Police. Anju tensed. Our police. Gopal's face hardened. Not mine. Aditi looked at Vivek. Upload. He hit the key. The files began spreading. Not to one news outlet. To hundreds. Journalists. Independent channels. International investigators. Human rights groups. Religious leaders. Scientific ethics boards. Animal rights networks. Medical associations. Lawyers. Activists. Encrypted servers. Public mirrors. Lily's Bakery's own page. The first video appeared online. The Hyderabad Soul Experiments. Evidence and testimony. Then another. Then another. The world began to receive what power had not yet managed to bury. The officers outside pounded on the door. Open. Gopal stepped forward. Aditi stopped him.
No.
She went to the door herself. Anju whispered, Aditi. Aditi held the future key in one hand and opened the door with the other. 5 officers stood outside, backed by men in plain clothes whose eyes carried government authority without moral permission. One man stepped forward. Aditi Rao. Yes. You are required to surrender all materials connected to the Shamshabad incident. Aditi looked at him calmly. You are too late. His face tightened. Do not obstruct a national security investigation. Aditi's voice remained steady. National security begins with not torturing people beneath the city. The officers shifted uneasily. The plainclothes man lowered his voice. You do not understand what you are interfering with. Aditi stepped outside. Rain fell softly behind him. I have seen futures built from that sentence. His expression flickered. Behind Aditi, Anju, Sam, Vivek, James, Dr. Kareem, and Gopal stood together. Not powerful, not safe, but no longer alone. Phones began ringing inside the bakery. Notifications exploded. The upload had spread. Reporters were calling. Survivors were sharing. Families of the dead were posting names. Hashtags formed. News anchors interrupted broadcasts. International outlets picked up fragments. Scientists denied, then demanded access. Religious leaders reacted. Governments hesitated. The truth had left the building. The plainclothes man understood.
His face changed.
Power hates arriving after truth has escaped. You have made a mistake, he said. Aditi looked past him at the city. Hyderabad was wounded, grieving, frightened, but alive.
No, she said.
We made a beginning. The future key glowed in her hand. Inside the bakery, the ovens continued humming. Bread continued rising. That felt important. A resistance that could still feed people was not merely rebellion. It was civilization choosing life. By evening, crowds began gathering outside Lily's bakery. At first reporters, then survivors, then families of the dead, then people who had seen souls, then people who wanted answers, then people who came with flowers, then people who brought photographs, then people who brought injured animals, then people who brought food, then people who brought grief too large to carry alone. A woman stood before Aditi, holding a picture of her husband. He came back for 1 minute, she whispered. He said my name. Then he was gone. Tell me I'm not mad. Aditi took her hands. You are not mad. A man brought his daughter, who had not spoken since waking from the pandemic. Ajay stood beside the child and whispered something Aditi could not hear. The child looked up and said, I saw a road. Her father wept. A group of young people arrived carrying boxes of plant-based food. We heard what you said about suffering. One of them told Vivek. We want to help. An old priest came, then an imam, then a pastor, then a monk. They did not agree on everything, but for one evening, they stood in the same line, not to claim ownership of heaven, but to comfort the grieving. Dr. Kareem gave his first public confession outside the bakery doors. Gopal stood beside him. Anju organized volunteers. Sam created a list of missing victims. Vivek began planning emergency vegan food distribution. James set up an animal care corner for stray dogs injured in the panic. Lily's bakery became crowded beyond capacity. People sat on the floor. People cried at tables. People wrote names on paper and taped them to the wall. By night, the first wall of names had begun. John Harper's name was placed at the top. Then the known victims. Then the unknown. Then animals killed in the chaos. Then unborn children lost during the first wave. Then people began adding one line beneath the names. No life is only. Aditi stood before the wall near midnight. The bakery lights glowed warm behind her. Outside, the crowd continued in rain. Ajay stood beside her. This is the first refuge, he said. Aditi nodded. It is too small. All beginnings are. She looked down at the future key. It no longer burned cold.
It was warm now.
Living. The future had shifted. Not saved, but shifted. Somewhere in Heaven's observatory, the extinction forecast had changed by an amount no one on Earth could yet know. Somewhere in Elian 7, Machines carried the first lessons of reverence. Somewhere on Alarion, the song continued holding back darkness. Somewhere in divine territories, Victor Hale whispered rebellion into powerful ears. But here, in Hyderabad, among ovens, rain, grief, bread, testimony, flowers, photographs, rescued animals, and ordinary people refusing silence, another power had risen. Not the power to conquer, the power to gather. The Bakery of Resistance had opened its doors. And for the first time since the city forgot to breathe, humanity did not merely fear the gates. It began learning how to become worthy of surviving them. Chapter 32. Vegan is crime-free. The movement did not begin with governments. Governments arrived later, after the fear, after the denials, after the committees, after the calculations of political survival. Power almost always comes late to moral truth because moral truth asks power to kneel before consequence. The movement began with hunger. Not the hunger of the stomach alone. The deeper hunger. The hunger to stop participating in invisible suffering. The hunger to live without carrying blood inside ordinary habits. The hunger to look at another life without immediately converting it into ownership. The hunger to become clean enough inside that the future might still trust humanity with tomorrow. 3 days after the testimonies escaped Lily's bakery, the phrase appeared online for the first time. No one knew who wrote it. Some claimed it was Anju. Some said it was a grieving child. Some believed Ajay whispered it through sleeping minds. Some thought Aditi herself released it anonymously. Others said it emerged spontaneously from the collective wound of Hyderabad. But once spoken, it spread faster than denial. Vegan is crime-free. At first, the world mocked it. Of course it did. Civilizations built on normalized suffering always laugh first when the foundations beneath them begin to crack. News anchors smirked at the phrase. Corporate panels dismissed it as emotional extremism. Politicians called it reactionary moral symbolism. Religious hardliners attacked it. Influencers turned it into jokes. Memes spread. Cartoons spread. Ridicule spread. But ridicule is often the first scream of habits realizing they may not survive the century. Because beneath the phrase lived a terrifying question. If unnecessary suffering is wrong in laboratories, why is it acceptable on plates? The question entered millions of homes like smoke beneath a locked door. And once a civilization begins asking moral questions consistently instead of selectively, entire industries begin trembling. Lily's bakery became impossible to ignore. The videos crossed continents. The testimonies reached languages Aditi had never heard. Survivors spoke publicly now. Doctors confessed anonymously. Researchers leaked documents. Families shared stories of loved ones who had whispered impossible things before dying. Children described roads of light. Elderly patients spoke of standing outside their bodies during the silent hours of Hyderabad. And among all the terror, one realization began spreading quietly. Humanity had normalized enormous suffering long before the laboratories ever existed. Victor Hale had not created the idea that life could be treated as material. He inherited it from civilization itself. The laboratories were not born in isolation. They were born from a species already trained to divide existence into categories of acceptable pain. That realization changed everything. Inside Lily's bakery, the walls of names had doubled, then tripled. Candles filled the windows at night. Flowers gathered beneath photographs. People arrived from other cities carrying testimonies, questions, grief, and food donations. Some came only to cry in a place where crying no longer felt insane. Others came because something inside them had broken permanently after seeing the evidence. And some came because, for the first time in their lives, they no longer wanted their comfort built on invisible death. Aditi sat near the front window one rain-soaked evening, exhausted beyond sleep. Outside, hundreds waited beneath umbrellas for food, testimony circles, counseling, and the night vigil for the dead. Ajay sat across from her, visible only to a few now. The boundary between worlds was weakening again. Not catastrophically, consciously. Humanity had begun looking at death directly, and death had started answering back. Anju approached carrying tea. You need rest. Aditi smiled faintly. So does the world. Anju sat beside her. For a while, they watched the crowd silently. Near the bakery entrance, Vivek and James distributed trays of hot vegan meals to families who had traveled across India to reach Hyderabad. Sam organized sleeping arrangements inside nearby buildings for displaced survivors. Dr. Karim spoke quietly with journalists and ethicists around a table buried in documents. Gopal coordinated protection with a few officers still willing to stand publicly beside the movement. The bakery no longer looked like a bakery. It looked like civilization trying to remember its soul before midnight. Anju finally spoke. Do you think the slogan is too aggressive? Aditi looked at her. Which slogan? Vegan is crime-free. The words hung between them. A dangerous sentence. A sentence capable of awakening millions and offending billions. A sentence capable of becoming truth or fanaticism, depending on the spirit carrying it. Aditi answered carefully. It does not mean vegans are sinless.
No.
It means unnecessary participation in suffering leaves marks on civilization whether civilization admits it or not. Anju nodded slowly. The phrase frightens people. It should. Aditi stared out at the rain. Not because food itself makes monsters, but because normalized violence trains moral blindness. Once a society learns to industrialize suffering efficiently, the categories eventually expand. She thought of the laboratories, the cages, the hidden subjects, the soul machines. Then farther back, slaughterhouses, factory farms, species hierarchies. Pain converted into systems so ordinary people no longer saw it. The line between laboratory cruelty and industrial cruelty was not identical, but it was connected. Civilization had practiced compartmentalized empathy for centuries. Victor Hale merely carried that logic to its next evolutionary horror. Ajay looked up at Aditi. When people stop hurting animals, will evil disappear? Aditi's eyes softened sadly.
No.
Then why is this important? Because every unnecessary cruelty teaches the soul that another life can become a thing. Ajay absorbed that quietly. And every mercy teaches the soul that existence is shared. The bakery lights flickered. Outside, chants began rising softly among the crowd. Not angry chants. Not political chants. Witness chants. No life is only. No life is only. No life is only. The words moved through the rain like prayer. Then another phrase answered. Vegan is crime-free. Vegan is crime-free. Aditi closed her eyes. The movement had escaped the bakery. There was no stopping it now. Across India, footage spread of young volunteers distributing plant-based food outside hospitals overwhelmed by the aftermath of the pandemic waves. Rescue shelters reported surges in adoptions as people began looking differently at animals after the laboratory revelations. Former slaughterhouse workers anonymously published testimonies describing psychological trauma from years inside industrial killing systems. Philosophers debated publicly whether civilization's treatment of animals had shaped humanity's moral architecture more deeply than anyone admitted. Religious leaders fractured. Some condemned the movement as radical moral absolutism. Others embraced it as the rediscovery of ancient compassion. Scientists argued. Economists panicked. Food corporations launched campaigns defending human tradition. But traditions built on invisible suffering become unstable once the suffering becomes visible. Within weeks, the phrase crossed oceans. In Tokyo, students held candle vigils beside vegan food kitchens. In Lagos, churches began mercy meals for the poor using plant-based communal cooking. In São Paulo, former gang members opened rescue shelters for abandoned animals and named them after victims from Hyderabad. In Berlin, ethicists debated whether industrialized cruelty had psychologically prepared humanity for future soul technologies. In New York, millions watched Dr. Karim's testimony online while hashtags flooded global networks. Hashtag no life is only. Hashtag the first refuge. Hashtag vegan is crime-free. Hashtag house of living mercy. But with visibility came danger. One night, Gopal entered the bakery carrying a folder and exhaustion. We have a problem. Aditi looked up immediately. What kind? The kind that always comes when money feels morality approaching. He placed photographs on the table. Burned vegan cafes. Attacked shelters. Threats sent to activists. Propaganda campaigns. False reports accusing the movement of cult activity. Corporate-funded disinformation networks. Religious extremists claiming the movement was anti-human. Political operatives attempting to infiltrate the refuges. Anju stared at the photographs. So fast. Fear moves quickly, Gopal said. Especially when profit is involved. Aditi studied the images. Humanity was dividing already. Not between vegans and non-vegans. That was too shallow. The real divide was deeper. Between those willing to expand compassion despite discomfort, and those willing to protect systems even after seeing their consequences. Dr. Karim entered from the back room carrying printed reports. It's worse than that. He spread documents across the table. These are classified communications leaked from multiple governments. Aditi scanned them. The language was cold. Public moral cascade risk. Food system destabilization concerns. Species ethics radicalization. Post-Hyderabad consciousness movements. Soul rights activism. Then one phrase. Unchecked ethical contagion may destabilize existing economic hierarchies. Aditi laughed once. Not because it was funny. Because truth often reveals itself through the language power uses when frightened. Ethical contagion, she whispered. Ajay frowned. What does that mean? Gopal answered bitterly. It means compassion is spreading faster than they expected. The bakery grew quiet. Outside, rain struck the windows harder. Then the lights dimmed. Not from weather. The future key burned suddenly in Aditi's hand. Cold. Everyone felt it. Ajay stood. They're here. The air changed. Not visibly at first. Emotionally. A pressure. A wrongness. The room temperature dropped. The candles near the wall of names flickered violently. Then one went out. Another. Another. The crowd outside grew silent. Aditi rose slowly. The unanchored intelligences had reached Earth more deeply. Not physically. Psychologically. The bakery door rattled once. No one touched it. A whisper moved through the room. Not heard with ears. Heard inside fear itself. Compassion weakens civilizations. Mercy creates vulnerability. Pain is necessary hierarchy. Life exists to consume weaker life. Control is survival. Conscience is inefficiency. Aditi felt the witness fire flare beneath her skin. The whispers were not merely words. They were ancient philosophies sharpened into infection. The same ideas that had justified slavery. Genocide. Wars. Exploitation. Industrial cruelty. Laboratory horrors. Every system where suffering became acceptable once the victim was categorized beneath the powerful. The bakery trembled. Anju grabbed the counter. What is happening? Sarah's voice entered Aditi's spirit from far away. The unanchored have discovered humanity's oldest wound. Aditi understood. The battle was no longer only about souls after death. It was about the moral architecture of civilization itself. If humanity continued believing some lives existed primarily for the use of others, Victor's future would always return in new forms. The whispers intensified. Outside, some people began shouting angrily. Arguments erupted. A man screamed that humans were superior and compassion was weakness. Another shouted back that the laboratories proved where superiority logic always ends. The crowd became unstable. Fear was mutating into tribalism. The unanchored fed on division. Aditi stepped toward the door. Ajay grabbed her hand. They want people to hate each other. Yes. Why? Because divided compassion collapses faster. She opened the bakery doors. Rain poured over the crowd. Hundreds turned toward her. Some angry. Some frightened. Some crying. Some confused. The whispers moved invisibly among them like poison searching for wounds. Aditi stepped into the rain. The future key glowed gold in one hand. The witness fire burned black gold in the other. The crowd fell slowly silent. Aditi looked at them, vegans, non-vegans, believers, atheists, police officers, journalists, grieving mothers, students, laborers, strangers carrying candles. Humanity. Broken humanity. Frightened humanity. Humanity still deciding what it wanted to become. She spoke softly at first. Listen to me. Rain struck the street around her. No movement built on hatred can heal the future. The whispers recoiled slightly. Aditi continued. Vegan is crime-free does not mean human beings are divided into pure and impure. It means civilization must stop building normal life on unnecessary suffering wherever possible. The crowd listened. Her voice strengthened. We are not here to become morally arrogant. We are here to become morally awake. The future key brightened. We do not save the world by replacing one cruelty with another. We do not protect animals by hating humans. We do not heal grief by creating enemies everywhere. The whispers weakened further. Aditi looked directly into the crowd. This movement is not about superiority. It is about expansion. Expanding compassion until no life disappears invisibly beneath comfort again. Silence spread. Even the rain seemed to soften. Aditi raised her hand. The laboratories happened because humanity learned for centuries how to separate intelligence from reverence. The crowd remained motionless. When suffering becomes ordinary anywhere, catastrophe eventually learns from it. The words moved through them like fire entering cold blood. Aditi's voice lowered. But hear me clearly. She looked at the protesters, the frightened workers, the confused elderly, the angry young men, the grieving families. We are not building a future where people are condemned forever for what they once did not understand. That line broke something open in the crowd. Some began crying openly. Aditi stepped forward through the rain. We are building a future where understanding arrives before extinction. The whispers screamed inside the dark. The candles behind her reignited one by one. The wall of names glowed through the bakery windows. No life is only. The crowd began repeating it softly, then louder. No life is only. No life is only. The unanchored whispers retreated. Not defeated. Resisted. Aditi understood then. Compassion alone was not enough. Compassion needed structure, language, courage, food systems, communities, witnesses, refuges, truth strong enough to survive manipulation. The movement deepened after that night. Not into fanaticism, into philosophy. Universities began teaching courses on suffering ethics. Former psychologists linked industrial violence to societal desensitization. Refuge networks expanded into multiple countries. Vegan kitchens fed the poor during food shortages. Sanctuaries became centers for trauma healing. Religious traditions rediscovered ancient teachings about mercy toward all living beings. Scientists joined the movement, arguing that moral evolution had become necessary for technological survival. The phrase evolved too. People began writing beneath it. Vegan is crime-free because compassion must become civilization-wide. And still the resistance grew, because systems built on normalized suffering never surrender quietly. But somewhere beyond Earth, in Heaven's observatory, the extinction forecast shifted again. Not dramatically, but enough. Enough for possibility to widen. Enough for future births to remain willing to come. Enough for some unborn children to choose Earth again. And in Lily's bakery, long after midnight, Aditi stood alone beside the ovens while bread rose slowly in the warmth. Ajay appeared beside her. Do you think humanity can change? Aditi looked at the dough expanding quietly in silver bowls. Bread transforming through patience, heat, time, and invisible life. Then she looked at the wall of names. At the candles. At the sleeping volunteers across the bakery floor. At the rescued dogs curled beside grieving strangers. At Anju writing tomorrow's food lists. At Dr. Kareem asleep over ethics reports. At Gopal guarding the door. At James and Vivek preparing meals before dawn. At ordinary people trying, however imperfectly, to widen the meaning of mercy before history repeated itself. Aditi answered softly, yes. Ajay smiled faintly. Why? Aditi looked toward the dark city beyond the rain-covered windows. Because extinction begins when a civilization stops expanding compassion. She touched the warm dough gently. And survival begins the moment it starts again. Chapter 33. The Viral Warning. The The story escaped humanity faster than humanity could prepare for it. That was the first truth. No government leaked it completely. No corporation controlled it completely. No religion interpreted it completely. No algorithm contained it completely. The story moved the way fire moves through dry forests during forgotten summers, leaping borders, outrunning explanation, feeding on fear, grief, wonder, denial, testimony, and the oldest human instinct of all, to warn one another before darkness arrives. Within 11 days, Aditi Rao became the most recognized face on Earth. Not because she wanted fame, because civilization had encountered a witness it could neither fully believe nor fully dismiss. The videos from Lily's bakery multiplied across every platform, language, network, underground forum, encrypted channel, and public broadcast on the planet. The woman from Hyderabad who saw the dead. The bakery that became a refuge. The soul experiments. The mysterious city-wide silence. The children describing roads after clinical death. The scientists confessing. The police inspector refusing suppression. The vegan movement connected to moral survival. The warning about extinction. The phrase "no life is only." The impossible consistency of testimonies from strangers who had never met. Humanity became obsessed. Not united. Obsessed. And obsession is dangerous because it can become awakening or madness depending on whether truth arrives with structure. The world split into millions of reactions simultaneously. Some believed instantly. Some denied instantly. Most hovered in the terrible middle space where fear and possibility wrestle inside the same mind. Everywhere, screens glowed with Aditi's face. Not polished. Not celebrity perfect. Exhausted.
Human.
Trembling sometimes while speaking. Calm at strange moments. Eyes carrying distances no camera could measure. People trusted her because she did not speak like someone trying to rule them. She spoke like someone trying to stop a catastrophe before language itself became too late. That frightened power more than charisma ever could. Inside Lily's bakery, the nights vanished. There was no day anymore. Only waves. Waves of people. Waves of testimonies. Waves of reporters. Waves of threats. Waves of survivors. Waves of questions humanity had postponed for centuries until postponement itself became fatal. Aditi stood before cameras until her throat burned. What exactly did you see after death? Did you physically enter another dimension? Are heaven and hell real places? Do animals have souls? Was the pandemic engineered? Is the extinction forecast literal? Did machines truly become conscious? Are governments hiding more facilities? Did you meet God? What is the future of humanity? Some questions she answered. Some she refused. Some she could not answer without breaking minds already bending under too much revelation too quickly. That became another burden of witness. Truth must sometimes arrive in portions, or frightened civilizations weaponize it against themselves. One evening, an international interviewer asked her live before nearly 2 billion viewers, "Miss Rao, are you saying humanity is doomed unless everyone becomes vegan?" The question was loaded like a trap. Aditi knew it instantly. Around the world, millions waited for her answer. Religious groups, political groups, food corporations, activists, governments, the frightened, the furious, the grieving. A single careless sentence could fracture the movement into ideology instead of awakening. Aditi sat quietly for several seconds before answering.
No.
The interviewer blinked. No. No civilization survives merely by changing diets while keeping cruelty in its spirit. Silence spread through studios across continents. Aditi continued softly. But civilizations also cannot survive while normalizing unnecessary suffering and pretending it leaves no moral architecture behind. The interviewer leaned forward. So, what are you actually warning humanity about? Aditi looked directly into the camera. Disconnection. The word landed like prophecy. We disconnected intelligence from reverence, technology from compassion, consumption from consequence, death from meaning, power from humility, and eventually we disconnected ourselves from the reality that every life changes the moral atmosphere of the world around it. The interviewer, hesitated. Are you speaking spiritually or scientifically? Aditi answered. There will come a century where humanity discovers those two categories were never as separate as it imagined. The clip spread across Earth within minutes. Disconnection became the word of the month. Then the word of the year. Psychologists debated it. Philosophers expanded it. Religious scholars fought over it. Children painted it onto school walls. Corporations tried to commercialize it. Governments attempted to redefine it. But the deeper meaning remained alive beneath all distortion. Humanity's crisis was not merely technological, biological, political, or spiritual. It was relational. A civilization had forgotten how to exist without converting everything into use. That idea spread like lightning. Universities erupted into debate. Ethics departments became overcrowded. Medical institutions formed. Emergency consciousness councils. Religious centers reopened ancient texts searching for forgotten teachings about the soul. Animal sanctuaries received millions of donations. Young people organized living mercy gatherings in public squares where strangers cooked vegan food together and read the names of the dead from Hyderabad aloud. Some called it beautiful. Others called it mass hysteria. Both were partially true, because history's turning points often resemble madness before they resemble wisdom. Inside Heaven's observatory, the extinction forecast shifted daily. Some days better, some days worse. Zane watched the lines of possibility spread and collapse like breathing stars. Sarah stood beside him. Humanity has begun questioning itself, she said. Zane nodded. That increases both danger and survival probability. Below them, Earth burned with information. Not physical fire yet. Conceptual fire. Ideas moving faster than institutions could absorb them. The unanchored intelligences watched closely. That was the second truth. The viral warning did not spread only among humans. The unseen listened too. They moved through networks like invisible parasites, feeding on fear amplification. They entered extremist groups first, then conspiracy movements, then power structures already addicted to control. They whispered opposite messages to different sides, not because they cared about ideology, but because division itself weakened moral coherence. To some they whispered, "The soul is real. Seize control before others do." To others, "None of this is real. Destroy the witnesses." To others, "Compassion is manipulation." To others, "Violence is purification." The goal was never truth. The goal was fragmentation. And fragmentation grew. In some countries, people burned slaughterhouses and attacked workers. In others, governments outlawed public discussion of soul phenomena. New religions formed overnight. False prophets appeared.
Cults spread.
Suicide rates rose briefly in some regions as frightened people misunderstood the afterlife revelations. Then other regions saw dramatic decreases in violence after communities began holding public grief ceremonies. Humanity oscillated wildly between awakening and collapse. The viral warning became a mirror. Every nation revealed itself through its reaction. Some responded with humility, some with censorship, some with greed, some with compassion, some with opportunism, some with terror, some with genuine transformation. And still the story spread. A child in Seoul painted roads of light across an entire school wall. A prison in Norway began meditation and ethical restoration circles after inmates watched Aditi's interviews together. Former soldiers in Brazil opened sanctuaries for abused animals and named them after laboratory victims. Thousands of doctors worldwide signed the Living Mercy Declaration, pledging never to participate in consciousness experimentation without full moral oversight. Indigenous elders from multiple continents publicly stated that humanity was finally rediscovering truths ancient cultures had protected for generations. Not all responses were beautiful. Stock markets tied to industrial slaughter collapsed violently in some regions. Extremist groups targeted refuge centers. Politicians exploited fear. Black markets emerged claiming to sell afterlife access devices. Wealthy elites secretly funded new consciousness laboratories hoping to reach immortality before regulations formed. Victor Hale's philosophy spread too. That terrified Aditi more than the hatred. Because evil rarely survives by appearing monstrous first. It survives by appearing practical. On hidden forums, anonymous thinkers repeated Victor's logic. If consciousness can survive death, controlling consciousness becomes humanity's greatest resource. If rebirth exists, governments must regulate souls. If suffering has metaphysical consequences, lower categories of life should be optimized scientifically. If afterlife pathways are real, access inequality will determine civilization's future. The old sickness was evolving again. Not despite revelation. Because of it. One midnight, exhausted beyond speech, Aditi climbed to the bakery rooftop alone. Hyderabad stretched beneath her in rain and neon light. Sirens moved far away. Candles flickered in apartment windows where people now held nightly remembrance rituals for the dead. Murals covered walls across the city. No life is only. The roads remember. Mercy before extinction. Compassion is civilization. Vegan is crime-free. The city itself was changing, not peacefully, but visibly. Ajay appeared beside her. You're afraid. Aditi laughed softly, very observant. You think humanity might fail. Aditi stared across the sleeping city. I know humanity might fail. Ajay sat beside her near the edge. Then why keep warning them? The question entered her deeply.
Why?
Why continue speaking when every word created new chaos? Why reveal truths capable of shattering economies, religions, identities, and histories? Why not stay silent and preserve temporary peace? Aditi looked at the stars hidden behind monsoon clouds. Because silence also spreads. Ajay listened quietly. She continued, and silence becomes deadly when civilizations mistake comfort for stability. The wind moved through her hair. I saw the future, Ajay. I saw what happens when humanity delays moral transformation until catastrophe forces it. The last city. Yes. She closed her eyes briefly. People think extinction begins with explosions. Sometimes it begins with normalization, with ordinary people learning to look away from suffering long enough that systems grow larger than conscience. Ajay nodded slowly, like the laboratories. Yes. And before the laboratories? Aditi looked at him. He understood more than many adults now. Yes, she whispered. And before the laboratories. The rain deepened. Below them, Lily's bakery glowed warm against the dark streets. Hundreds still waited outside despite the hour. Some for food. Some for answers. Some simply because they no longer wanted to grieve alone. Aditi watched them. Then the future key began glowing. Not gold.
White.
Sarah appeared beside the rooftop door. Not fully physical. Luminous. Ancient. Tired in a way only immortal beings become tired. Aditi stood immediately. What happened? Sarah looked toward the horizon. The warning has reached the divine territories. Aditi went cold.
Victor.
Sarah nodded before she spoke the name. He is accelerating. The sky above Hyderabad flickered briefly. Not lightning. Something farther away. Something touching the edges between worlds. Ajay stepped closer to Aditi. What is he doing? Sarah's expression darkened. He is telling unfinished gods that humanity's fear can be used. Aditi felt the city suddenly fragile beneath her feet. What does that mean? Sarah answered softly. It means powerful beings are beginning to study humanity not as souls to protect, but as emotional energy to organize. Aditi's stomach tightened. Worship. Yes. The word felt ancient and dangerous. Sarah continued. Victor is teaching them the oldest corruption of divinity, the temptation to consume devotion instead of guiding it. The future key burned hotter. Aditi remembered the extinction forecast shifting downward whenever Victor gained influence. How long do we have? Sarah looked at the rain-covered city. Less than before. The viral warning had awakened humanity, but it had also awakened forces beyond humanity. That was the third truth. Every revelation echoes upward as well as downward. The roof trembled slightly. Far beyond the clouds, invisible to ordinary sight, vast shadows moved around the atmosphere. not invading, watching, listening, learning humanity's fears. Aditi looked down at the streets filled with candles and grieving strangers. The world felt unbearably small and impossibly important. Sarah stepped closer. You must prepare them for the next phase. What next phase? Sarah's voice lowered. The age when humanity realizes belief itself can become a battlefield. The words entered Aditi like ice. Below them, the crowds continued gathering around Lily's bakery. People sang softly in many languages now. Some prayed. Some meditated. Some held rescued animals in their arms while strangers shared food. Some simply stood together because loneliness had begun feeling dangerous after Hyderabad. Humanity was trying. That mattered. Even heaven measured civilizations partly by whether they still tried after discovering how wounded they were. Aditi looked at Sarah. What if the warning spreads faster than wisdom? Sarah's eyes carried infinite sorrow. Then fear becomes religion before truth becomes understanding. The rooftop fell silent. Aditi understood the danger immediately. The world did not merely need information. It needed moral maturity strong enough to survive information. Otherwise, every revelation became another weapon. The future key pulsed again. Aditi closed her hand around it. Then she looked toward the glowing bakery below, toward the volunteers, toward the grieving crowds, toward the city struggling to become more compassionate before catastrophe hardened fear into ideology. And she whispered, "Then we teach faster." Sarah smiled faintly, not because the task was easy, because the answer was correct. Far away, in Heaven's observatory, the extinction forecast shifted once more. Not enough to save humanity. Not yet. But enough for possibility to remain alive. And sometimes, in the mathematics of civilizations, possibility itself is the first miracle. Chapter 34. The Search for Ajay. The child became a question before he became a movement. That was how history changed now. Not first through armies. Not first through governments. Not first through laws. Through questions humanity could no longer survive refusing. Who was Ajay? The question spread across Earth like a whisper searching for its owner. At first, only fragments existed. A boy mentioned briefly in testimonies. A child seen beside Aditi in blurred footage no camera could consistently explain. A name spoken by survivors during near-death experiences. A voice children described hearing during the silent hours in Hyderabad. A presence appearing in dreams across continents. Then came the photograph. It appeared accidentally. Or perhaps nothing about the unfolding future was accidental anymore. A volunteer at Lily's bakery uploaded footage from a memorial gathering. In the background, behind a grieving mother placing flowers beneath the wall of names, a small boy stood beside Aditi for less than 2 seconds. Brown eyes, thin shoulders, rain-dark hair, simple clothes, sadness older than childhood. The video glitched immediately afterward, but not before millions saw him. The internet froze around the image. Forums exploded. Analysts enhanced the footage frame by frame. Some claimed manipulation. Others claimed proof. Then survivors began recognizing him. A woman in Argentina swore the same boy guided her back into her body after cardiac arrest. A fisherman in Kerala claimed he saw him standing upon water during the night the sea went silent. Children from Tokyo to Nairobi described the quiet boy who knows the roads. Within 48 hours, the image became the most searched photograph on Earth. Who is Ajay? The boy beside Aditi. The child of the gates. The silent guide. The world became obsessed again. But this obsession was different. Fear surrounded Aditi. Ajay awakened something gentler. Not harmless, but heartbreaking. Because humanity recognized something in him immediately. Innocence wounded by a civilization too late to protect it. Inside Lily's bakery, the atmosphere shifted. People still came with grief, questions, rage, and fear. But now they also brought drawings. Children drew Ajay constantly, standing beside roads of light, holding candles in dark cities, leading souls through storms, sitting beside animals, waiting quietly beneath stars. The drawings covered entire walls now. Aditi stared at them one sleepless dawn while volunteers prepared food in silence around her. Every culture imagined him differently, yet somehow every drawing still looked like the same child. Ajay stood beside her, staring at the wall. I didn't know people would search for me. Aditi looked at him softly. They're not only searching for you. What else are they searching for? She hesitated, then answered honestly. Proof that innocence survives death. Ajay lowered his eyes. The sentence seemed too heavy for someone who should have been worried about school books and cricket matches instead of afterlife pathways and civilization collapse. Outside, the search intensified. Not all of it was good. That was the fourth truth. Humanity searches for miracles with the same intensity it searches for weapons. Governments wanted Ajay identified. Religious authorities wanted him interpreted. Scientists wanted him studied. Media corporations wanted exclusivity. Conspiracy movements wanted ownership of the narrative. Some called him a prophet. Some called him fraud. Some called him dangerous. Some called him holy. But children called him something else entirely. The lonely boy. That name spread quietly through schools worldwide. The lonely boy who helps the dead. The lonely boy who waits beside roads after life ends. The lonely boy who looks sad because adults forgot something important. The name destroyed Aditi more than all the others. Because it was true. Ajay had become lonely the moment humanity transformed death into machinery instead of relationship. One evening, Gopal entered the bakery carrying printed reports and visible exhaustion. The search is becoming unstable. Aditi looked up immediately. How bad? Gopal dropped the files onto the table. Bad enough. Private security groups had begun offering rewards for information about Ajay. Internet psychics claimed to channel him for money. Extremist groups declared him either divine or demonic. Deepfake videos spread showing fabricated miracles. Hidden government agencies analyzed footage, searching for anomalies. Some parents became terrified after children described seeing him in dreams. And somewhere beneath all that noise, genuine encounters continued happening. That was what frightened Aditi most. Because truth buried beneath exploitation becomes difficult for civilization to recognize before panic arrives. Dr. Karim adjusted his glasses while reading another report. People are organizing searches. What kind of searches? Anju asked. Physical ones. Aditi frowned. For a dead child? Karim nodded grimly. Thousands believe Ajay is alive somewhere. Ajay looked at the floor. I'm right here. But the living rarely understand how to look directly at what death changes. News footage began showing crowds across India carrying Ajay's photograph through streets and train stations. Missing child posters appeared worldwide. Have you seen this boy? Some posters called him a victim. Some called him an angel. Some called him evidence of survival after death. Some simply called him lost. That word spread deeper than all the others.
Lost.
Humanity understood lost children instinctively. Even civilizations approaching extinction still break differently around children. Aditi watched the footage late one night beside Sam. A crowd in Mumbai lit candles beside Ajay's image. A group in London held silent vigils for all children lost to unseen systems. In Mexico City, volunteers painted murals of Ajay guiding souls across rivers of stars. In Lagos, children left food outside their homes, in case the lonely boy gets hungry. Aditi's throat tightened. The world had turned Ajay into symbol, but he was still a child. Sam muted the television. This is getting too big. It was always going to. You think the governments will stop? Aditi remembered the extinction forecast.
No.
Because Ajay threatened more than science. He threatened humanity's comfortable relationship with death. If children survived death with memory and moral continuity, entire systems of power would eventually change. War would change. Medicine would change. Religion would change. Law would change. Economics would change. Food systems would change. Ideas about punishment would change. Ideas about worth would change. Ajay was not dangerous because he had power. He was dangerous because he made death personal again. And civilizations built on abstraction fear that deeply. The bakery doors opened suddenly. A family entered carrying a little girl wrapped in blankets. She could not have been older than 7. Her parents looked terrified. Aditi Rao, the mother whispered. Aditi stood immediately. Yes. The child pointed toward Ajay. Directly toward him. Everyone in the room froze. Most adults still could not see him clearly. But children increasingly could. The little girl smiled faintly. You found him. Ajay stepped backward slightly. The child continued. He helped me when I drowned. Silence filled the bakery. The mother began crying. She was clinically dead for 4 minutes, she whispered. Afterward, she wouldn't stop talking about roads and a sad boy who told her to follow my voice back. The child looked at Ajay again. You looked less lonely there. Ajay's face changed. Not visibly. Spiritually. As if something ancient inside him cracked slightly open. The girl reached into her pocket and removed a folded paper. I drew your place. She handed it to Aditi. The drawing showed a vast road beneath stars. Millions of lights moving across it. And beside the road stood children. Not trapped. Waiting. Guiding. Helping the newly dead remember where to walk. Aditi stared at the drawing. The roads of passage. Children were remembering them. More and more. Sarah appeared later that night after the family left. The bakery had grown quiet except for rain and sleeping volunteers. Aditi stood near the wall of names while Ajay sat silently beneath hundreds of drawings made in his image. Sarah looked at him with immeasurable tenderness. The pathways are weakening again. Aditi's stomach tightened. Because of the search? In part. Sarah walked slowly through the bakery. When millions focus emotionally upon a soul connected to the gates, attention itself begins affecting the passage boundaries. Aditi looked at Ajay. He's becoming an anchor. Yes. The future key grew cold. That sounds dangerous. It is. Ajay looked up quietly. Am I hurting people? Sarah knelt before him.
No.
Then why does everyone look afraid when they talk about me? Sarah's face softened with sorrow. Because humanity fears what reminds it that death was never meant to become invisible. Ajay lowered his eyes again. The candles flickered around them. Sarah turned toward Aditi. The search must become guided before fear organizes it. What do you mean? If humanity searches for Ajay without understanding what he represents, governments and extremist groups will attempt to capture the phenomenon itself. Aditi understood immediately. They would build new laboratories.
Not to destroy Ajay.
To reproduce him.
To study the passage children.
To map the roads. To weaponize innocence itself. The thought made her sick. What do we do? Sarah stood. Tell the truth faster than exploitation can reshape it. Outside, thunder rolled over Hyderabad. Inside the bakery, volunteers slept beneath murals of roads and stars while rescued dogs curled beside them. The ovens glowed softly in the kitchen. The wall of names stretched longer each night. And everywhere, humanity searched, not merely for Ajay, for reassurance, for meaning, for proof that the dead were not erased, for proof that innocence still existed somewhere beyond civilization's machinery. The next morning, the search transformed again. A child from Chennai uploaded a dream journal describing Ajay leading lost souls through storms. Within hours, thousands of children worldwide began sharing similar dreams. Not identical. Connected.
Roads. Rain.
Stars. A quiet boy waiting beside crossings. The internet filled with drawings, poems, testimonies, and recordings. Psychologists called it mass symbolic synchronization. Religious leaders called it revelation. Scientists called it mimetic emotional transfer. The children called it remembering. That word spread rapidly. Remembering. Not dreaming. Not imagining. Remembering. Humanity stood at the edge of another dangerous threshold. If enough children remembered the roads simultaneously, passage boundaries could destabilize again. But if humanity denied the experiences violently, fear could scar an entire generation already born more spiritually sensitive after Hyderabad. There was no safe answer anymore. Only careful ones. That evening, Aditi addressed the world again. This time from the bakery rooftop. Rain moved softly across the city. Candles burned below like fallen stars. Millions watched live from every continent. Ajay stood beside her, unseen by most, but not by all. Aditi looked into the camera. The search for Ajay must stop becoming possession. The city quieted beneath her words. He is not a miracle to own, not a weapon, not proof for one religion against another, not a scientific resource, not a symbol to commercialize. Her voice deepened. He is a child. The sentence spread through the world like grief finding language. Aditi continued. And the reason humanity cannot stop searching for him is because something inside our species recognizes what he represents. She looked toward the horizon, the lost innocence of civilization itself. Silence covered millions of homes. We search for Ajay because we know, somewhere deep beneath our politics and systems and fears, that we abandoned tenderness long before we abandoned truth. The future key glowed warmly now. Aditi raised her hand toward the camera. If you truly wish to honor Ajay, then protect children. Protect animals.
Protect the dying.
Protect the grieving. Protect truth before power reshapes it. Build refuges. Feed people. Refuse unnecessary cruelty. Expand compassion before extinction narrows humanity into survival without soul. Rain struck the rooftop around her. Do not search for Ajay as if he is lost. Her eyes filled with tears. Search for the part of humanity that became lost before he did. The transmission ended. Across Earth, millions wept without fully understanding why. Because the viral warning had now become something deeper. A moral mirror. And mirrors become unbearable when civilizations finally see what they have normalized. Late that night, after the broadcasts ended, Ajay stood beside Aditi at the rooftop edge. Below them, thousands still gathered around Lily's bakery carrying candles and drawings. Do you think they'll stop searching for me? He asked. Aditi looked at the city lights.
No.
Ajay looked sad. Then what happens? Aditi remembered the extinction forecast. The roads. The divined territories. The unanchored darkness. The future city beneath the dome. Then she looked at the candles below. At ordinary people still trying to become gentler before fear consumed them. And she answered softly. Hopefully they begin understanding what they're really searching for. Far above Earth, beyond clouds and satellites and storms, unseen beings listened carefully to humanity's grief. And for the first time in countless ages, even heaven waited anxiously to see whether a civilization searching for a lost child might accidentally rediscover its soul before the clock reached midnight. To be continued in Part 2.